over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
And I think this is something that now they're just missing that key
10 seconds remaining.
component to the game. I was hoping they'd get with the Underlord. I'm sorry about your brother, Piggy.
I'm kind of in agreement with Brian. I do like the Underlord as well. Because the Timbersaw, if they just literally had no damage to threaten Timbersaw, then I'd feel a lot better about it.
Yeah.
But Shadow Demon is a big threat to that hero. You've got Snapfire Ultimate in there combined with Mars, who does like an okay amount of burst. I think they do.
3 or 4 heroes can kill him.
Yeah, 3 or 4 heroes could definitely kill him. So it's not a perfect Timbersaw game by any means. But he does have Oracle, which makes Timbersaw a much bigger threat in many ways.
Yeah.
So.
And we feel like its Antics Pugna has been answered with that Void Spirit as well.
Yeah, that's the kind of hero you want. Hero that doesn't die to Pugna, but with a +1 kills Pugna.
So going into this first game, you both are favoring Chicken Fighters. Despite the Timbersaw being a good last pick, Timbersaw still favorite.
Not a huge Spectre fan, but I think it'll do fine here. So I like Chicken Fighters draft better.
Yeah.
Brian, how do you give heals as an Oracle against Shadow Demon Purge?
What do you mean? How do you give?
How do you heal an ally with against Shadow Demon in its Purge? Because it purges off your purifying flames, right?
And your Sal, right?
Doesn't do salves.
Oh.
No, it doesn't do salves.
So very important that Fishman buys some salves this
I thought it did.
Or gets a shovel. Yeah. That would be the
get
play.
a shovel.
Get
That's
a
the
shovel.
deciding factor. Shovel in condition.
Get lucky. Let's see who takes first game with this best of 3. We're heading over to our commentary team of T Governor and Odie Pixel.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game one here between these two. I mean, see, what do you reckon from this one now? We're getting a Void game coming out here from Into the Breach. Is this something the Chicken Fighters are going to be able to deal with? I feel like they've got some beefy heroes, and they have got that good old save with the Shadow Demon.
Well, first of all, let's look at the fact that upper division Spectre, how many games do you think it's won?
I would say it's one.
Wrong. It's never won.
Oh, I was close. I was
You were
close.
very close.
I was close.
No way. Yeah. OG, Liquid, Tundra.
Yeah.
They've all lost with it. 4 games total.
So what is it about the hero that teams keep getting drawn towards it, do you think?
Well, I think it's, you know, being able to catch the backlines, of course, helps, and the eventual scaling of the game. The game does feel, you know, like you get items pretty quick. But low division, 66% win rate.
Okay.
It's actually done pretty well for low division, because I guess the difference is just the ability to execute and get out of the game. Spectre thrives when there isn't that much pressure. So Into the Breach, they have the draft to be able to easily punch a Spectre. It's all about their execution, because I actually kind of favor Into the Breach draft. Just a little bit.
But Spectre will have the same sort of impact that it's had in the other low division games, where if Into the Breach aren't able to close it up, they'll lose late. Or do you think Void is, even in the later stages, this hero is still going to be king when it comes to setting up for the kills onto the Spectre?
You know, yeah, for sure. This game is all about kind of the early window, because Spectre going into late game, he's going to have such a free time. Jumping the Void, jumping the Oracle, that's the key thing. Why Void is so good is his ability to initiate the fight. And when you have heroes like Spectre, like Mars, like SD, these heroes can turn around that initiation. It's surprising that Into the Breach picked Void into Shadow Demon. Naturally,
yeah,
SD
that's
is
one of the
counter. Yeah, right. And then, of course, you have the Spectre as well. So I don't mind it, honestly, from Chicken Fighters. It is one of the better Spectre games, just for the fact that it gives you such an easy way to play that mid to late game. It is just the fear of how do you actually get into that point of the game, because your mid lane, Xantic on the Pugna versus Void Spirit. Void Spirit should do pretty well with CSing, because he has the some magical damage, but realistically, Atlantic's going to have a good time there. Timbersaw will threaten Spectre quite heavily here as well in lane, and that gives them that kind of momentum that they're going to be looking for.
And then top lane, will they be able to threaten Thug much in the laning stage on his Void, or should he be relatively safe up there?
Once again, 3 for 3. He's going to be pretty chill too, this Void. SD, like when you think about 4 positions, Lina, Willow, these are the heroes that pressure in lane. SD, he doesn't really pressure too much. He makes stacks and he utilizes everything behind the lane, so the jungle. But yeah, he's not really going to be zoning out the Void. So on paper, all 3 lanes should be going pretty well for Into the Breach.
All right, well, we'll see if that's the case here with the CS. After a few waves or so.
Already behind tower on Malik.
Zibe. He's about a hit away from dying here. Malik's going to be able to swing around.
Oh no, they know he's dead. Tanner's with the all chat. Oh, they both go down.
Oh, he's juked him.
You've got to go 1 up, 1 down.
Yeah. And he's actually away. Yeah, they've got no further gap closed.
Broken their
Zibe actually able to walk away from it all. Oh, missed first up blood opportunity there. Zibe able to walk out alive.
Ooh, okay, so what play they could make is a toss into a timber chain.
Sure, and then...
Yeah, and then he gets under tap because of the timber chain. So that's maybe the play they were looking for, a little bit of miscommunication potentially, but...
You got to be quick on it. Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be good if they actually hit it. In this mid lane. Oh, it's Jesse. He's getting tickled up here.
Just shoving back Thug here. Fish mount. Full little load to the poison, but he'll be okay. And we're seeing Farm up top. Pretty much even hit. Thug not falling behind too far. The mid lane, Xantic having that edge. 13 for 1 against the 9 for 0. So doing well in the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, the early decrep is so annoying in mid lane. That's why you can see players like Thompson, of course, want to pick it against certain melee heroes. I think the benefit for Void Spirit here, he does have the Resonant Pulse to secure certain creeps that he can't get when they're low, and he's obviously decrept. But yeah, Atlantic, last time he played Pugna, it was against Boromir. When he played into the Ember Spirit, he crushed it. One of the spirits was devastating game from him. So I'd like to see that type of gameplay. He goes for Octarine, for Glimmer. He's in your face. He's trying to pressure. But if the game gets a little bit more back and forth and the team fight comes into play, the Mars, the Void Spirit, Snapfire, that's when this hero like Pugna, he doesn't thrive. One eventually dies.
This time around, they won't be able to get the Zibe. They won't be able to juke them out this time. And as you're saying, for Xantic, sure, the mid lane's going to be good, but how easy is it going to be for him to to make that move over to the other lanes and start to force the pressure on you? Because there are some beefy heroes on Chicken Fighter's side, right?
I think the key thing for him is simply locking the Void Spirit into the mid lane.
Okay.
When you have lanes that lack the kill threat, it's about getting your mid lane activated to pivot into the side lane to find the kill. So if Pugna's already pressuring your mid tier 1, Void Spirit has to be there to clear out the creeps. Therefore, you're not having this overwhelming presence on the side lanes, allowing for a Timbersaw, a Void Spirit to... No, sorry, Void, just a free farm. I think just sticking into mid is the key thing.
I'm trying to run down Supreme, but not quite able to get a chance to get the toss on him.
Top tower is under attack.
As he manages to break away just in time. I mean, nobody's suffering too much. This is just that mid lane where we are having the bit of a difference between the Void Spirit and the Pugna. Elsewhere, nobody's suffering too much. I guess we're going to go for a few denies here by Malik on the bottom lane, as we'll see this kill again. Shibek stepping up just a little too far. Got to be a little cautious. These two offering quite a lot of burst, and we'll see it again here, back in action. Shibek again.
He's got the cookie though.
See if he can get himself away to safety. He's up on the high ground.
Oh, stop. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's able to break out. He's going to look to kill himself on neutral.
Right, that's fair, yeah.
So it does work out at the end of the day. Top lane, Chessie and Error. They managed to get the setup, I imagine, with the disruption into combo from Chessie. As Thug just caught a little too low, and Fishman not able to save him. Fishman will be able to nuke down Error in return. So getting something in trade, but of course losing the carry, that's never going to feel good for Into the Breach in their safe lane.
Yeah, I just feel like that death shouldn't really occur, especially when you have the Oracle and the Void, both heroes that can deal with the type of damage that this offlane brings. But yeah, props to Chicken Fighters finding that. And now that Fishman's level 4, this probably won't happen again because he does have that point in Fate's Edict to deal with the type of damage that Chicken Fighters bring.
I'll see mid bringing in
everyone.
Yeah, both supports here. Tano's going to be there to back up at Xantic. It's a hard move for Chicken Fighters to make. They do have 6 on Supreme. So if they really want to go for this, though, the ward's down. I think this is a very difficult place for Chicken Fighters to get aggressive onto Xantic.
You can also see Fishman moving into the mid lane as well. They want to use this catapult wave. They want to apply pressure to mid. And it's a nice read from Chicken Fighters to bring heroes to the lane. But it's all about if Xantic oversteps his mark and gets a little bit too aggressive.
Oh, let's see it. Supreme just gets blown up there by the two of them.
He was the one too aggressive.
Yeah, steps up, and they've got the control of the root and the burst from Xantic. They're going to be able to pick up Error as well. Double kill for Xantic. As you say, now Into the Breach very much ready to focus this mid lane. Chicken Fighters, they try and bring some backup in to prepare for this timing, but they end up just losing 2 of their lives to this.
Yeah, their supports are a little bit under-leveled here, mainly Zibe on the Snapfire being level 2. He died once in lane to the neutral creeps as well. But SD Snapfire aren't really providing you the biggest kind of counter-gank potential. They might save you with a defensive cookie or disruption, but they're not threatening the kill. So it was really surprising seeing them run into the river behind the Void Spirit, actively looking for a fight. Like, they just don't have the damage. Into the Breach capitalize on that.
Oh, well, this Supreme actually coming back into the game. He's not even going to return to that mid area. Trying to pick up some action down on the bottom. It's going to leave the mid vulnerable to being pressured a little bit. Big stacks here by Error.
So this will be farmed up by the Spectre once he gets his Blade Mail. You know, this is what SD thrives in. It's playing a lane, keeping the offlane alive, but making so many stacks to farm. Spectre can't farm them too quick. And luckily for Chicken Fighters, there isn't a clean hero on Into Breach that's going to run in and quickly farm it as well. Like, there isn't that ancient stack farmer.
And at this point for Chicken Fighters, they've got to let this happen. They can't really do anything about this tier 1 tower going down. They've already lost this battle.
Yeah, they can't really do anything right now. They just lack the damage. Maybe if Snapfire can soak up some XP in the lane and get 6, you can do that. But mid tower falling, bot lane as well, already, you know, half HP. So you're going to lose 2 tier 1 towers before 10 minutes at this rate from Chicken Fighters. And already an aggressive ward from in the Radiant jungle from them as well. So this is going to be a lot of pressure coming out their side. And why we have seen Spectre not really win in the upper division at least, because of that execution, non-stop applying that pressure.
We'll see, Supreme is able to find the jump in onto Fishman. They have got the damage. Chrono's going to come out for Doug. Only ended up catching the Shadow Demon. He's actually going to turn away from the Shadow Demon because he's going to look to run down Supreme with the time dilation on Supreme. One more hit will do it. They'll get the kill. They bring down the Void Spirit over to the side. Chessie coming in with the counterplay. Drops the arena. He's caught Xantic. Is it enough damage? It is. So they will find a second in return. Error getting double.
He tried to go for the deny as well. with the Pugna healing up the Tiny. If he can do that long enough, then he'll actually deny himself. But very close, very close. Yeah, the amount of pressure on the map right now. This is 2K lead at 8 minutes. Product of, yeah, just no damage. Playing pretty well. The last time that Into the Breach and Chicken Fighters met, it's pretty much the same storyline. Chicken Fighters had a little bit of greed in the draft, and they just didn't have the space on the map. I remember it was Into the Breach had a Medusa, Chicken Fighters had an Alchemist. You'd expect the Alchemist to have farm, but no, the way that they played aggressively into jungle shut down the access to certain counters. It prevented Charlie ever really getting to a point of entering the game. And we're kind of seeing that here again. Look at the minimap. Everyone's flooding to the bot.
Supreme's he's got to get out of here. There's a lot of them heading his way. As he's just, having a bit of a tough game now, falling rather behind that of Zantic with these early movements into the breach he's been able to make with their Pugna. I think the timings that their lineup needs, really stepping up the pressure against Chicken Fighters. So we'll see. Yeah, over towards the mid, Tanner. He's able to set up, get the catch onto Jibbe. Just another kill here for Into the Breach as they just sweep across the map and keep themselves firmly on the side of Chicken Fighters half.
Yeah, really nice stuff happening right now because they've identified it's better to play into mid and to bot and apply just general map pressure than to keep trying to chase a Spectre. Because if you're throwing your heads into this high ground area, that's where Mars, SD, they thrive. But if you play off of pickoffs and kind of splitting the entire map open, there's no way that Chicken Fighters can take every single fight. The lineup's a little bit too slow paced.
They got enough burst with the root. They do. It's Supreme dead again.
The discipline from Fishman there. He could have very easily stole that kill. He could have nabbed that one for himself.
And then that was pretty reserved from him as well, as it was close. It was like maybe he would have actually had a chance to get out. You know, it wasn't like it was a surefire kill for the life drain.
I wanted him to get out so I could just be like, yo, Fishman chief, as a support player, just take the kill. Yeah, exactly.
But understanding that just enough damage would be there with the drain from Zantic.
Top tower is under attack.
7-3 lead. They're really hitting this timing. Chrono's going to be back in a few seconds. Chessie, he's got the setup, but there is the save coming in. Tanner's going to be okay. Jibbe tries to come in with the cookie over onto Fishman. Fishman is able to get the false promise off on himself. Should still be dead. Dog's going to jump over the side. He's got the Chrono, locks down the two of them. He's called both supports. Says Jibbe and Era being found as they'll bring down the two of them. The rest of Chicken Fighters just having to get the hell out of it.
Chicken Fighters trying to take over their own jungle and just alleviate the pressure from the Spectre there. And you can see this is how hard it is to play Mars in this game, because if you're not locking down that Oracle, you're going to have those defensive saves come in. And even with the Pugna to some degree, like, it's actually such a hard Mars game. You have the life drain, you have the Oracle spells, even Tiny can reinitiate on the backlines, preventing SD to help. So it's all about the big jump. And it's so hard with Spectre in your draft. You need, like, Blade Mail, Manta +1, and that's when they're going to be happy. Yeah, like, look at the net worth.
Yeah,
right
the
now.
3 cores, all 3 cores of Chicken Fighters. Just a decent step behind that Into the Breach is already Chessie getting tossed in. They have got the quick kisses going. Thug getting low, but with the time keys fine. Fishman, he'll be the one to fall here and see it and look to maybe try and turn Tanner. Able to dodge the dissimilate as Charlie's trying to push on towards Zantic. So he can bring down the Pugna. Malik. He's got the Chakram out onto Chessie as Thug and Malik will bring down Chessie. They've lost to Zantic though, so Chicken Fighters able to get a couple of kills this time. Can they get the rest of them out of it? Malik chasing down Jibbe.
Where are the trees? We need some trees for you, Malik. There we go.
So, I mean, Chicken Fighters, they're getting some action that they are able to take down at Zantic, at least put a bit of a stop to Pugna. Also able to catch Tanner here on the escape, Supreme with the chase. So they will manage to come out on top here, getting 3 for the 2.
Yeah, this is really good from Chicken Fighters because when you're under this much pressure, it is easy to say just dodge the fight, we'll wait for the items, but they identify when Into the Breach is playing their hand too much. They are diving the tier 2, they don't have that clean damage, they don't have the Chrono available, so they bring it back around, they find some kills. It does put Spectre a little bit healthier position, but in terms of the grand scheme of the game right now, Into the Breach needs to make that mistake like 2 more times for it to become a difficult game for themselves. I don't think they'll be diving the tier 2s that quickly. Maybe Malik, he might be jumping in, yeah. There are so many more trees in the game. The hidden buff to Timbersaw. You can't miss a Timber Chain.
That's true.
You can just close your eyes and you'll find something.
Malik been doing very well so far. 2-0-1.
Is under attack.
Yeah, to die.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Chicken Fighters still on the prowl, looking for action. Chessie trying to get his Blink Dagger done. 1400 in right now.
Like, it looks like this is just into the breach's jungle at this point. They've played here for the last like 5 minutes. The sea of sentries, the observers, there is no way for Chicken Fighters to move in there unless they have Haunt. We've seen them make one successful play, but again, they're locked into when is Arena available, when is Mortimer Kisses available.
Time is money.
Chessie going for the Blink Dagger, jumping the back line. That's key. I think the best way Chicken Fighters can fight right now is using that Haunt as just a vision tool. Don't use it to get in to find the kills. Just unlock the fight for your team. Allow Void Spirit, allow Mars to find that perfect initiation, layering it with the Mortimer's Kisses, whilst also trying to dodge the threat of the Timbersaw. It's a difficult one for sure. But it could be worse. The saving grace, I guess, is Into Breach doesn't quickly take Roshan. In these types of games, having an element of rush control can be devastating. And there is no hero that can buy Solar Crest quite easily on Into the Breach. So they will be simply looking for win big team fight, and then we'll start tickling Roshan, maybe with Void just clicking it down. But yeah, there's not going to be an easy way of, bam, let's steal it, and then also apply the continuous pressure that they have right now.
Well, they are doing a good job of holding their towers. We saw up there as well. Chicken Fighters, even with the time spent up there on the top half, still not quite able to find that first tier 1 tower for themselves. As Supreme, jumps straight into Tanner. He's got another Dissimulate. He's into the trees, but Tanner still sees him. They're able to line up another blast as Supreme goes down again. Just good positioning from Into the Breach. Tanner knowing exactly where Supreme would be jumping over to.
Dire's middle tower is
These are
under
the type of
attack.
series that can really prove if teams are going to be like the contenders for lower division. Because the way that Chicken Fighters play, they just drop down from upper division, but they feel like they play to the level of their opponents. Like, unlike a Viking, where it's like they have their own identity, it feels like Chicken Fighters, they're happily to go fight to fight with Into the Breach. And you'd hope to not expect that from a team that looks like they should be in a different kind of tier to this team. But yeah, Into the Breach is proving, as the underdogs, that with a bit of pressure, a bit of kind of strategic planning, they can hold the game pretty well.
They found Charlie. They've got the setup. They throw back the Spectre. Charlie in trouble. He's gone.
So much damage. The Decrypt, Oracle, Tiny, it's going to explode.
Let's see if they can try and catch more here, potentially. Malik. He's over towards Jibbe. Chakram in, not quite enough damage though. Jibbe will live, but still with Charlie gone, that's a big hit here to Chicken Fighters. Now, one of their factors that they're relying on to turn this game around is this sort of the build-up slowly up the Spectre's farm, and with him off the map, Into the Breach only able to just freely continue to put this pressure on and make it much harder, and it's going to take a much longer time for Chicken Fighters to quite get this game to a point where they're able to fight back, and they have a Spectre that's not afraid to turn up to the fight.
Yeah, Chicken Fighters, they need to start sending some heroes to the other side of the river. Arena, okay, they have one still.
Yeah, but Thug's around, and he's got a Chrono, so Chicken Fighters have got to be careful.
They're running. Yep, this is not a fight anymore.
Chessie's very dead. Supreme.
He has one step available.
He's got to stimulate in a second. Actually going to opt for the TP. If they've got anything to cancel it, they don't.
No.
So Supreme this time is able to make it away. I know it's just the fact that they are having to just run from Into the Breach, and they're still losing heroes. They're losing fights.
And look at it instantly. Charlie shows in the lane. Tanner's just there, poking and prodding. And that's how it's been played so far. You have to feel bad for Charlie. He is the carry, but where does he farm? He hasn't had access to his bottom jungle for the last like 7 minutes. In top, there's now no wards. Like, there is only one aggressive ward two aggressive wards on the map right now for Radiant. This vision, unfortunately, it does nothing for you.
Sure, you're not making plays over there. Well, because Into the Breaches, they're just never there.
Yeah, they're never there. This is the type of vision that you place if your Void Spirit or your Mars is deep, kind of skipping waves behind the tier 2s, just trying to apply pressure of you can't lose any towers yourself. But they're not playing like that. They're playing huddled around their Spectre. So it's the doubling fact that you have no split push going on, you have aggressive vision. It just allows Into the Breach to abuse that with their kind of sweeping motion from top side to bot side, non-stop pressuring whoever gets killed. And this is where Aero will start using this ward, but he's just farming himself.
Yeah, did manage to snipe the courier from Tanner, so that would be the Blink Dagger from Tiny put on the side for a little bit.
That'd be a bit annoying. Like, Charlie's like, can I enter the jungle? No, get out of our jungle. Go stand in your base.
Where does he go? Yeah, where does he hit the creeps?
This is very rough.
It's not easy. And you can see as well, trying to itemize so we can have some sort of aggressive impact in the fight. It's getting the defusal after the blade mail.
I mean, like, they have to win a fight in the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, this game will just be you know, push out the lanes, go straight towards Roshan, get an Aegis and Void, and now you have a Horn into a Void with an Aegis. It's going to be an unwinnable fight. So yeah, Charlie has identified this.
Oh, he's found him, Tanner.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, just another annoyance here for Chesty. His TP's cancelled.
The best thing is they have no scan, so they can't check if he's still there. So he's like, well, maybe I hit it. I don't know. Let's keep playing. And now poor Chesty's going to be like, oh no, I'm going to run back to base, guys.
Tanner's going to be able to catch the creep wave.
Tanner's still looking. He's still looking. No, he's not. All right. No, he's not. I thought Tanner had the, you know, the spidey senses. Oh, yes. All right.
I got the creep wave.
All right.
Just the creep wave.
He's got no TP.
It is still just Tanner here, though.
He's got Avalanche to hold. Ooh.
Awesome jukes here from Chesty. Now, but Tanner's doing a good job of staying on target. And now Zantig's here. As Chesty looking pretty dead.
Yeah.
He got the creep wave, but loses his life, and the time spent that he's dancing around there, new creep wave is coming through.
And he did alleviate some pressure. Charlie, he got one camp.
Indeed, he's able to get in his jungle.
That's one more than zero. That's a lot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's something for the Spectre here as Chicken Fighters. They've found a bit of a
This mini-map's amazing. Like, the Dire heroes feel like they're Radiant heroes right now where they're playing, and then they just completely swap sides. Like, all right, guys, we're not going to play our own side anymore. And this is the point of the game where I'd love to see Into the Breach with one super defensive ward to scout out these types of plays. Watch Charlie aggressively farm your own jungle, and then you can suddenly have a TP back into a kill, and then run across the map to apply pressure. Or they can just ignore it, go Roshan, and just keep playing on the Radiant side. But it's good to see Chicken Fighters kind of make this move, and now they're using their vision that they had placed much better than before, where they're kind of playing into this darkness without any of their own vision. Diffusal available now. They're gonna try.
I see.
The make or break.
So they're gonna do with this Diffusal. He's fighting into all available ultimates from Into the Breach. Of course, Thug just it's been chilling, holding on to that chrono for when it's most needed.
You have to kill Oracle at the start of this fight. You need to be able to do a big wraparound, but look at the positioning of Into the Breach. Tanner's kind of tanking up this high ground area. You got Fishman super far behind, connecting to both the lanes. Tanner, there you go, blinking.
Not Tanner. He's going to be safe by the false promise. Chesty will get the arena down. They've been able to take out Oracle now because they look for more here. They're over to start getting pushed back by Tanner and Malik. They got the chrono down. He's caught the three of them. Thug is able to drop a beautiful chrono. The bashes are coming out onto Charlie. They do try and take down Thug, but Thug's going to be fine. He's able to continue to beat into the Spectre. Chesty having to run up to the side of Zantic. He's got the damage to Decrepify into the drain. It's 5 dead on Chicken Fighters as Into the Breach. I mean, this game one, they're making it look pretty easy.
It's
All
beautiful.
3 cores have just had a great game, full map control, and I mean, is it the draft? I mean, Chicken Fighters are just, they're really struggling here in this game one.
Yeah, I think it is a product of the draft. Chicken Fighters, they didn't really have laning pressure. We spoke about it at the start. It's like, what can they do? And Into the Breach, they have kind of advantageous lanes in all 3. They have this map pressure, so I just love the way that they've played it.
Yeah.
Play strong lanes, play into Atlantic in the mid lane, prevent the Void Spirit from being active. And then you see Chicken Fighters, they tried to be ambitious with the smoke, but the positioning of Into the Breach, you got Tanner tanking up the smoke. Fishman so far back, he can never be caught. He has that blink dagger, instantly saving him, unlocking the fight, and then of course the 3-man chrono. We didn't kill all 3 in the chrono, but it was enough to look kind of cool. But yeah, just the start of this fight is beautiful, where you have the sacrificial 4, he's about to go down, and then there you go. Fishman, you're now saved. Trades off his life for it. But at this point, the construct of the fight from Chicken Fighters is so disjointed. They're not able to jump on anyone. They try going onto the Pugner, but this 3-man chrono. Look at it! Ooh, didn't even catch him.
No, perfectly placed there by Thug.
I gotta say from Puppey though, he had one of his kisses the entire time, unfortunately. There wasn't that clean lockdown for him to feel confident enough to use it.
An error. Getting tossed back by Tanner. Another grab here for Into the Breach as they're now ready to bring in a second lane. And potentially just start knocking at the high ground again. Not really going to be too much that's available to stop them. 21-8, 13k lead at just 23 minutes in here Into the Breach.
Oh, the amount of push they have. The Tiny with the tree, you got the Timbersaw with the shard, the Pugner.
Supreme.
The toss into Bash because of course RNG exists. Yeah, there's no reason for Into the Breach to ever stop this.
No, they're getting away with this completely.
Yeah.
Charlie is trying to step in. And with the combo, Charlie nearly just straight up dies. He has to step right back. As that'll be the mid center rack's gone. Jibe is waiting from the back of the fight to maybe, you know, do some damage with the kisses, but he said it's so hard, so many ways for Into the Breach to jump him as soon as he reveals himself. Into the Breach don't care about heroes at this moment. They clean up the mid lane. They come straight down to the bottom lane. Chronosphere's back up. You know, good luck trying to take a fight into this. Doug's going to be ready to drop the Chrono.
They need to get the Oracle. That's key. But they're playing into an Aegis as well, so even if they kill the Oracle, they're going to try.
And they're coming in with a horde. Chesty, he's popped down the arena. He has managed to catch Tanner, at least. The kisses, though, they're kind of missing completely. As Tanner's actually going to live. Even though they had the catch there wasn't a follow-up damage on target, as nobody's died on Into the Breach. They've brought down Chesty. Again, they bring down two more. Aaron Jibe buy back. The Chrono comes out from Doug. He's caught the two cores. He's caught Charlie. He's caught Supreme. Charlie goes down. A third buyback coming out. Finally, they'll be able to kill at least a Zantic, but they're losing so many casualties here on Chicken Fighters for their efforts. Doug is getting low. Can they actually even finish him off? As Doug, he's fine. Aegis is there. He's ready for a second round of it. They've come in with, what, 5 buybacks here from Chicken Fighters. A dieback on Jibe. Malik still just full HP. They've got to run. It doesn't matter. These buybacks are doing nothing here from Chicken Fighters. They're too far behind. The game's over. GG is called. As Into the Breach here, game 1. I mean, it was a straight up stop. There was nothing going the way of Chicken Fighters this game. Into the Breach just have full control of the whole game from start to finish.
Yeah, just no damage. Yeah, great performance from Into the Breach. They've come in here a little bit as the underdogs. Yeah. They proved game 1 that they can rival up against them. So the last time they played, they did beat them. That might be something. The pacing from Into the Breach, it is what makes or breaks them. Some series, they are incredibly fast and they win outright, and then they do that again in game 2, and then that's when they get punished. So I hope to see that they've got a plan going to game 2. You know, they're UK lads. We're UK lads too. You know, we should technically be biased here. We're not that. We've toned it down for game 1.
like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. Bring it back now. Bring it back now. Bring it back now.
And Centaur Stampede units aren't just running in and out of fights.
They might need like a
10
DK,
seconds
man. I don't
remaining.
know, something that just pops
Yeah.
stun, takes
5
towers. They don't really have
seconds
any of that. They don't have any stuns. They don't have any tower taking on the side of Into the Breach.
Azantic Darkseer.
Mid Dark Willow called it.
No,
It's Tanner as the
Tanner's Willow is
Oh
4.
man, yeah, Tanner's gonna be playing mid this time.
Yeah, they're gonna do 4 Darkseer.
Yeah,
I see.
But Zantic is not going to be in the mid lane
They've
They're
swapped
moving
it up for this
Zantic to
moment.
support-
just to prove Caps.
Why? Why are they doing this?
I'm almost surprised Morph's not going mid here. I think Troll in lane matches up much better against Axe Willow than Morphling does. I think Morphling is kind of vulnerable to getting bullied around in the bottom lane. Doesn't have a reliable CS securing level 1, so Battle Hunger into the Bramble could cause some serious momentum issues in the bottom lane. They're Radiant.
Do you at level 2 get Adaptive Strike just so you have like a new?
Yeah, I think you have to take it, but then you might just get chased down too. I just think Troll would do much better in that lane, and Morphling would free farm against Darkseer mid. I think they'll both do well against Darkseer mid, but this one's a weird one. I like the Axe pick, to be honest. You know what? I think they might have too greedy of a draft on Chicken Fighters. I think Axe might be able to carry this game.
And is Into the Breach able to set a high tempo here again with these lanes then?
I think the Morph's going to struggle. If Morphling gets off to a good lane, I'll take Chicken Fighters, but I think he's going to struggle a bit, and we're going to see a similar story to last game.
Chicken Fighters did not take the tempo of this game whatsoever. They went against my advice entirely. And that's
Means
probably...
he hates you and will never...
No, it's probably for the best. I think they're going to win.
Okay.
All right, well, let's find out what's going to happen here in this game 2. We're heading over to ODPixel and Tiga.
Prepare for battle.
Thank you very much. Yes, an interesting draft really from both teams, T. So we have, of course, Chicken Fighters going pretty greatly. It's like a couple of carries, a Troll and a Morph. And then over on the side of Into the Breach, we do have an Azantic Darkseer.
I don't know what to say there, Owen. Yeah.
Not something that you've seen before from the lads? Or?
Yeah, so I know Azantic pretty well. We played in some UK tournaments together. You know, he's very specific with the heroes he plays. He doesn't really venture out to new heroes. And I can confirm, this is not a hero he plays. I have not seen him play it in pubs. Like, maybe it's a scrim thing, but this is very much like in the moment. They're game 2, they're up. It feels like they're just trying something new with the need to flex the Darkseer away from that lane. As soon as they see that Morphling pick, they're like, wow, yeah, our draft is not going to deal with this. So it feels more like a in the moment thing rather than a kind of strategical, like, haha, this is a strat that we run. But it does allow for them to have a good pace to the game. Darkseer in mid, he's going to be able to farm up, utilize jungle. Sure. When you have an Axe and Lifestealer running at you, the weakness of these two heroes is they lack that extra bit of damage to truly run into jungle and pressure. That's what Darkseer unlocks with these type of lineups. So they do have a way to play into their draft, but it is very quirky, it is very clunky, and they're going to have to be able to have a high level execution, just like in game 1.
And I mean, do you think there's that much value as well to forcing and slipping in an Axe as that last pick when you are against the Troll, just to make sure that the Troll has obviously a pretty nasty time throughout the game, right? That the Culling Blade is quite an issue for the Troll to fight into at many stages of the game.
Well, it's the same thing as game 1, right, for Chicken Fighters. They don't really have that early damage for the game. They need to be able to scale. And Axe is a hero where, with the correct position 4, he's such a potent laner, and I think he's going to have a free game, utilize that Vanguard, start skipping towers, that constant front line to unlock the rest of his team to play. So I think it's going to be a very good Axe game. And I like the fact that they were able to find a way to get it into the game, because if they just went for a generic Darkseer off lane, Azantic plays some Lina or some Tiny or some Ember Spirit, this game would have been so difficult to truly win all the lanes to give themselves momentum. So again, Into the Breach, they want to play strong lane and forwardly move into that map.
Sure. And having it this way around is better. Like, there couldn't have been a world where if they really wanted the Axe in, they have the Axe mid and still run the Darkseer in the offlane, or is it just you don't feel good running a Darkseer into a Morph lane?
Yeah, you just don't feel, especially if you don't have a melee position 4. I think it's a product of this opening, right? Like, I really didn't like how Into the Breach approached this draft. Opening with a Darkseer and a Willow, it's like you've already accepted that you're not going to have pressure on the offlane. So it's kind of like they're fixing problems to how they approach this draft. But if they can perform with it, oh, this is so obnoxious from Era. And Zantic knows as well.
Coming up in
take away the Iron Shell. Yeah, that's pretty annoying, but yeah, he can at least utilize jungle with the shell, quickly going to get the bottle out. This is the type of draft that Chicken Fighters, if they can get over that hurdle of that early aggression like Into the Breach had before, they're going to outscale so easily. There's going to be no clean lockdown for a Morphling for a Troll. This is going to be emulating that OG series last night where you had the Anti-Mage, the Troll, early pressure from Hellbear smashes, the game looked pretty close, but eventually it gets over that boiling point where suddenly this this troll plus other core, I mean, it's just too hard to deal with.
Yeah, anywhere past 30 minutes, it does feel like that. As you said, if they're not like 10k behind or more into the breach, you're going to really struggle. You know, having just this sort of solo core lifesteal against a troll and a morph, if these two heroes are able to get items, sounds pretty miserable.
Yeah, the trade-off for this mid situation is troll's going to absolutely free farm. Atlantic is naturally going to be going towards the jungle, trying to pull creep waves if possible. The Supreme, a hero that we want to have scaling quite early, he's going to have the freest of times.
Yeah, he's going to get that solo XP, of course, be in the mid. And absolutely, you're going to see a quick start for Supreme.
The
Down
value
the bottom
of this
lane.
wall, though, Owen.
The wall.
The Darkseer wall, you hit the Morphling and the Troll. Maybe that was their play all along.
Sure, you're getting 2 carries there. That's true, that's true.
Gotcha.
I see him at bottom, you know, Morphic, but he's doing fine down here. Charlie, 10 for 6 against the 7 for 2. So laning nicely against the Axe. And even being able to be left on his own. They're going to be able to head up and find the Axe's courier too. Zibe takes that away, hiding around by the secret shop.
Oh, I love Zibe's positioning here, just kind of aggressively farming this jungle, preventing Darkseer maybe eventually getting some stacks off, but also if he really wanted to, he could poke his head around the corner and apply pressure, but no, instead he's just going to run back to the lane and help out his Morphling, who is very much under tower, pretty sad right now.
And to sort of play at the pace that they want is... Like, when you're playing the Darkseer in the mid, are you doing anything different with your build? I mean, are you also building auras, or is there some sort of... I mean, I guess the Axe Rush is still going to be first on the menu, right?
Yeah, realistically, I think that Axe is the main thing here. We could be seeing a casual Helmet Dominator to give them something else to play with, so relying less on the Axe to be the front line, but you just send in the creep with the shell. But Axe is going to be so critical. Put it onto your Lifestealer, put it onto your Axe. You're going to have a triple shell because all your cores are melee. So whoever they jump on should be kind of just blowing up this shell damage. So yeah, Axe is critical. Helmet Dominator is situational, depending if they really need to have that extra kind of vehicle to get into the fight. But it's going to be a lot less map pressure, though, from the supports this game. The previous game was all about how they kind of came to mid and unlocked it. When you have Warlock, very much a stack puller. He doesn't really want to make things happen. And for Tanner in bot lane, he can never leave this Axe alone because of this Ench threat and the pressure that she applies. A lot more kind of static lanes from this one. Most likely no kills either.
And that's
just a farm fest, mate.
Which has got to definitely favour Chicken Fighters. You should say Supreme, 30 and 13 in the mid lane. He's having a flawless start. No pressure on him whatsoever. Gonna be a complete free farm troll.
Era just wants to mana burn Atlantic so much right now.
You see Malik and Tanner?
Oh, there he is. He dies. Just like the previous game, unfortunately for Zibe, he does step up now and again on these supports and just gets picked off.
Yeah, did die, yeah. Just a couple of times in the laning stage last time round. And this time, again, into the breach, finding that first blood. I mean, and as you say, the supports are hard for them to make a move around mid. I mean, what do you do about Supreme getting this free farm if you're into the breach? Is there just nothing you could do to make a play around the mid lane at all?
Not really, yeah. You're going to have to... You can either just bring all your supports mid plus Tanner... plus Atlantic and just try and annoy him from farming, like they're doing right now. Just kind of like poking and prodding. But into a troll, they just don't have that clean damage to kill him. I think the best play they can make is bait out the troll ult, make him come towards the tower, and then suddenly you root him up, and that's where your kill is.
Oh, Malik. He might just be dead here. He's going to get back in range.
Oh, is he going to have to juke?
Oh.
Bonus. Oh,
okay. Very nice. Yeah, Malik. Very, very cutely done there.
Oh, there's another creep wave, though.
Right, Tanner's here with the backup. Jibe can't continue to look for Malik.
Greed from Malik.
He's still hanging around.
What a lad.
He's ready to run back in. Get the battle anchor off. Charge him down. Malik will die. Jibe, he should die the Shadow Realm here. As indeed, Tanner will be able to get the kill. Goes for the TP out, but they've got the TP cancel there. Charlie in with a stun. Able to pick up a couple of kills. So now another lane, no mid lane. Supreme getting free farm. Bottom lane, Charlie getting kills. Getting 2 kills there on the Morphling.
Yeah, that wasn't worth it for the Axe for sure. It looked very good. It looked very, very manly, very Axe, but yeah, no, Charlie having a much better start to the game than like before. He has the Morbid Mask, he has a Wraith Band, he's going to be able to thrive under tower. Bringing both supports bottom. I like this play here because Malik's aggression, they identify that, instantly bring the Nyx down here as well. He TP's back in after respawn, kill him again, he won't have a game. Yeah, Malik completely overstepping his positioning here. A little bit too much confidence. He's not playing Timbersaw. He's not that tanky.
Oh, they're definitely getting away with these lane setups here, Chicken Fighters. There's both Troll and Morphling having very good starts to this game.
Top net worth for both of them. Xantic only at 2.9k net worth, not really able to unlock the jungle that much. Any stacking going on? Don't think there has. No, there really hasn't been much stacking either.
I mean, when does sort of Into the Breach hit the timing where they are going to be ready to start running at Chicken Fighters?
We're going to be looking at the armlet on Lifestealer, and then most likely like Vanguard Blink on Axe. So then you can just really pivot around the initiation.
Well, nice done here from Era. Still be in trouble though, Tanner. Do you want to chase on for this? He doesn't. Supreme's heading over as well. Into the Breach has got to be careful. In fact, Tanner probably dead here. Supreme able to get him with the slow. So another kill. Yeah, Supreme now even getting a bit of early action, and we'll see the build here as well from him on the mid troll, just rushing the Aghanims this game. So he's got something to remove all the debuffs on himself, and of course to take away that Into the Breach is going to have due to his darks here. Lots of things to dispel with the axes.
Currently, this series is all about just the support duo and how they unlock the game for their team. Just in this one, Enchantress Nyx, the pressure in the side lane, rotating, killing Axe on that second respawn, then moving into mid. It's so hard for Into the Breach to really make a play, but like you said beforehand, it's that team timing that we're looking for. It's going to be that Lifestealer with the armlet, Darkseid with the Axe with the blink. That will be when they really hit a spike. But how the game's going so far, Morphling, they're going to be able to itemize to deal with this. Like Morphling, if you go straight for a Manta, he's going to have to disconnect himself from any of this engagement. Troll with the Axe will be very tanky. But we go for S and Y. Fair enough. Does any of the big Yasha items, and off he goes.
Yeah, this is... I mean, it's early days, but you look at the lineups, and this is going to be quite a challenge, I feel, for Into the Breach.
They're going to have to hit some big vacuum walls, steal the economy from the side of Chicken Fighters, and then maybe they can just blow up some heroes. Yeah, no camp stack from Into the Breach. That is such a necessity right now in how kind of Dota's played out.
Supreme is pretty deep here. Ball is going to be dropped down. Supreme, he's going to die for this one. I mean, he was...
Okay, yeah, just fed.
He was going super aggressive there, stepping all the way up towards the tier 2, trying to get aggressive onto the Warlock, but he was deep and on his own.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit of the Axe pick. Troll can't be too cocky, because if he ever does ult, you can still Culling Blade through that.
Culling Blade, just, it does make the game a bit of a nightmare for the Troll. You've got to be very preemptive on the battle chances. You just can't afford to wait until you're low HP.
Watch out, the Warlock and Dark Willow gank duo is running at the Centaur. All right, they're bringing Lifestealer.
They've got Thug, but there is a Stampede available for Chessie, and immediately Chessie, he's out.
Yeah. Centaur goes Zumi. Chessie's like, haha, nice gank.
Not a successful one, unfortunately, for Into the Breach. As Mid Supreme putting some good pressure onto the tier 1 tower, already half taken away. Finding himself halfway towards the Aghanims. Era wanted to scout out Malik. He's got Zibe here as well.
Charlie's posturing as well to join in.
They've definitely got the damage as they easily burst down Malik. Another kill for Charlie to get involved in. 2-0-2 already here on the safe lane Morphling.
It beautifully played around the catapult wave as well. You get the Axe kill, you fortify to keep your creeps alive, and this tower, it should just fall. Fishman and Tanner, they're trying to play like they did in game 1. They're trying to be this kind of active support duo, but it's so difficult when you're playing with the Warlock. He also doesn't really have mana. An issue with both Darkseid and Warlock, they're so mana hungry. It's hard when they're trying to enable their cores of farm up. They can't instantly then pivot to defend the tower as well. So they are struggling with kind of resource management to pick and choose a fight. Losing both mid and bot at minute 11.
Yeah, just Into the Breach, unable to do anything against this right now. Chicken Fighters getting away massively with this duo call that they've decided to run. I mean, to already be as far ahead as they are here, 11 minutes in. Gotta feel pretty scary for Into the Breach. And Handsken will get the setup onto Era. They'll put the Stampede, but Era's already locked down by the call from Malik. So a
Dire's
kill,
middle
but
tower is under
still
attack.
yet to see what Into the Breach is able to do about this troll, about this morph that are getting very out of hand.
I guess the key thing for Into Breach to look for. Oh, okay, that's a nice little rage at least. The key thing for them is they do have a better timing. Even if they're slightly behind, they can go to Roshan quite quickly. Warlock is going for the medallion, soon to be Solar Crest. You're going to have this Darkseid with an Aghanim's. Like, they have a really nice timing, where Chicken Fighters,
Radiant's
they're a little bit
middle
more
tower is
independent and
under attack.
fragmented with how they approach this game. It's how well is Supreme playing by himself, and it's propping up the cause. Whilst, like I said, Into Breach, they're aligning
Radiant's
themselves
top
for all
tower is
5,
under attack.
entering the same fight easily. So give it 4 or 5 minutes. We should be seeing some smokes coming out from Into the Breach, and that will be kind of the make or break point for them.
Sure.
Because if they can start punishing the greediness and the lack of team fight Chicken Fighters have, that's when a game can get quite snowbally. But still, it's going to be a very difficult road, because it's getting to that window of farming up, and they just need to accept that the game's a little bit hard right now and not try and overplay their hand.
See Fishman and Tanner heading up here. They have got Thug coming across. Chessie this time, Stampede still on cooldown for 12 seconds. Have they got the damage for him? Bringing in Thug. They do. Chessie's trying to chase down Tanner to bring him down with him, but he won't be able to get his hands on him. As Tanner's away, they bring down Chessie just in time before the Stampede's up. Bottom lane, Malik gets the call. Dunk a little early, though. Might not matter here, though, with the battle hunger ticking down. Jibe
He tried to deny himself.
Oh.
Smashing.
actually dropping the wall is to make sure they get the kill. So Santic, he will find it with the ult.
And I hadn't actually even checked on the life setter, but he wasn't going for an omelet at all. He went for the Maelstrom and then going for the Sange after. Much more aggressive build to play around that timing that I mentioned. I don't mind that at all. Also can keep up a farm a little bit. That's why he's second net worth, because he has this farming item. The Javelin. Oh, yeah, that's it. The Javelin as well to play into the Vanguard of the Centaur. Yeah, I actually prefer that a lot more. It's an adaptation because of what's becoming meta from the offlane.
We'll see. Aghanim's is now on its way out for Supreme, so.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, he's
is
going to be
under
hard to
attack.
kill. Most of Into the Breach's
Dire's
damage right now comes from
structures
these
are fortified.
easily dispellable spells. Oh, and then when they run in with the Iron Chill as well, he's just going to have to purge
coming
them
off,
all
yeah.
off. So
Yeah,
you're going to have to lock him down or take a fight away
Oh,
from him.
they get a good call to start things off. Malik's able to get the grab. Can they get him low enough for the dunk? No, he's out with the Stampede. Chessie able to come in with the save, get Supreme out of there. But the ultimate, they bring down the Warlock. They're trying to turn, but Chessie, he's not going to quite be able to finish off Thug here as Thug. And he's actually going to have the Centaur that he's inside being taken over there by Jibe. Chessie does manage to find Tanner. They bring down the 2 supports of Tantic. This gets burst here by Charlie, zipping in with the waveform and the adaptive strike. As Chicken Fighters, they'll come out on top. They try and make the jump there into the breach, but they could not quite kill Supreme in time.
So why now complete on Morphling? Yeah, that fight, they just weren't ready.
Oh, and
Catching
Thug. Trying to farm it. The golem comes down. They're in with the call. Oh, it's a big call as well. Malik gets the 3 of them. As they're able to bring them all, get at least the 2 of them, and the big one as well. Charlie going down. They're going to try and run down Chessie. Supreme is able to hold him back with a slow, but just like that there with the golem dropped. And Malik, he's not quite done yet. He's closed the gap onto Chessie. Hasn't quite got mana for the call, though. Chessie will be able to get into the trees and TP out. Will he actually? The root catches him. Malik has got the mana for the call now if he can get in range. But Chessie taking the sensible route and just continue to back off. So a rough fight to start things off there from Into the Breach, but they managed to turn it around a little bit with that counterplay from the 2 of them.
Yeah, Charlie just wasn't ready for that. He fully Agimorph when he walked up that high ground into the golem, then the call after. So yeah, great from Into the Breach, and that's where that play they just made. If they made that kind of group play with the Darkseid online, with the Warlock available, they could have maybe made it, but it was a little bit disconnected by the jumping without them. Then they kind of jump in after one by one, so a little bit sloppy from them. Chicken Fighters identifying that weakness and able to run them down. This is such a hard game where if they don't kill them within that lockdown, that initial burst, the Troll, the Morphling, these are cores that thrive in longer engagements, kiting out, resetting, and going again. But it's not all doom and gloom. Like, the fact that they got that recovery kill, it is so important. But they have to wait for next golem, group up, and they have to make a big play. They need to break down the map. They haven't taken a tier 1 tower yet. At 16 minutes, pretty devastating.
Still having Charlie sitting at the top of the board here as the morph.
Dire are
I
scanning.
mentioned earlier, not the best amounts of catch from, so it's a good morph game. It's in those timings.
Yeah, this Nit's Golem is going to be so important because they have the Solar Crest complete. They most likely will have Halberd complete on Lifestealer, Ags on Darkseer. So this is what I've been talking about for, you know, last 4 or 5 minutes. This is the timing that they hit. Their biggest, single most important timing in the game. Because that single smoke, if they lose that fight, it's going to be so hard for them to win. Compare that to, obviously, Chicken Fighters. Their cores are all building so independently. And they're the ones now pressuring without this Golem available. Slaying Willow into Nyx, it feels so hard.
Supreme and Era. They've got the catch onto Tana.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, really nice stuff. And now without the Golem this time that I mentioned, Chicken Fighters, okay, get a pick off, instantly go to Roshan, take away that potential Aegis threat. Because if they take that away, then what happens? We don't have a lot of stuns. How do you kill a troll twice?
I mean, they're
just going to go.
Are they? How quickly is it going down?
6, all right.
Yeah, they've got the full combo.
This is the big fight.
And Chicken Fires, they're taking it down pretty quickly, but the wall's dropped down.
He's hit no one though, hasn't he?
He's not managed to get the connection in. Alex going to get the call off to the side. As Chesty, he's in the stop,
from Era.
Oh, he can't get the ult off.
That was absolutely amazing from Era. His positioning to get that. Oh, that was...
They just couldn't get the team fight out at all. Just a wall and nothing to follow it up as, yeah, Chicken Fires. The two in there between Era and Chessie, those stuns, they just couldn't follow it up at all into the breach. The fight's a complete disaster, and now Aegis is in the hands of Charlie.
I was like 2 spells away from being such an even fight, and unfortunately not. Darkseer didn't use vacuum on his wall to get any of the illusions. He assumed that no one was in there. Yeah, we're going to see it here. So he drops down the wall, and there we go. But he doesn't actually cast his vacuum. He just cancels it straight up. And on the backside of the fight, you see Era just come in and hit. And he just stuns up. Oh no, it's Chessie. I said Era. I'm so sorry. It was Chessie. It was his stomp.
Everyone gets the jump.
Woof.
I mean, they're both ready for it.
Yeah.
Era's able to come in with the follow-up.
Yeah. All right. I retract everything I said about Era.
Replace it with Chess.
Yeah, replace it with Chessie. Thank you. We can edit that out in post. It's fine.
Now we go back on with the action now. Aegis
going again.
The next 4 minutes. I mean, they really want to use this team fight. They want to drop the golem. They know that with every minute passing, it's only going to get harder for the Malik. He's going to be off the mark with a jump. Era's fine. Or at least he's able to get his spells off. May still die here. They get the vacuum back. There's the combo. They get the golem down to 3 of them. Tana trying to get the fear out, but he's already gone. They'll lose Tana. Can into the breach get anything more? They've got the control onto Troll. Have they got the dunk in time? Malik, no, he's not got it up. It's still on cooldown, won't be able to finish off Supreme as Supreme's out of there. Charlie looking to chase down the 2 of them, turns into the axe to get the cool control onto Tharly. And on top of that, they're able to get a kill. They get Jibbe. So all things said and done, not the greatest of moves there for a Chicken Fighters that had the Aegis, as into the breach are able to shake them up a little bit.
Yeah, this is the type of fight where Chicken Fighters will realize, okay, we have to respect the team fight that they have, because if they can sync up and combo the wall or the golem together, we will just be falling. And they're going to be going, okay, mate, Chessie, you did such a great job outside Roshan. We need to do that again, maybe. Or Era, you know, you step it up, get a stun off, and we can maybe fight around that, because that aggressive move, unfortunately for them, they aren't really able to get anything. And Into the Breach will be so thankful that occurs, because, yeah, this could have been a really rough fight, but it just builds down. When you have more team fight, you always may have a way to get back into the game, because it just takes that one fight to pause the momentum of your opponent.
And do you like this build from Supreme going for the Eternal Shroud after his axe?
It's very Thompson-esque. You know, it's very, I want to be the front line. I want to be the damage soak. But with this type of game, I would have maybe preferred him being a little bit more, you know, Corey, because he's got the axe. He's able to take away all of the Darkseer spells. Why not let him also become a big threat? Because right now, the way he's itemizing, you can kind of ignore him to the side, drop everything on the Morphling, and then all the damage will be going. So yeah, I'd like to see him. He's going SMY, good shout, but SMY +1, then he's going to get into the game. So he has delayed his ability to kill heroes, but he's now very tanky for sure with the Shroud. A lot of the damage from Into the Breach is magical, of course, playing around the shells. He just doesn't want to buy BKB. That's it, Owen.
I think that's exactly what it is. And
that -1 second on the first juice, can't buy it anymore.
No. Yeah. And at least, you know, with the Shroud as well, it means that he's going to have mana guaranteed to throw out for the Dispel, say if he's ever caught low, as long as he's got enough to pop it, soak up the damage from the Iron Shells, you know, that's going to feed him with the mana required to then remove them and keep the fight going in his favor. So yeah, we'll guarantee him to always have the axes out to dispel things.
another smoke up from Into the Breach. Every time they have their golem, they're like, we gotta go. And I respect that hustle, but this time they cannot get stomped by Chessie if they want to win the fight. Luckily for Into the Breach here, they don't have, they're running into like no vision. Oh, what a beautiful scan from Radiant. That was for Charlie. He wanted to farm up that camp, but he said, you know what? Let's check first. Boom, goes red, runs away.
Chicken Fire's going to try and hit them with that knowledge of where they were swinging around into the breach.
Fishman, get up the high ground.
There's a bit of a spooky jump for Chicken Fighters to make, as Into the Breach have got the ults ready to go.
It's very spooky for both teams, because if you try and initiate on Into the Breach and miss one of your key spells, that's when the Troll, the Morphling, they'll thrive. They'll have that Stampede from the center and they'll run over the fight. And then on the flip side, if Chessie's the one initiating, suddenly you're not going to be able to cancel out some of the big team fight spells and kill them off before they use them. So yeah, even though it's 8k to Chicken Fighters, this fight is all about, this game so far is all about who makes the next jump. Because it's deceptive amount of damage that you have. Luckily, again, if you do want your Dire to be in the lead here, they're locked into levels, less sort of items. So this net worth disparity doesn't really show the true strength of the game right now. Especially when your Troll's not really buying damage items.
Montana, he senses the air is about. It's got the dust.
So many.
And out here, vacuum as well into another route. There's no escape for this man as He is going to go down. Set up here, Malik trying to get him with a jump. Close the gap onto Supreme. Supreme and Charlie, if they want to try and turn a fight, they do. Charlie, he's going to head straight over towards Fishman. Chessie in with the stun. Fishman is able to get the column off in time. Charlie now turns over towards the Danzig. The wall's been dropped down. Chessie's being focused and pushed back by Thug and the column. Chessie trying to run Thug. Is he able to finish him off? He's able to get the slow in
the bash.
As he will die. Chessie gets caught. A 2-for-1 here. Chicken Fighters, can they still fight with just the three of them? Thug, he's heading in first. Hit bash, it sets up onto Supreme. Supreme, of course, very tanky with the Eternal Shroud. Zibe, he's caught in the wall. I mean, Thug, Malik, and the Golem, they're just going to surround Zibe. Zibe getting bashed. He's going to slowly but surely die here. Get the Baltrons coming out from Supreme as he tries to fight into Malik, but Supreme, he's getting pretty low himself. He's got to run. Thug's in with the rage. He's going to be looking to chase down Supreme. Supreme, he's going to go down. Is Into the Breach. I mean, the fight is theirs. They're getting big kills. They're getting Supreme. Sure, Charlie's having to make it out of there. But again, this is some painful stuff here for Chicken Fighters, considering the lead that they have.
Yeah, it all starts with just picking off air at the very start of the fight. Yeah, amazing stuff. Thug the entire time, just clicking his way through. I don't know if we saw it, but Centaur running away. He was about to save himself from the lifestealer. He got the first hit back, saving, and then he instantly died.
I was coming in for a flashy three-man call, but he is on his own.
Oh yeah, so, very dead. All right, take it back. Right.
It looked pretty, but that was one of those moves where he sort of jumped in. He's saying team, and the team's like, dude, we're
pushing the tier 1.
We're miles away.
Yeah.
We're miles away.
Unfortunately, being pretty doesn't win you Dota.
No, as Malik just offers himself up, as that sort of settles the score a bit again and makes it kind of back into the same lead, the 7k advantage that Chicken Fighters did have before that last fight. I mean, the thing is as well for Chicken Fighters, do they ever really need to be up there? They have a Troll and a Morph that are both insanely farmed. Can they not just keep hitting creeps and take this as late as they want? Like, they're in a pretty comfortable position, right, with their draft. Or is the team fight always going to be a big threat to them from Into the Breach?
Yeah, I think it's simply that. They're just so scared to run into the big team fight, because what happens when you do get hit by a wall? This Morphling bought Skadi.
Okay.
You want to have a Skadi against Morphling. Now, if you give away the Skadi to your opponent, it's going to be so hard to play into. And that fight could have been so much worse, because Atlantic actually missed a vacuum onto the Morphling with the wall. So that could have just been a complete clean out. And yeah, they are just fully respecting the type of fight they have right now. They're going for an E-Blade. They're looking for, we need to actually get a pick off to start this fight. In the pure 5-on-5, it is so difficult to run up into these high ground areas and to truly control it. You can see Into Breach, they only play on their side of the river for the last like 5-6 minutes. They've allowed Chicken Fighters to have this false confidence of aggression running into team fight, and that is so scary. Look, Golem back up again. Will Into the Breach smoke once more?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, they have one on Tanner. They're going to just give it another go.
Is this unusual, or is this what Morphs are doing nowadays? Level 20, taking the strength talent over the waveform attacking targets.
I think in this game, he's very scared about that initial jump.
Okay.
It's the At's cool. It's the Golem. Other than that, he's going to be able to survive most. So I think it's very much a situation of, if I live, I can crush the fight. But I still think they should go for the attacks targets if they're able to actually play
Sure,
around
like you think this is definitely a
it's just
a
very
special situation here.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Is under attack.
that one is really
Radiant's
annoying to play
bottom
into.
tower is
Just
under
wait
attack.
for
You
them.
just, your supports just die.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Smoked up. This smoke is a little bit awkward though from into the breach because Roshan potentially respawning in a minute's time. Or no, it is respawning, sorry, in a minute's time. So they need to be able to win the fight in a window where if they do win it, they can go straight Roshan. Because if they take the fight, go even, that's where Chicken Fighters with Troll and Morphling can instantly just take that, especially with the Enchantress having the Soda Crest. Again, it's only a 7k lead, and it really doesn't feel like that. It's a very, very close game.
So you think any fight they get a vacuum wall golem combo out?
Yeah, exactly
it's just
that,
gonna
yeah.
be
Oh, he tried. Ambitious, Atlantic. Very ambitious.
fighting around this Roche timing. Very scary for both teams. A lost team fight here. You're going to be conceding the Roche. 20 seconds till it's up, and neither team likely to head in until the fight has been found.
Yeah, the amount of vision around this pit right now is so critical. Chicken Fighters have 3 wards, one outside the bottom side of the pit and on the high ground, and then Dire, they're hugging just a single ward here. So Into the Breach won't be trying to run into Roshan straight away, and that's why you see both teams posturing here, because other than this area, the map is in complete darkness. That's how important this objective is right now. Yeah, the vision for sure going the way of Chicken Fighters for this Roshan pit. Beautifully drawn on the minimap. Thank you very much. I love you too, Observer.
I've got the blade done on Charlie, so...
Oh, Chicken Fighters, they're just instantly going in for it. Yep.
I mean, into the breach, if they make the move in time, they're going to have to make the move quickly.
Mate, oh, okay, this was the pseudo check. That doesn't give vision, but if
dies.
they kill it, they know.
So you're saying they should have ignored the curry there?
Yeah, for
just
sure.
let it live?
Yeah, you shouldn't ever kill it. That's just an A-click situation where you keep spamming A-click and boom, accidentally get it.
Roche is very low now. And weren't able to finish
so
yet.
Grouped. All right, is Chessie wrapped around?
He's trying.
He is, he's looking.
He is up there. Well, Charlie's got a DD. They're got to be careful. This Morphling's got a DD, Thug.
Oh.
DD Morph's going to finish this Roche pretty quickly. They've got to commit something now if they want to do it. But Chessie, he's able to get it on the back line. 3-man stop, but he doesn't catch Fishman. The wall vacuums down. Malik's in with a cool catch. His Arrow. Arrow's going to go down. Chessie also getting very low. Battletron's coming out as Supreme's ready to charge straight in the midst of it all. They come up with a punch. The illusion of the Morph is beating down onto Charlie. Charlie silenced. He's getting low. Thug's trying to stand his ground. The bash comes out. Charlie is still alive. Finally falls. That's the Aegis gone.
Delusion, man.
It is, it's going to work it. Heading over towards Supreme. Now I'm going to back up a bit into the breach. They had to cut in with the 2 buybacks. Malik, he's got the call onto the 2 cores, and they got the damage to bring down Charlie. They hit him with the stun. Vacuum onto the 3 of them. Thug coming in with the damage. Chessie gets the who stop off, but Funk's able to step to the side, return back over towards Supreme, but Supreme is caught at Xanting. As the Darkseer goes down, Charlie and Supreme chasing again. Malik will get the call off, but they've lost Thug. Malik underneath the tower trying to get some sort of safety, but Chicken Fighters, they're going to continue to hunt him down. They'll find him in the trees. Another call comes out, but it doesn't matter. Malik will fall. The team wipe is there. As also to the side, Supreme was able to run down Tanner as they kill 7 kills in a row there. 2 diebacks involved in that attempted fight from Into the Breach, as Chicken Fighters just able to get a solid enough start. Chessie, again, just getting those hoof stomps off to really shake things up from the beginning and force Into the Breach's hand.
And this is why smokes is so important, because you see how Into the Breach, every time they had a golem, they had smoke. And for this important Roshan fight, they didn't have the smoke. They're all standing in vision. Chessie, he's playing on the top side of the fight, gets that big stomp off, and at this point, they're just throwing like Hail Mary spells. Like, okay guys, just throw him down here, let's see if we can get anything. But they haven't really connected on the important heroes. Malik instantly dying, and now they're trying to buy back and TPing into the outpost.
High ground.
Yeah. This is a free racks now for Chicken Fighters.
A fortunate DD rune as well for Charlie.
Very fortunate, yeah.
A perfect time to grab that for the
Blessed
Roche
be
for the
that
fight.
RNG, yep.
And mid-rack's gone without any potential from Into the Breach to push it back, and now they're down 20k
Just look at the mini map. Look at how many wards are outside Roshan for chicken fighters. They're like, yeah, we're gonna win this fight, guys. And yeah, wards win games.
That paid off.
Take a screenshot of this mini map, guys. If you ever want to take a fight at Roshan, this is like perfect.
And what is this? What is this for Supreme? Is this some sort of cocky stuff here?
No, this is
the Radiance. Is this some big brain stuff? What's the Radiance Troll gonna do?
This is just the Thompson build. Very questionable into the dark.
I mean,
though. They really are trying to give as many items away as possible. I think that's what they're going to try and do at the end of it.
Yeah, this is yeah.
Scardy,
I mean, as you
Radiance.
said, this is the meta now. Radiance Troll. That's what the pros are doing here.
Well, it's more like Thompson.
Yeah, I mean,
everyone else
well, now Supreme. It's still you got two of them on them.
That's true.
On the way to this build
You
now.
have to win the game first, you know. Yeah, actually, no. This is most likely going to be a win. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's 2 pros now doing it.
This is the way. I mean, Tanky, I mean, it's obviously already very hard to find to you.
If he's good, he'll just turn it off before he becomes gets
That's true.
to the wall.
Just got to be smart about how you walk into the wall with
Just
it.
got to be good. Chicken fighters now have to be very disciplined with how they siege. They need to approach it in a form of Morphling by himself, and then the supporting cast can help after that. Because right now, I don't see Morphling dying inside of the initial jump. Maybe in a perfect scenario where it's like an Ats call with Blade Mail, where Morphling's already pretty like agi morphed. That's the only way here. He has the E-Blade, he has the Stanic. He's playing like 3,500 HP. It's so hard to kill him.
Oh, look at what Chessie's been caught on the side. Wall down on Charlie, Stampede's out. Basher's well, they got enough damage to take down Chessie. Chessie getting low, so Shiba. Bring down Shiba very easy, and Chessie's gonna fall off to the side as well. Hit the 2 of them, Charlie. Gonna turn towards Malik. Malik's got the call, locking him down, but Charlie with the rage will continue to fight forward, take down Malik. Another punch comes out, another illusion. So he's gotta be a little careful now. There's more Thug staying on top of him. Silence comes out, he's gonna try and turn and fight back Charlie, but another bash is there for Thug. The root's out as well. Error from the low ground, able to get the stun in position. Supreme coming in with the ultimate onto Thug, but another bash Thug. He's got to step back and run. The Morph illusion is fighting back harder than Xantic. He's got to retreat here, Thug. He's to get the jump in. Error. He's closed the gap onto Xantic. Xantic popping the green, trying to get out with the surge, but Charlie's back in with the burst. Will take down the Darkseer.
This is what's happening now, because Xantic creates illusion of Morphling. Enchantress steals illusion of Morphling to then send it back at the enemy.
Yeah, it's having a big impact. A chop, they get the racks. And may lose Supreme here for this. They will. Is Supreme down for 90 seconds. So if they're able to do anything with that, did have to use 2 buybacks themselves there on both Fishman and Xantic. And of course, Chicken Fight is still getting the objective. Another melee racks taken away.
It's actually a 48k net worth lead to Chicken Fighters, because when Enchantress steals the illusion, just 2 of them.
I'd say, I mean, we're still here, as you said, Shiba. Able to get that assistance at least in the turnaround. Yeah, pretty much what
that was so clutch actually. As Enchantress is about to die, he then takes over the illusion.
He really did.
Which then results in killing off the Warlock at the tail end of the fight.
I think, yeah, that illusion pretty much survives for the full duration as well. Yeah. So just little things like that. Shiba just getting that play off before he dies, giving them that extra bit of firepower.
Look at Fish. What does Fishman do here? He uses Solar Crest. He's trying to whip himself out of it.
And then Tanner. Look how much damage that Shiba just did so much damage effectively in that fight.
Yeah, he wasn't even
so much. Yeah.
And another pause. So
I mean, how do you? I guess you got to kill the Enchantress.
Yeah.
You have to blow up the Enchantress. He gets the chance to get one of these illusions, and
which is something we haven't really mentioned yet because it hadn't been occurring. But now Zippy just realized, like, wait a second, guys, why are we so scared? So back and forth between the teams. We can now judge Charlie if he's gone too long.
Where's he gone?
I think he's gone to the toilet.
Oh, was it?
Well, he's gone too long, you know. It's like, Charlie.
Oh, he's got, well, the rules get 5 minutes, I believe. On the old pause timer. I'm sure he'll be back in time. Either way, he's dead for 80 seconds. Well, no, he's not, sorry. It's a pre-minute. 2 carries in the game.
They actually share hero control sometimes.
They do. He's back. And good to go. That's a little bit of a window here with Supreme dead for 70. See what Into the Breach can achieve with it. They don't have Golem up until Supreme's back in the game. So The team fight still a little lacking from that punch from Fishman.
You are very right though in the kind of how the fight construct is changing now. This Darkseid can't be all, you know, confident with his wall usage. He has to be able to, they need to locate the Enchantress, kill him off, then you should crush the fight with just the Morph Illusion alone, but it's about unlocking that because Zibe, it's just too easy for him to steal it over.
Yeah, you've got to find Zibe.
Hannah just checking if his ult works.
A lucky find.
We're going to have the Ags next, Jesse, making sure that he can beef up the team even
Radiant's
more.
bottom tower is under attack.
Making that much harder for Into the Breach to take them down during their team fight combos that they unleash.
The confidence that they're playing with right now, just because they have Troll Dead, it is somewhat commendable. But it's so critical, they have to play in their vision. Like every single fight that they've had right now, they've either been like slightly too late with a key spell, or they've just given away Aegis. I mean, that's kind of the story of the game so far. It's just their inability to truly contest Roshan with the amount of team fight they had. Now 2 times it's failed, so the next smoke they have in the tank, it needs to be unlocking Roshan. I don't want to see them just smoking up blindly for some empty kills, because it's not going to give them any real map presence compared to Chicken Fighters. When you have this 20k, 22k advantage, you can run around the map, do whatever you want, and eventually you'll always still be able to contest that Roshan because you'll have buyback advantage and these tier 2s to TP to.
There we go. They have the Radiance ready for the next fight. Well, yeah, interesting to see if he does, you know, Supreme try and toggle it around that wall being dropped. If not, definitely something else that will add to the firepower of Into the Breach in the team fights. See them go out with the smoke. As they know that they're still in a comfortable position with the advantage, and if they can get the jump on Into the Breach before they're able to put a team fight combo together, they'll have a pretty easy chance that Charlie and Supreme will be able to clean up. As they get the catch on Tana. Tana, has he got any way of getting himself out? He hasn't at all. Fishman tried TPing out in the middle of the lane.
Ambitious, very ambitious.
That's probably just game here. Both supports dead without buyback. Just like that. And he's gone as well. No buyback on him. That's it. That's the game. Unless Dogito and Malik are able to do anything incredible, I don't think. So it's pretty impossible.
They're trying here. Got the buyback. Okay. They're going to give it one last shot. Will they do it? Probably not, but wait, hold.
And they get the jump. They got the damage. They've lost Tana.
All right, now it's over there.
GG is called. So all coming crumbling to a very abrupt end there. But overall, not too surprising. Really, the lead Chicken Fighters have had this game, and the fact that they really did get away with this draft, having a bit of a greedy choice here with this Troll Morph. This is something that we sort of seen, Troll AM the other day.
Yep.
And it works out. Both heroes are able to have fantastic lane setups. We saw in the mid, Supreme having a dream time.
over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. Bring it back now. Bring it back now.
me and agreed with them for it. Because they were matched up against a Darkseer, so they knew there wasn't going to be pressure on them.
Okay.
So they could go greedy.
I really thought he was going to draft for the lane there. It is an okay lane matchup between Invoker and Ember. You can purge the shield, but a lot of Embers just opt to go like 1 or 2 points. Flame Guard has become a better value point skill. I'm not even going to try to predict this series. I think I'm just likely to jinx whoever I predict, and I don't want to do that to them, so.
Coward.
Do you think that that Malik has a better game this time around? Because I feel like both games that we've seen, it has been really revolving around him. The Timbersaw game 1, he popped off. Game 2, he had a really rough time on that Axe. Will he be doing better on the Tide?
Slane matchup is better, but Invoker does cause problems for you.
And you have an Enchantress 5 against Earth Spirit 4. I think his lane matchup's going to struggle because the PA will most likely go that early Orb of Corrosion with the Enchantress right clicks. I think Tide might have, like, Earth Spirit wants to play around mid, and somebody's gonna have to get sacked here.
My prediction is Tide has a perfectly fine lane, unless the Enchantress gets a Hellbear creep.
Okay.
Gets a Hellbear creep in like the first 2 minutes, then your lane maybe starts getting a bit hard. But I'm gonna go Chicken Fighters because I'm not a coward.
I will go with his prediction. So that either I'm right once or he's wrong once, one of the two.
Okay, well let's find out who's gonna win the third and deciding game here. We're gonna head over to ODPixel and T-Governor.
Nice indeed, everything on the line here for this game 3. See who is able to take the series between Chicken Fighters and Into the Breach. T, what do you make of this? You know, we're seeing, you know, the mids coming out as the last. You know, you're kind of expecting yourself to maybe see the Invoker come out from Into the Breach. They go with the Ember, leaves the Invoker in the pool for Chicken Fighters. How does this sort of close up the drafts for both teams?
I honestly would have loved to see the Invoker, like you said, on Into the Breach, just because of the alacrity enabling the aggression, and Tornado EMP. It does a lot of work against the style of game that Chicken Fighters go for, but instead they go for Atlantic, one of his best heroes. The panel was talking about what are his best heroes. It's Pugner, it's Kunkka, it's Timbersaw, and Ember. These are like kind of the top 4 for him. So yeah, for sure he's going to be in the comfort, and he's going to know the matchup into Invoker. The issue here, he can't really go for the Flame Guard because, of course, you know, Tornado, that would dispel that. So we're going to see a little bit more potentially an active style of Ember, going for the Slight, going for the chains, pushing out lanes quick enough, and then trying to pivot into the game. But this is a very, very close draft. Going into game 3, there isn't a clear kind of instant winner. You've got the Lifestealer that can buy evasion and armor to deal with the PA. You've got the Tidehunter that can also play well into the PA lane. But then you have the eventual scaling of PA deals with everyone else pretty well, can blow up the Ember, can blow up the Earth Spirit and the Grim. So yeah, this is going to be a close one.
Let's see. I mean, the last 2 games, the second game was a little longer, but neither of them were really, I would consider that close.
They were very one-sided, that's for sure.
Game 2 was pretty much confidently in Chicken Fighters' hands for the most part, and game 1 an absolute stomp by Into the Breach. So we'll see if we get something a little closer matched here with these lineups.
So Tanner, previously playing on NIP the last time he was truly in a pro team, he played mid lane. He now transitioned into the 4 role. He only played like a month of 4 when playing in the closed qualifiers. He's now got a couple more months under the belt before the group stage starts. So seeing him play Earth Spirit, quite a technical hero. It'll be interesting to see how well he's performing on this hero, because he's only really truly played the role for like 3-4 months now.
Sure. I mean, is this was he ever playing Earth Spirit mid in his mid days?
Not really, mate. No, he was one of those generic mids.
The SFs, the TAs.
Yeah, exactly. Cheeky mag when it's
you wouldn't expect, you don't think he did play it before he was moving into this position?
No, not at all. This could be make or break for his Earth Spirit pick. This team, after a game, if they lose, they'll be like, maybe we shouldn't. That's exactly what happened in the closed qualifiers. They were playing a lot of I think they tried playing some Willow and some Coddle, and they were like, maybe we shouldn't be picking at least the Coddle for a little bit of time.
I mean, we'll see. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what he can pull out. Obviously, had the confidence to say, you know, let's run them as.
UK Dota needs to win a game at some point, Owen. All right, this is the best chance they've got. Very evenly matched. They've beaten before. We might finally see UK Dota win a series in DPC.
We'll see. We'll see. I see this deal, so far it sounds like he did still take the Flame Guard level 1. Of course, knew that there was no threat of the Tornado at the first level. It's obviously impossible. At this point, though, it is going to be there. He just took the first point for that first wave, and then you don't put any more points in, or is there a chance he is actually still going to skill it here?
I think he might potentially. Again, I've not really seen Ember Invokers recently, but he might still skill it for the idea of play lane without it.
Sure.
and then he can retreat to jungle and still farm up. But yeah, now going for 2 point slight. As you said, it's just a casual point to play the initial wave, get that early XP advantage, and then he can still jungle a small camp with it pretty effectively. Any more points, I think he might be a bit upset when he does get tornadoed.
I'm looking at the side lane setups. Anybody going to have any struggles here in the laning stage?
I think it's all about the supports in these games. Like there's so many tanky heroes being picked in the patch right now that it's all about who can kind of poke and prod first. And Ziva getting the courier kill here as Tanner tries to pull the creeps over. So the ones who are most at risk, it's going to be this Fishman in the bot lane. If he ever steps up, gets Earth Spiked into Centaur Stomp, that could be a kill threat. And then if Tanner is out of position, might get daggered into an impetus down. But no one really dies anymore in the laning phase. It's not really that ruthless. Unless there's a 5-man smoke for the bounty rune, where you get a little bit of an advantage at first blood, no one really dies anymore.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel we've been seeing less tri lanes now?
Yeah, for sure. It's just very much 2-1-2.
And why is that? Is that something to do with the map change, or?
I think it's the heroes being picked. It's harder to leave a hero on an island. There are scenarios where when you get a Vanguard, you can do it, but starting purely with 2-1-2, it doesn't work out. Like we saw, I think OG series yesterday, Seb, he's playing this off-lane ET by himself.
Yeah.
He had like no CS, right? It was just an impossible game for him. And I think the way that we see people play right now, it's play strong lanes and then collapse the map like around a core timing. And having one core who's in recovery mode, that has this domino effect where everyone's now in recovery mode because you can't make that smoke play, you can't move aggressively. So static 2-1-2, it helps, unless you have this amazing matchup that you can play into. Really nice tornado from Supreme.
I mean, surely in situations like this for Xantic, it's never... why press the Flame Guard? I mean, I guess you force out the tornado?
He just wanted Supreme to be happy. But yeah, he shouldn't be pressing it realistically. If you wanted to try and make some 5-head scenario there, it's like I use Flame Guard to bait out an early tornado to then prevent the tornado being used on the roll coming in. But it was kind of synced up for the same timing, so that play wasn't really ever recurring.
So far, though, the farm continuing to be very close to the mid lane. As Supreme getting a nice dodge of the EMP, though, from Xantic, will avoid having his mana being taken away. Obviously, top lane, complete sort of share of CS. 25 for 5 against the 24 for 2. Over in the river, Xantic is going to try and chase down Gibet. Gibet, of course, also having a means to dispel, but that slight fist certainly hit hard. As 5 minutes in, finally getting the first blood, going the way of Xantic.
Yeah, the 3-point slight, you're going to rip through people. Oh, wow, even pressuring the Centaur to have to TP all the way back to base as well.
Managed to line up the 2-man stun and avoid them from being able to chase him down. Now we'll see what sort of... okay, again, Supreme, he has got the slight, and once more able to dodge it.
Both supports are here as well. You got Enchantress coming in, and then the Lion as well.
Verify. Ooh, a stun, not going to be enough damage. With the protection up.
Oh, Fishman though.
Xantic's fine. I mean, he was running straight in on them. Was he trying to get Supreme? Supreme wasn't even that low. What was he heading in for? Was he just desperately trying to push them away from diving?
Yeah,
for
exactly
the Amber?
Yeah, it was just maybe putting his ball, but I was so focused on the Lion coming in, I didn't really see
the scrim just.
Yeah. Whew.
Oh, now Tanner's come up.
Okay.
What's going on in the mid? The supports, they seem desperate to sort of give Supreme a bit of a chance here, just throwing their lives at him.
It's actually the big brain play. Supports kill mid, Malik tries to kill top. That's not going to happen though. No, I'm trying to get something out of nothing here. They're just feeding.
Yeah, that was...
But Atlantic lives.
Oh yeah, Flame Guard down the drain.
As UK Dota, talent, we can also then be critical of the UK Dota players. It's to write a passage within our scene.
He's nearly got his orb of corrosion. As we've seen, those slight hits definitely hurt. If you can make some early moves at Xantic or get some support back up around in the mid.
And this time into Breach, they do have really strong supports to play around a farmed core. Grimstroke, Earthroot, these are instrumental in early engagements going their way. and I'd love to see them group up like they did in previous series. Just run around the map together. Stop this Enchantress just freely farming your map. This is food right now, and that's what they've identified. But with no point in the chains,
yeah,
you can TP out whenever you want.
Well, that's true. Definitely one of the downsides there.
I think very focused though. Look at him.
And the farm, I mean, in that mid lane, really starting to amp up for Supreme. 44 and 10 on the Invoker. Top lane, Malik, of course, farming just as well as Charlie, but you know, they need to do something about this PA. They're going to look for the dive. Straight they go underneath the tower. TP's coming in. And got the Ravage. They'll use it. Tornado does come out. A nice attempt for Supreme to try and hold them off the PA, but Charlie will still fall as Into the Breach get the kill.
They might even try and go for Supreme too. They're looking. They got the vision. Okay, no, they're gonna calm down there a little bit, but yeah, very good moves from the support duo, pressuring that PA, stopping from having that kind of free time farming equally against the Tidehunter.
Supreme with the cold snap, trying to go for Fishman, but Zanti gets it with a wraparound. Slyfist brings down Jibbe pretty low, but Jibbe is able to back off. Tanner is also going to end up going down. The second round of the Slyfist does finish off Jibbe, and it will, by the looks of it, set up for them to take down Supreme as it's Zantic. There we go. Holds back and pops the slide to do it in style as Zantic will manage to get the cleanup. Double kill on the Ember.
Did Supreme cancel his Ghost Wall? Wasn't he invisible then? Oh, I can't remember.
Actually, it should have been. He wasn't invis before, so it would have been available, right?
Yeah.
Did he? Well, he invoked it, but he didn't head into it.
Yeah. Could have maybe lived there on like a couple HP, but either way. Thank you. This is exactly what I needed.
I mean, we're seeing the slight certainly hurts these squishier heroes. Zibbe doesn't stand a chance here, and just standing close enough for him to be able to land it onto the two of them.
He went into it and then he instantly cancelled it. Feels bad, man. Oh well. Sorry, Supreme. You got. Oh, look at slight smile though, not big smile. Don't get too happy, guys. It's only a couple early game kills.
Honestly,
good move.
I mean, yeah. You look at the net worth now, and thanks to those kills, Zantic, he's up there at the top, alongside that of Thug.
Yeah, the amount of pressure that you can apply with this mid Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
I think even though Centaur is a very strong hero right now, he doesn't apply this kind of map pressure that some kind of offlaners bring. I think Zibbe, he's doing a really good job at trying to force heroes to go on him and kind of ignore the PA. But it's when Into the Breach see through that, they just go, all right, why are we chasing this Bambi? Let's just run at the PA, kill him once. Invoke has that one bad TP top, doesn't save the PA. And then it creates this kind of chain effect of just non-stop aggression going into the jungle. You can leave this Centaur to do whatever he wants. It's all about kind of bringing the support to the fight. And Zantic, he's identified that. He's just killing heroes with his supports as well.
He's nice early moves here from Ember.
The rune of regeneration.
And a regen rune after all.
Yeah, see where he's going to look to head now. They've got a lot of them up here, top four. They're going to try and sweep into the jungle. They know there's a chance that Charlie's backing off to start hitting the neutral creeps.
And this is where Zibbe, the way that he was playing, he's warded for his own game. There's two deep wards on the Radiant side from Dire. This won't allow him defensively. Yeah, see? Oh, missed roll though.
They're able to get in range for the Ink Spot stun though. With damage from Zantic, they'll have him. Another kill here for Zantic. Hold him. Dog. Put the chain locked down between the two of them. I haven't. He's out. He's into the creep, and with that, he'll be away. Oh, of course, maybe not with the enchant. They're able to hold the creep in position, but now they can't kill it.
This is rather awkward.
So,
oh no!
What's gonna? How does this end?
Okay, life stealer. Yeah. 800 HP.
So what does he do?
Oh, what are they doing? He can just TP now.
Oh yeah, he can just jump out and rage TP.
All right, this is not a play, lads. This is just not a play that's happening. Well, just transported him to safety.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Well, they could have just kept him by.
Yeah, exactly. He's just been like, if you want to go back, you'll die.
Hey, let's move you nice and far away. I was like, well, yeah. Okay.
What are we doing?
I mean, they had the same logic as me, which was like, we send him back to base. But then, of course, that doesn't work out.
Press his own buttons there, Owen.
Yeah, and he's away. Oh, Tanner. Supreme needed one more hit. And Tanner actually ends up getting denied by the neutral creeps. It's another kill for Azantic. Charlie does have a DD. Azantic's going to look to reset, at least get the mana back up before he remnants out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Got some stacks here as well. Malik's going to be able to have his hands on this.
Whoa, dude! Oh, the double drop.
And the vest
Radiant
out.
structures are
Broomhandle
fortified.
as well. Could be a nice one here for Azantic. I guess he's maybe preparing the faded approach, but that plus 12 damage from the Broomhandle can feel nice.
Now, I'd love how, if they then move from this side of the map and go and contest the other side, preventing these Ancients, because no one in Chicken Fighters can realistically farm these Ancients that quickly. PA with Blur can maybe tickle down small ones. Tana dying. Yeah. Luckily, we're not keeping track of how many rolls he's hit. But the deaths we can keep track of. But yeah, still the Ancients on into the breach from the Tidehunter. I think that is like the next key play. Thank you. 4 deaths.
Well, they're going to go for this mid. Nice silence coming in play before the Who Stop. He's pretty tanky though, Chessie.
Yeah, he's the big boy. This is a nice move from Chicken Fighters. Move Chessie into the kind of the primary engagement. Allow him to soak up and kind of prolong some tower defense. Because right now, you are not in a position to fight. Your support duo, it's all about early aggression. And Lion, he does have fingers to get kills. But he can't really kill any of these cores of confidence outside of Centaur getting the stomp off the double edge, then the finger. It's a very coordinated gank that doesn't occur unless deep on the towers. Very defensive stampede there. Luckily only 90-second cooldown, but this should unlock the mid tower or into the breach if they're to bring many more heroes.
Jibet found in the river here by into the breach.
And slight struggle.
I mean, Azantic, he's just racking up the KDA here this game. Kill up the kill. Was he 6-0-0? Very nice game so far from Azantic. As bottom lane Tana, he's been found against the pre.
Under attack.
Well, slowly. Oh, okay, no, he doesn't feel confident pushing anymore. He knows that response could come in. But Tana this time around actually able to live. Mid lane tower will go down though. All the action that's been going on around it into the breach and being able to keep the creep wave on it.
Look at Charlie. Look at him trying to farm this Ancient. This is just, oh no.
It's going to take a long time.
This is so sad to watch. And now Malik pokes his head up.
They can steal it.
Yeah, they can. He's trying his best, poor old Charlie. He gets 79 gold for all your efforts.
I mean, if Malik with Ravage available, AMP will at least put a stop to that. So now the mana's gone. He has 16-1 charges though, Malik.
So it's TP in as well. They're looking for this fight.
You want to push in here. You don't want to let the Ancients go the way of Chicken Fighters. You want to really take this away from them.
And Charlie's like, you know what, guy, I'm not even going to try. I've just given it a good shot. Spent about 20 seconds getting 79 gold. He's off to the other side of the map.
Yeah, they're just going to concede the Ancients.
Really unfortunate for Chicken Fighters. Oh, nice hex.
Yeah, now for the turnaround potentially. Chessie trying to run up to the high ground. Got the catch on a Fishman. Fishman able to get the silence off in time. Tana will fall to Supreme and error. Tornado catches Fishman. Lovely angle there. Hit by Supreme with a deafening blast as well. They'll take a second. I'll turn their efforts over towards Malik. Malik, he has been left behind here as there's no fight to be had around the tide as he's tanky. I mean, he is tanky. Can they actually finish him off? It looks like they may struggle. Yeah, Malik, they can't kill him. The four of them can't deal with the tide. Malik's able to just walk away.
A lack of taunting though from the Tidehunter. Maybe Malik doesn't have it equipped, but that is a prime moment to start, swimming on your back there.
We'll see this as well from Thugito. He's up against a PA. He's having a lot of space. He's just going to simply rush the MKB here after the phase boots.
It allows them to have such a really, a clean timing, right?
Like, what does the PA do in these fights? You turn up next to a raged lifesteal,
you're going to get slapped.
Yeah, you're just going to get torn apart by Thugito in every single play that you attempt to make. And for a long time as well, of course, you're going for this Battle Fury build-up as expected on Charlie. Yeah, after that, he's going to need one or two items to be able to just have the damage and survivability. And even then, yeah, he steps in range of this Lifestealer. Thug's going to tear him apart once the MKB's done on Lifestealer. And then the river, Jibet. Gonna have Supreme trying to back him up, but Jibet goes down. Chesty leading in, trying to chase down Fishman with the Stampede. Will be able to get on top of him. Charlie's able to jump in with the crit. They bring down Tana. Fishman's still alive. Actually able to turn with another nuke. The Sunstrike off the mark as Fishman, he's alive. Malik and then Zantic, they run down Chesty. They bring him out. They got the Ravage. The Supreme was trying to step past them over the Ghost Wall, but they had the detection. The Ravage comes out. Will manage to throw out the Tornado to take down Fishman with him. That's another core kill though for Into the Breach, as Into the Breach's cores just continue to have a greater and greater game. Thugito, 1500 above any other core right now.
And then the Lion is going under vision, gets slight chains into a roll.
I will have my
I think the most interesting thing from this, not only is it the aggression of Into the Breach, but it's Grimstroke. His skill build right now is pretty unique. He's completely ignored his ultimate simply because Chicken Fighters, they aren't able to take a true clean fight. So he's like opting to go more into his Ignite and to Phantom's Embrace. I kind of like this.
And you look at the lineup he has, there's nothing really big that he's comboing up the Soulbind. So you know, his other abilities amped up are going to do a lot. As we have this attempt onto Malik. Malik, is he actually going to go down? The dagger's in, he's still alive, Malik. They can't quite kill him. They put everything into trying to take down the time. Malik's able to step back. The rest of the Into the Breach come in. And Xantic just picks up 2 more kills as this godlike Ember. 13 to 10. You know, it's only a 1k lead, but we are really seeing it as Chicken Fighters, they're struggling massively to fight into the Breach right now.
And now instantly into Roshan. They're just not giving Chicken Fighters any room to move.
Well, we got no surprises here with the MKB rush. 4 minutes and 31 seconds faster than the patch fastest. 16-minute MKB. And then, you know, when you see that sort of iron timing, definitely one of the nightmares for the PA in this game, when you see a life stealer at this stage of the game already having an MKB against you.
Yeah, PA normally, when you get to Battle Fury, you want to see your enemy, your opponent also have like a farming item. But the fact that he went straight for a killing item, it's going to feel so bad. Charlie, he can't join any fight. He still hasn't completed Battle Fury just because the amount of pressure Into the Breach has been applying right now.
gold for me.
That's very difficult for him to turn up. He's going to need a little bit more time. Into the Breach now, especially with the Aegis, they are going to keep this pressure on. Look for some tier 2 towers.
Dire's middle tower.
See if Chicken Fighters can buy the time and create space enough for Charlie to get those next 2 items online. Those fights beforehand are not going to be easy for Chicken Fighters.
You know, 17-minute Battle Fury. It's not the slowest, it's not the quickest. Still somewhat respectable, but just the pacing of this game is going to feel pretty irrelevant. You're going to need 2 items now to join any fight. Like, so just to have some kill threat, for BKB to even enter a fight, and it's the give or take. Like, do you go for BKB just to survive, but then you're still going to die to the right click of the life stealer? Do you go Deso to kill the Grimstroke, but then you're just killing a support? Really difficult position for Chicken Fighters, and they can't really rely on anything else because both Lion and Enchantress, they're just dying. Yeah, they're just dying. They thrive on forward aggression, playing into a map moving in their direction.
So bottom, I'm going to pop the Stampede to get Supreme out there. Tyler's still able to close the gap though, and so's Xantic. Error of the Remnants, they get the catch onto Supreme. Has he got anything else to say when Ghost walks out?
Tanner, mate, hit a roll, please. This game would be so much easier if you hit a roll.
That's Supreme able to step away because of that. I don't get the catch. Thug, he wants to go for Jibe. We'll see how aggressive he's feeling.
Oh, he's very aggressive.
Accident. Okay, he's dead.
Ah, yes. I have Aegis.
He's going to die 2 times here unless... Okay, Rage TP, never mind. He's not. They've got nothing to go through the Rage at all.
Wasn't the most optimal of Aegis.
Was he coming to an end though? I saw there was 10 seconds. Was there minutes on top of that as well on the Aegis timer?
I think it was like 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's quite
a hefty amount of time on that one. Man, if that was 10 seconds, then he's got balls of steel going there. Go on, I dare you. But now they move to the mid lane. They have no real concerns. Charlie's sitting here and Viz thinking about what he's going to be doing next. Blurred, sorry.
Dire's middle tower.
It's one of those games where you need the Enchantress to be skipping behind towers, you need PA to be aggressively farming the jungle, and then hopefully Into the Breach don't look towards pressuring the high ground. But with a wasted Aegis, that does give maybe Chicken Fighters some room, because Into the Breach maybe can't go high ground. We need to wait for our next Aegis.
Well, here we go. Tanner's in. And okay, doesn't want to stay in range of that.
Middle tower.
I'm going to push on for Jibe. A little too high, close to the high ground.
Wow, slowest Battle Fury timing.
Oh no, that's not a nice record. Poor old Charlie.
This is some support PAs aborted quicker than him.
Support? Wait, we haven't had a support P, have we?
I was just testing it. You
I
passed.
was like, I mean, I don't know. We have some crazy teams playing Dota now.
No, yeah, luckily support.
We could have had a support PA.
But technically, it is viable with the Orbital Corrosion, Dagger Spam, but...
Yeah, support PA.
Don't do it. No, please.
Max blur and stats.
Yeah. You're a walking board.
Yeah. Press blur, teammates can't flame you because they can't see you.
You just level with stats, you don't need crit. Yes, I think it's pretty
Invisible
creative.
threat.
Just like Charlie here. The threat to the trees. What a menace. Could quell any one of them.
So yeah, he's TPing out as soon as he senses anything coming over here.
The trees win.
Yeah. Still needs a fair bit of time here. Thug just getting further and further ahead in his farm of this life stealer. Having a very good game. And him and the Xantic just continuing to lead the charge this game. As that's the halberd done. So now not only having to deal with an MKB, also having to deal with a halberd. I mean, it's just this is excellent build-up, of course, from Thug against PA, as it's going to make this game a nightmare for Charlie.
I will give massive props though to how Chicken Fighters have been playing this game. They've been able to hold this as a 3K lead, just in the way that they've opened up the map. If you see the minimap right now, all of Dire's heroes are in different lanes. Charlie is the biggest victim to this style, because he's not the one out in the open farming out the creep waves. He's getting whatever's given to him. So Charlie's not going to build this insane lead, but the rest of the team is building up, and that's why you see the support net worth, both Ench and Lion, they're sitting happily above both Grim and Earthquake, because they're the ones in the dangerous areas keeping it going. So Into the Breach are kind of a little bit lost right now, where they've got the lead, they had the Aegis, they wasted it, but they're not getting kills with their aggressive posturing. They're kind of just being completely outmaneuvered, which can spell, disaster if they make one bad move, maybe a bit too cocky with moving with 4, not 5, and if Chicken Fighters are ready. But realistically, the 5-on-5 is going to be so favored towards Into the Breach with the amount of team fight that they have. That technically doesn't count as a hit roll, Tanner. It was on a neutral creep. Again, Tanner is also one of the other UK guys, therefore we are allowed to be most critical. If Into the Breach was to get to the upper division in some miracle turn of events, coming from being like 0-2 right now, we'd actually have more UK players than other nations, so we wouldn't be the smallest nation anymore. Maybe one season.
Oh, wait, you're right for 2 players. No, absolutely not. How many games they need to win they have to win every game?
Yeah, they need to win literally everything, yeah.
They have to win every series now.
Yeah, but they lost to the teams that would be contending for top 2 already, unfortunately. And they, dies. It's been so long since we've seen a death thing, right?
Oh, it's been a bit of a slowdown in the plays. It looks like it's going to speed up again, though, now. With Blink done on the tide. They're ready to make the jump on the high ground here into the breach.
BKB complete on Invoker. Deso about... Okay, no. He's going to go for the BKB on PA. He was about to buy the Deso, but decided, no, I need to be able to enter the fight right now. I can't continue farming. Still about a K away from that.
That Thug just chomping on this tier 3 tower. Error. It's got Tanner here. Bringing some TPs back to see if they can catch him, and they will. Error's gone. Bring the wave back in, and that threat of Malik, definitely something that Chicken Fighters have to be very wary about, especially if they are going to try and get Charlie involved.
Yeah, I think Into Breach, they're going to play this a little bit slow. They realize the potential poke that Chicken Fighters have at the high ground. Always very scary when your high ground source is just the life stealer. You love me some Kraken shell procs. But yeah, this is why life stealer doesn't feel that great in these type of games, even when the map presence is good. Going into high ground, into the Lion Hex, then with a Sunstrike and a Fingo with a PA explosion, it's so hard to deal with. So the way in which they want to approach this high ground siege is with vision behind them, so there's no wraparound, and an Aegis. That's why they aren't going back to mid straight away, even though you might think they have a good timing. It's that potential throw factor with the amount of damage that they have in a small period of time from Chicken Fighters.
Tanner, he's in. He hits the roll, gets the connection, hits another one there. There you have it.
Easy. Said Tanner.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Another tier 2.
And now with Lion dead, there isn't that fear of that instant lockdown into that burst. So
yeah, they could come in.
Yeah, they can now just go straight for the high ground.
Radiant's top tower is under
He just completed the BKB, so in 17 seconds, had a big timing.
Oh, here we have it. They're in straight away on a chest. The chest has got to get out. Foster Stampede is on the retreat. Tanner, whoa! Tanner, he's out. All right, Tanner just going straight in for that. I mean, now...
She's like, no, take me, guys. Don't forget me.
Oh, they're now a man down, so that'll probably cause them to back off there. Okay, it's a bit of a fake back here,
Yeah, one of them ones.
Does he want to go back in? Does he want to make the jump? It would be risky. It would be very risky.
Go on, lads, do it.
They're going to jump.
Posturing. Come on. Come on, Malik. Start shuffling.
He's not going to jump. He's not going to jump.
Oh, no. For more... Oh, no. We should just turn off. Only have dire vision. Let's just, you know, not see anything. Let everyone be surprised if they jump. Ooh.
Yeah, they're still not.
I promise to tell you if they're backing away. Okay, no, they're still in the area. I can assure you that a jump might occur.
Tide's still out of vision, so they don't quite know where Malik is. They're heading up to the high ground.
Ooh, they see nothing.
I mean, they're just poking here into the breach. Tanner's back in the game. He's going to be rejoining from the outpost. And they've got the jump on Dun. Dun strikes out. Dun's in trouble. He's able to get the rage off in time. They're heading over with the dagger. Tanner running in from the back. Malik, he's coming over. Supreme's already put the BKB. Turns over towards Tanner. Charlie jumping in as well. Tanner will get brought down. BKB starting to come to an end, though. They have to be a little careful as Supreme's trying to retrieve, but with the BKB ending, and Zantic, he's able to get him with the chains onto Supreme. Supreme, he gets out with the Ghost Walk, but it doesn't matter. A Ravage comes out.
They wanted him dead for sure.
I mean, he was already dead before the tentacles were there.
Doubly dead now.
Zibe, another catch here from a Zantic. The chains will grab him. Zibe, he can't run from the Lifestealer. Thug steps in, takes him out.
I absolutely love how we watched that fight there, because the way Chicken Fighters entered the area, that map was so dark. They saw absolutely nothing. And just to kind of give you a little bit of a backstory to where Tide, he'd gone to the mid lane.
He ended over there.
He'd not shown anywhere. He just ran off to the mid. And Chicken Fighters had the kind of the strength to try and go there. They were so lucky Tide wasn't just positioned to kill them instantly. But yeah, just the guts to go into that location is so scary. And with a whiffed Ravage, they're going to be waiting for the next Roshan, which is now available. Sporting a shard as well. And the cheese.
Who's getting the shard this game?
Anchor Smash is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Bit more building damage.
That'd be nice for the siege.
Grim's already got one. Ember Spirit's already got one.
Well, there we go.
Open wounds, it's alright. Bit naff though, don't think it's that great.
That's not.
There's a Stampede available, so doesn't feel great.
I'm going to try and smoke up and do something before that chance is there for Into the Breach to head into the pit.
Ravage is on cooldown for another 60 seconds. A pretty good window for Chicken Fighters to try and claw back some of this game.
Radiant are scanning.
And Into the Breach did struggle to truly contest Roshan in game 2. So that's maybe what Chicken Fighters are kind of trying to lean on, just their ability to just maybe outplay at the Roshan pit. Of course, very hard when you are 7k down. They're just going straight for it themselves. Ravage is available in 35. Surely Into the Breach. Right. Okay, smoke just broke.
Yeah, they're going to do something about this, surely. I mean, it's falling quickly.
Let's check Roshan. Go on.
It's getting low.
There we go.
He's going to run in. He's going to try and start the action, looking towards Chesty. Storm bites out, linking the two of them. He turns over towards the PA. Charlie's going to try and run. He pops the blur, the BKB to get out of there. Malik jumping in on the backlines. Charlie's so low right now. Turns over towards Tug. They've got the finger. They take him out, but they've lost 3. Buybacks coming out straight away for the two of them. Arrow will also fall. They've had to use 2 buybacks here, Chicken Fighters, in an attempt to get back in on the action, but Supreme's in trouble. They're in on top of him. Invoker will fall.
I think that needs to be tagged up as the most ambitious Roshan of this season DPC. That was... Whew, that was bold.
As you said, you know, they knew that there was no Ravage, but you think even with that in mind, you can't go for it like that.
So we see at the start of this play, you know, Thug just pokes his head in, and he's like, all right, what's happening here? And it's that disconnect. It's the fact that you have this MKB on the lifestealer. He's able to shred Charlie to near no HP. He does a great job at eventually turning around and getting some kills, but like realistically, I feel like maybe if they make this kind of audacious play, they need someone to body that smoke. They need someone to actually be deep into that range.
So you can't just allow the lifestealer to appear again in the middle of the pit.
Yeah. Like send good old Bambi, the Enchantress, just throw him into the enemy line. Oh, look at him, so focused, Atlantic. Bless him. Doesn't even crack a smile after killing him. Ruthless.
Just by focusing. I mean, they're on the verge of getting the win. They're on the verge of taking the series here against Chicken Fighters.
But no, yeah, for sure. I feel like when you try and do those type of sneak plays, the idea of tanking the smoke and just prolonging the engagement is always optimal. And unfortunately for them, this life today, he was able to walk in with his great itemization, was able to chunk down that PA. And now into the breach, they have the Aegis too. Charlie, he just wants his Deso, man. He's up there, top lane, finally gets a creep wave to farm.
He's got it.
He's got it.
He's got the Deso, so they've got decent damage output, but again, it's a little scary, the jumps that can come out, and the damage as well at this stage. And in fact, they're just straight in under the tier 4s. They commit immediately onto error, jumping the Lion.
Look at Xantic though, he just doesn't care about what they have. He's just remnanting in, slighting, killing the supports instantly. And when you have this Axe build, it's just so easy to apply that pressure to the supports.
Dire's middle barracks are under middle barracks.
And what can they do here? The racks have been taken away from them. Malik with Thug ready to go.
Their base, I think.
Oh yeah, as there doesn't seem to be too many options here for Chicken Fighters. They've got to do something. Otherwise, they're going to just continue to lose. Lane after lane, Charlie's going to try and commit, but the Ravage comes out and counterplay. He's able to jump there, able to burst down Thug. Thug is out of the fight. Can Charlie get anything more? Turns over towards the Ever Spirit. He's out of mana, so they will bring down Xantic once. So they can do it a second time round here. Xantic's back with a second life over to the side. Tanner is committed on by Supreme. The BKB out. Jesse back in with another Hoostomp. As Malik gone. Got a remnant away here. Xantic, if they got any catch for him. The Tornado's already been used. So the last two of them will get out of there. All in all, a solid hold there from Chicken Fighters.
Yeah, beautiful stuff.
They're able to bring down the Aegis, and on top of that, yeah, getting that perfect jump onto Thug. Thug just wasn't ready for that. Has to be a little more careful, as with the damage they do have online, they will manage to burst these targets within the duration of the lockdowns they have and the BKBs.
Yeah, that was honestly like the perfect jump they could have ever asked for. Like, it's so hard to get through those lines. The lockdown on Lifestealer, he has cheese, he has wand, he had rage. He wasn't able to get any of them off, and that alone just gives you a good window to get a kill. So Chicken Fighters, with this type of play occurring, the respawn time into Beach is pretty quick, so they can't really make any forward map pressure, but it at least unlocks the fight for Chicken Fighters, where they should understand we can fight if we do this exact combination. And that's kind of the biggest learning tool right now, is they know how to approach the next fight because they just had one successful one. And when the game's going hard, it is often quite kind of, you know, foggy to try and understand truly how you approach it, but that should kind of at least give Chicken Fighters an understanding of where to go next. Have some vision out, lock down the lifesteal instantly, apply it with a finger and a sunstrike, and then you're going to be in an okay spot. But if Into the Breach just group up again, if lifestealer just gets rage off, they're going to be pretty fine with that type of fight.
I mean, as you said, that was a fight where Thug
it was like a 1 in 10
couldn't do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't get a chance to get a single hit off, so as long as they can make sure Thug's not on the front lines, or at least has some sort of save or backup behind him.
Lifestealer now infested into the Ember Spirit with the Axe. He can get across the entire map.
Found Charlie's trying to TP out.
Ooh, that was close.
That was indeed. Makes it away there, Charlie. Oh, certainly a little bit spooky with Thug being on top of him.
That's where you needed a basher. You know, the psychological damage of bashing the PA, his blood, BKB and all that. Oh, unfortunately he didn't have it. He's just going for a heart, just so he doesn't die to this very specific combination of damage that we just spoke about. But with no BKB on Charlie, this could be another set of Barretts being pressured.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Charlie to step forward with the BKB on cooldown. Thug is going to get caught, but there to counterplay. Malik is in with the rally, but they've lost Thug. Again, Thug will be burst at the start of the fight. Still a tough fight for Charlie to get in. He's going to try. Charlie commits. Charlie's dead.
He has no BKB.
I mean, he went for it.
Both characters.
And Chantic's just played it up. He's got an ultra. And they've got any detection for Supreme. They've got the dust out.
Another misroll.
Let's see if they're able to get it for Xantic. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, Tanner steals the rampage. Tipped out there from Azantic to Tanner.
I'd be kicking Tanner off this series, that's for sure. He's not hit a single roll, and he stole the rampage.
And he stole the rampage.
How dare he?
Oh no.
UK Dota. Oh, even when we win, we lose.
But that was, I mean, that not a great defense there from Chicken Fighters. It looked like a great start. I mean, Thug steps up, immediately dies.
Yeah.
But then Chicken Fighters, they decide to just go with it. And of course, yeah, Charlie, with his BKB on cooldown, he didn't stand a chance. As soon as he jumped in, he was dead. Oh, easy finger damage.
Nice. That's now 3. Yeah, that fight was just the both carries kind of not respecting what the other team had to kill them.
Like Chicken Fighters, they absolutely had to push on and take advantage of that life stealer. You kill the life stealer, you chill out.
Yeah. You kill the life stealer.
Chill out.
You're happy that he just fed. Yep. Pause for a second. Charlie goes lads, wait 20 for a BKB. Smoke up and go. But yeah, just the need to apply pressure on the numbers advantage is probably one of the biggest issues with these kind of tier 2, tier 3 teams to some degree. It's the when you get a kill, you feel like, oh, we can just fight. You know, we're 5, they're 4, let's go. And unfortunately, there are some kind of key things that you need to lean on. And there, Charlie, he just got a little bit too happy with the fight and how it was going, and he paid the price.
Oh, he certainly did. As he goes down, does mean it's going to fall in the territory of a game where Charlie will be queuing up the rapier. Looking for that big item to try and swing things around here for Chicken Fighters, as they're now down 2 sets of racks and down 15k gold against Into the Breach.
Now, yeah, Chicken Fighters, they're going to be pretty desperate to make a move here. If they take, did they just take another defensive fight? Are they going to be proactive? Realistically, playing around their tier 4s, playing around their tier 3s with buybacks will be the best play they can make before a Roshan contest. Into the Breach, they're not allowing that. They're just going to instantly run at them. And Charlie's queued up the rapier. He's like, I've got nothing else, lads. 1,000 gold away, though.
We have the jump.
Ember Spirit with the out. Conditioning is always punished.
Looks like a pretty dead Jibbe. I mean, maybe with the stampede, actually. Jibbe, they were able to get him out of there. Now into the Breach. They don't have to creep wave with them down bottom, but obviously in the other lanes, creeps are pushing in.
Charlie is 300 gold away from his rapier.
He's going to get it.
Yeah, and the way that they've been playing so far, if they get one jump onto the Ember Spirit, doesn't really have any armor items to play defensively into this, so could be an explosive play if they don't get mega straight away.
Well, looks like they
don't have fortification either. Yeah.
Range Rider's got a war on the side. Tanner!
Nah, we should be used to this by now, Owen. It's fine.
There's smiles on at Xantic there. See, inside, he's like, that's what you get for stealing my rampage.
All right, so the panel 100% has to ask if Tanner will be allowed to play us for it again. That's 100% what they're laughing about right now. I can feel the UK to UK.
That's what's going on in the squad, yeah.
Tanner's like, oh, guys, I don't know what's happening, but we're winning. Let's go. Yeah, I hope they ask that question in the interview. Good stuff though from the lads. They have been very aggressive in this game, and it is fundamentally it's a support duo. The type of heroes that they're playing, the aggression that they can apply in the early window of the game, when they have kill threat, they really do punish that. And they bring that into the game.
Yeah, we saw what Liquid. They're a squad that likes to run the Earth Spirit Grimstroke support combo.
Very potent.
And it gets the action going. It certainly does.
Chicken Fighters luckily able to sneak out into the jungle and get a couple of the tier 4s, tier 4 neutral items. Trips to cloak for the PA. Not going to feel that great, but a little bit more tankiness. Oh, they got the Minotaur Horn too. Okay, second BKB for Charlie.
There we go, looking for the Megas. Instant CP back to base here from the team of Chicken Fighters. Can they get a jump? Oh, well, into the Breach, I should be the first to jump then. Being careful there. They are respecting the rapier on the PA.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the next Roshan. But this is still one of those games where if Into the Breach get mega creeps, it's not an instant win. They have the Battle Fury here. They have a way to deal with the waves. So they have to be very disciplined.
My line.
Yeah, Fishman's dead.
Fate.
Fantastic. Ooh, Thug Eater. Quick with the rage there. Nearly getting caught out by the stun. We're going to see Atante. He's going straight for the back lines. He's committing in on town, trying to remove the lockdown. They're in, they get the jump. They managed to jump. Charlie, he gets the magic immunity off, is able to jump out to the side, but he's so low. Atante's going to look to run him down. Charlie's got to get out of it. Jumps back down to the low ground, but Thugito's there waiting for him. Charlie's gone. Rapier on the floor. Thug will be able to pick that up. And with that said and done, that should be a GG. With the Rapier falling into the hands of him. They've got some buybacks, so they'll give it one more shot here.
They're going to give it a try for sure.
But there's a Rapier on Thug now, courtesy of Charlie.
Just don't look at Charlie's inventory.
Oh, can they blast him? Cataclysm? Oh, he's back up to full HP, Thug. And he's ready to go. In with the rage, over to Supreme. Supreme goes down. Jesse's going to try and run. Tanner able to lock him out. There's 3 dead. Charlie and Jibe having to run back to base. And Jibe, he won't make it that far. Triple kill for Azanti. Charlie is in the base. They're going to dive for him. As that'll be it. GG is called. As Into the Breach will take game 3. And with that, the series, it's theirs. 2-1 against Chicken Fighters after both the wins looking very, very good for the squad. I mean, both times around, especially in this game 3, things just falling apart a little bit for Chicken Fighters. They couldn't really get their footing, and in some of these situations where they were able to make something happen,
that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a sense, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Invisibility. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under attack. Radiant victory. 30 seconds to battle.
This one is in the bag, and that one is too, and that one, they are all in the bag.
The battle begins.
This pleases the master. Let's get into it.
I join the children of light.
First blood. Come on, got jigs on the chins. Yes, I believe I did.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Go for you. Time to punch!
Dire's courier has been killed.
I said no!
Coming through!
Don't run off.
I told you to stop getting blood on my blades!
My face.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are
Where are you
fortified.
going? Weak things break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Alliances.
I like
turn
Ronk.
not impressed. Okay.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Needed something that could survive against this massive physical damage. It's great against strength heroes. Alliance have 3 of them.
Yeah, Secret right now, they are playing around the fact that they have Necro, they have Underlord. Both of these will be the big damage soaks.
Yeah.
If Alliance ever waste the arena, the Golem, that's when IJO comes in quickly and will join the kind of like the post-fight fight.
Yeah.
If that never happens and Alliance is able to always start the fight on their accord, jumping the IJO, I think it'd be easily Alliance walking this type of game. But it's on Secret to play around the tanky heroes and utilize that quick jungle farm that they'll get and outpace the Lifestealer. So yeah, pretty close game. It'll be a lot of fighting.
Yeah, I think Alliance just have to be careful not to invest too much into their mid game.
Okay.
They need to be able to scale
Yeah,
Nikobaby
for sure,
and LIMP, because Secret's draft is just gonna get, they're gonna be so survivable. If they invest in like fight item, like Blink Yule's BKB or something like this.
It's gonna be rough, yeah.
You lose one fight as Limp and suddenly your game's ruined.
Yep.
You want to be able to scale. I think he's the one who buys the Deso. Nico goes for like that armlet right click build, and they hit a huge minus armor timing and just go kill the Wisp.
All right, sounds like a lot of fighting, and I know that our commentary team will be very happy with that. Let's head over to Cap and Fogged.
Hey, a whole bunch of fighting is exactly how I want to see Alliance become Kingslayers, because as we are approaching the halfway point of the Western European DPC, we're already seeing things being a lot more competitive in this second season, right, Fogged? The Secret's already dropped one series.
We are, and we're seeing Alliance playing really well lately, especially Handsken. I think he's the one that I've been... Him and S4. S4 has maybe like 1 or 2 games where it looks a little weird, but he lands the clutch spells, the clutch combinations, and this looks like it's going to be a battle of just kind of like avoiding team fights for a bit of time for Secret, and Alliance really looking for those fights, playing around this Mars and Warlock for the majority of the game. But I like the point that Kyle makes too, though. They have to make sure they don't get out farmed, because I think that's what Secret's kind of looking for here, this IO Gyro just out efficiencying the lifestealer overall throughout the game.
Yeah, this definitely, one of the things that is slightly concerning for me is just the fact that Alliance doesn't have that kind of de facto, our hard carry is going to win this game, right? Because he's already going to have a bit of a hard time being kited, and then that last pick, Necrophos, makes his game quite hard. And I feel like that's the most reliable Alliance style anyway, is when Nikobaby is on the biggest, baddest carry in the game.
Agreed. Yeah, definitely. I actually think this Necrophos kind of saved the draft for me. Their draft was looking a little weird, like just the damage potential that they had versus the 3 beefy cores, the Mars, the Centaur, and the Lifestealer. I was kind of worried about their damage overall in the game. I think the Necro might have just fixed everything, and it does give them these good, like, you know, rallying around the Underlord and the Necrophos, these multiple forms of sustain with IO, could be enough for them to go through these tanks Alliance has gone for.
Yeah, Lifestealer typically likes those kind of drawn-out fights, right, where he uses his self-sustain to just keep on trucking through, and I feel like Secret can combat that with their own sustain between IO, Necrophos, and, as you're saying, the Underlord. I mean, just big team fight kind of death ball that they have.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see how these lanes end up going down, because this bottom lane, I feel like it could go pretty bad for Secret pretty quickly.
Yeah.
The Centaur and Lina is extremely powerful. They get to the missile, so they're going to be able to push Handsken away, but even with missile, as soon as Lina hits 2, you can kill this missile. You're always going to be putting pressure with this high base damage on both heroes. I think Matu's going to suffer quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is definitely the lane where Alliance can shoot off to a crazy good start, as it did seem like they were kind of focusing on the lanes. And for good reason, too. I mean, S4 has had some really good performances so far in the second season of the DPC, and you like to see him get off to a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. I like how they just open up with it, too, right? Like, Centaur, Lina, first 2 picks. As soon as they see IO Gyro, they're like, all right, you guys want to go for greed. We're going to go for just battling you.
Yeah.
As we see YapzOr, he gets the half pull. So he does get this really successful pull up top, to be able to just aggro 2 of the creeps. He's even going to try pulling away from the tower. Unfortunately, it does walk back in. He will eventually push out further, but this is what the plan was. They're playing versus Warlock. He can't stop pulls.
Yeah, as much as Warlock is able to win lanes through his presence, no disable to be able to stop these heroes from just walking behind the tower constantly. So.
YapzOr's getting another range creep deny. He actually got like half pull again, so 2 creeps will be taken out there. And that's going to deny quite a bit from Nikobaby and set up Zai for a good positioning in the lane, as it's going to push out.
So we haven't actually seen it on camera. So for those watching, what do you mean by the half pull?
Sorry about that. As the Tiny, he pulls between, and you wait until 2 melee creeps, or 1 or 2 of them move past the range, and you drag the range creep aggro from the dire creeps onto your range creep, and then you click on an enemy hero across the map, and you pull the melee creeps onto the range creep. So he successfully did deny 2 range creeps from Nikobaby, and it will, like we said, get Zai into a good position in the lane, and be able to get some good farm that maybe he would struggle normally versus the Stealer.
Yeah, whenever I see that play, I feel like that's like that is like effectively the highest mechanical play you can pull off when it comes to these 4-position lane shenanigans. You know, everyone can like go behind a tower and pull a creep wave and stuff, but being able to pull it between the tier 1 and tier 2 and get those half pulls in where you're denying the range creep over and over again, like that is something you actually have to practice, and it is a very effective technique, as we're seeing Zai actually does have a decent game here. Bottom seems to be going not great for the gyrocopter, and kind of as expected, S4 is owning in the CS.
Yeah, they even tried using like flag, pushing out the wave, but there's not a whole lot you can do with these two heroes versus like the Centaur lean if this matchup is. S4 does have to be careful not to get too low. There is a good amount of damage if there's no creeps around with the barrage and the amp that the IO does give you. So have to be a little cautious. Yeah, I love you know, this like pull between these two towers lately. I've been seeing range creeps just walk into towers and stuff for no reason. So yeah, I think it's actually gotten even harder to be able to do it effectively.
Yeah, I have noticed some wonky things happening with creep aggro and movement lately. YapzOr is going to find a little bit harder. Nice two-man stop. They're going to go for Puppey first. He pops a fairy fire. They need one or two more hits, but it's not quite enough. Handsken, meanwhile, he may actually be the one to go down. He gets off an Ella's way, hides into the trees. Nicely done by him, and MATUMBAMAN, he'll cop a lot of damage in return. So no first blood just yet, despite everybody getting low in these side lanes. That kill is still available.
I think you take this trade pretty hard, though. As Secret, you're happy with this because you have an IO. So you salve up the IO, you clarity him too. You're going to win the efficiency war of regen down there. And now they've actually pushed the lean away. They don't get the kill, but now it's going to give Gyro some nice breathing room to actually get some last hits, as we said, struggling.
Yeah, and maybe they can even pressure the Centaur a bit. As you can see, Puppey doing a good job with that aggro you were talking about, trying to pull the creeps away from the neutrals here. Doesn't quite grab the range creep, though. S4 will likely deny.
Mid is definitely going very one-sided. Nisha's actually been up.
Yeah, they're battling right now. They do have the Fatal Bonds onto Zai, and it doesn't matter, though. Zai's still able to get the kill on FNG. Nikobaby's not able to keep up, especially with YapzOr constantly in his face. A lot of creeps coming in as well. Zai, since he was low, is actually going to pull the creeps over, and it'll make it a little bit harder for them to get those last hits sitting underneath the tower. That is a gigantic creep wave up there.
Wow, I love that. I love that they're able to get the kill, and I'm surprised they're able to get the kill too. And it's because of these little mechanic changes in the lane, right? Like otherwise, Underlord, he's never gonna get these type of setups on a Warlock. But yeah, Secret making some nice moves. Nisha, we're seeing that mid matchup. It's quite dominant.
Yeah, seriously. You were there in that the show match, right? With oh, you weren't.
No.
Oh, okay. So that was me, Kyle, Cinderin. All I remember is I have nightmares about Dendy Mars, mid Mars still.
Yep.
That
was also the broken. Let's be honest though, that was the broken Mars. That was Mars.
That's true.
He was like recently added. He had all these crazy like damages on everything. Pretty much cooldowns were all super low. Your stack gain was even better. Like this is actually a nice approach to Nisha. He actually skips ult, so he puts the second point in his hard stopper just to bully LIMMP even more because he's not expecting LIMMP to make a misplay and just die to him. So he's just playing for the lane effectively, which is a cool approach.
And whenever a Heartstopper gets buffed up, right, it makes lane matchups, you can be even more dominant, right? Because you're getting more regen than you were before. So if that snowball starts rolling, you can, and just certainly, just dumpster a matchup, potentially. MATUMBAMAN thought S4 was going to be contesting a little bit more. S4's just keeping the creeps from pulling over to the hard camp. It's funny how both of these, both Radiant and Dire, are battling over the same hard camp pull over and over again.
So he just wants to get a wrap around here. They can definitely kill S4 or Handsken if they get a good positioning there for the tossback. As level 2 overcharge, level 2 rocket barrage with the spell lamp. It's enough. Even versus this Vanguard, he's going to be fairly squishy versus all the magic.
You'd see Handsken, he's playing like directly next to the ramp, it feels like. So YapzOr always feels like he's going to get spotted first. They're going to go for it now. That S4 is quite low. They're going to toss over. He does get hit by the LSA, but he's still going to be in range of the Avalanche. And that should... No! Vanguard is just enough, and MATUMBAMAN, who was so low, he couldn't keep going to finish him off. So they actually survived. The rotation from YapzOr misses.
That, just even the slight mini stun from Missile probably saving that he can just back up a little bit further. Very nice for Alliance. Very nice for S4.
Yeah, I mean, like, if Handsken didn't get off the LSA before he gets tossed, like, there's so many little things that had to go right. It's we're definitely watching the two best teams right now match up against each other, with both of the side lanes showing that these little mechanical things can make a big difference.
Yeah, I think Nisha's going to be a pretty big X factor, honestly. Like, they already tried to kill him the once with the Mars ult. He just survives through it with all his stick charges. He's going to have Hood ready. So a lot of that damage that Alliance does have is that magical. He's going to be really survivable. And as we said, you know, they have a lot of tanky bruisers on Alliance, but this Necrophos last pick is going to make them look quite a lot weaker.
Yeah, and then maybe that's a bit why YapzOr is pressuring this bottom lane, right? Because those two heroes right there, Centaur and especially the Lina, those are the biggest threats to the Necrophos, right?
Absolutely agreed. And I feel like top, like, he's already happy because they got a kill on Warlock. You know, you got Zai first blood, which probably shouldn't have happened. Like, Zai's actually tied net worth with a Centaur versus who's a Centaur versus Gyro. So that's usually not the case that you'd be seeing happen from Secret. This Underlord usually would be quite far behind. And YapzOr, recognizing that he can make moves down here because he can't really hit the other two lanes. And he's body blocking, doing a good job of it. The missile's going to connect. No toss for another 5 seconds. They're just going to have to do it with the attacks, and they do get it. YapzOr securing the last hit. And S4, not enough damage to get a rebuttal, especially since he's got the 1-1-3 build, not the double-edge maxed out build that we've seen occasionally, though that's mostly been against heroes you can actually pressure more. And YapzOr's trying to go in again. He might just give his life.
Okay. did he just run up the hill there and S4 was sitting there already?
He had this. He still has a ward on the side that Handsken plays. So he's just watching YapzOr playing, and YapzOr just. He tried to make a fun play. He had vision of him too, though, with the ward, but he lost vision for a hot second because he goes on to right next to the ramp.
Yeah.
And we're seeing LIMMP. He's trying to be active. He's trying to move around because he can't sit mid. You can't just sit versus this Necrophos because you're gonna get next to nothing because he's denying all the creeps you do trying to get with your rebuke. Trying to make moves around toward top. Can't quite find it. We're seeing his net worth really get impacted. He's 1,300 behind Nisha at the moment.
Yeah, and they've got the Warlock sitting in the mid lane while the Mars is kind of moving around, which makes sense because unfortunately Warlock is not really a ganking hero, nor is he having the best time anymore against the Underlord. I mean, Zai's up late, so not much a fine position Warlock is going to do against that, so.
No, and dude, Zai's huge on it.
Yeah.
He has 3,700 net worth at this point in the game. That's okay. He cancels his rift. Thought he was in trouble.
Where was he going anyway?
He was going to base.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he thought he was getting gone on, or maybe he missed. Like, I don't know. That was a little weird. But yeah, this is normally not the situation you'd see. Like Underlord versus Lifestealer, you'd usually see the Underlord having some problems, but he's ahead of the Centaur, who was versus Gyro, the lane that Alliance wanted to go a bit better. Secrets actually had the better start to this game in the first 10 minutes, which I actually thought Alliance was going to have a bit better laning phase, at least in the side lanes. Not the mid lane, but these two side lanes I thought would go quite a bit stronger.
And we're going to have a short pause here as hopefully the lag smooths itself over. But I mean, for context for this series, for those who maybe just haven't been watching the DPC as a whole, Alliance are currently 3-0, and they've matched up against some of the top teams. All they have left right now is Secret, and then the teams that are expected to be bottom 3, Tundra, Hellbear Smashers, and Brave. So this effectively means is that if Alliance can bring down Secret here, then it's pretty much an easy ride for them to first place. No problem. A 4-0 with basically the rest of the teams left in the field, teams that you should be beating. Alliance should be basically 7-0 by the end of the season and being first place and already being in playoffs. But they need to be able to make some moves here. They're going to go for this bottom lane kill. Oh, the golem drop actually stops Puppey from being able to relocate out, but the Reaper's Sight stops the Mars. He goes down, and MATUMBAMAN actually survives through it all. FNG's going to be run down by Nisha, no doubt, especially with the missile chasing him out as well. Alliance try and make a move here because they weren't happy with how the lanes were going, but a big rebuttal by Nisha.
Oh man, that's 2 times now LIMMP. Unsuccessful ults, not able to get any kill. YapzOr doesn't even TP, actually stays mid. He TP there to farm. Zai doesn't even go to help the team. He actually canceled his TP. They knew that they could just stand there and sustain through it. That's rough. I mean, that's your first golem usage. That's your first stampede, and the golem actually just gets farmed by Matumba. So he actually just gets an extra 100 gold for himself infused.
You know,
problematic start.
I know it's pretty low on all right, they're like no S4, you don't get to try and go for a deny, not by yourself like that. But I know it's low on disables, but this Necrophos plus IO plus 1 seems like such a cool combination, just because Necrophos shows up to a fight, he gives a bit of heals, and that's nice, but then it goes on to the IOs. Whoever's connected to the IO gets even more. Maybe the IO connects to the Necrophos and amplifies his healing when he's going in his ethereal form. There's a lot of cool synergy here.
Yeah, it ended up like their draft did end up rounding out very nicely when they get like the Underlord and then that Necro last pick with Io. You know, our Underlord might go for these, you know, these tanky items. Probably not the Greaves, let's say this game, but you know, pipe and all that. It's all going to be extra effective because of that Io with the Gyron. They're already 3K gold advantage, and you know, Lifestealer, he's going to be able to, he's going to keep this farm steady here, but Gyro is going to start getting very accelerated.
So at this point, yeah, especially with once he completes the axe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in which case, with like 3,000 net worth lead for Secret, it's no doubt that they're winning right now. So what is the next, like, we just saw one big move from Alliance that kind of failed. What would you say the next big play from them can be that they can kind of change their current fate?
God, I honestly think they have to try it again. They have to try round 2, but they have to get...
Oh no, the Reaper side catches him! Oh. He did not see that one coming. He had the rage ready to go, but I believe he even had Armlet untoggled there, but gets caught by Nisha rotating up and hits the Reaper side from the low ground.
Oh no, that is devastating. Look how long he's dead for, 45 seconds.
Yeah.
The one hero that's having a good time right now in Alliance now gets shut down. He's gonna lose his tower, and LIMMP now it doesn't feel like he has a move on the map either. He's just farming Blink Dagger. But this, if he, like, he's gonna buy this Blink Dagger, and if his move isn't like, it doesn't hit hard in the next moment, his game is gonna be effectively done into this lineup of Secret.
So all eyes on LIMMP. As soon as he picks up that Blink Dagger, whatever move Alliance makes, it's probably gonna be a smoke play. It has to be successful, and it has to be successful in a big, big way, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they have to get like pretty much the biggest kills possible. They have to kill Nisha probably, and I don't know if they have enough damage to take down this Necrophos at all now, unless they focus absolutely everything onto him. He actually has Halberd done on top of this hood. Absolutely massive this game so far.
Man, even the Sange, just for someone like Necrophos, it's kind of crazy. Status resistance plus self-healing, amplification. It's like, it's a lot of dirty synergies here.
Exchange is definitely, I think, the best item at the moment in the patch. It just feels Exchange and Solar Crest are just absolutely, they just feel so strong. And Hood, I'm actually just seeing like Hood every single game too.
Zai's gonna come up, and he's not afraid of anything apparently, but there is a rebuttal from LIMMP. He's gonna get the spear inside the arena underneath the tier 1 tower, but the relocate coming in, and Alliance aren't actually strong enough to fight this. Maybe they can still hold their tower here, but the glyph is gonna wear out. They're going to drop the goal. They do have a really good Fatal's Bomb. The spear goes through. The relocate back. They're going to be able to catch these heroes potentially. It's the Stampede going off. Looking to be able to run down the Underlord. Zai's now dead. Nisha's low, but they are running a bit out of steam unless LIMMP. He does have... Okay, he does manage to land that spear. Nikobaby's here to be able to finish him up, but he managed to get up the Ghost Shroud. He's going to heal up a little bit more. Io's coming in. He's going to tether him. He turns around, goes for the Reaper sight, but no. Nikobaby makes sure that's not going to happen. LIMMP keeps it going. Now with that Arcane Rune, he just keeps getting hits in. LIMMP. That was a great fight for Alliance because they needed that. It felt like if they didn't win that fight, this game was just going to go downhill.
Agreed. That was such good awareness there to see that the relocate's going back to him, and they get the stun, so it forced, he can't untether. He actually gets forced to relocate away, and they have them all fatal bound together. That looked a little dicey with the way it started off, but the way that they actually forced that relocate to go off from the stun, beautiful. Because they went on Zai, so it's like, uh-oh. This Arcane Rune, it was everything. Like, LIMMP gets to get off so many extra blinks, so many extra spears and rebukes, that it actually allows him to take the fight.
I hope we get to see this. 4, 3, 2, 1. Drops the golem. He's stunned, and maybe there was like a small second, but it's like at that point in time, maybe he even wants to get him out of there just because that looks like such a dicey situation. That was a great read by FNG and the whole of Alliance in making that move. And LIMMP says, let's keep it going, especially Nikobaby making the rotation in was very important for that fight. And now Secret, they had themselves, what, that was like a 4,000 net worth lead?
4K,
now 1K.
Alliance has been doing this a lot in this DPC. Just execution in team fights has been top notch. Like FNG just recognizing when the team can rally and take this fight. Like LIMMP knowing his power too. With that Blink Dagger, that Arcane Rune, they've caught themselves back up in the game.
I thought he was rushing Ags, but he has a Crystallis.
Middle tower has been denied.
Okay, he did this last time he played the Gyro too. I actually didn't get to ask him why. I think it's just because they're fighting so much and he just wants any cheap damage.
Yeah.
So when he shows up to the fight, it's the cheapest, best damage that you can get on a Gyro.
Yeah, I mean that's been a long time thing, right? I remember that early days of Dota 2, even Dota 1. It's like if you needed a really cheap damage item that was super gold efficient, Crystallis was always the play.
And it's going to be good versus Lifestealer because I was thinking Maelstrom is always a good one because it's a very cheap, effective damage thing. But you're versus Lifestealer, you're versus heroes that are going to be building this hood. So he just wants the straight physical damage. And he's got Ags anyway, already, but still very early, and he's going to continue farming at this fast speed. So Alliance, every time they have these ultis available, they kind of have to start they have to look for these fights. They have to look for these big pickoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, that is cool because like normally the play would be like Yasha, right? That's the go-to like somewhat cheap item that helps you just do more damage. But a gyrocopter, like the pure damage helps a lot because the flat cannon is hitting everybody. You don't care about hitting them faster with flat cannon shots. There's only a limited number of those.
Yeah, I guess I think I've seen him do this like 2 or 3 times, maybe even 4 times. I've seen him do it a lot recently. Gyrocopter just getting that crit, so. And he's gonna find an Imp Claw too if he wants it. I think he might hang on to Vambrace. He's gonna pass the Vambrace maybe to Nisha. We'll see.
And of course, probably should just mention the crit doesn't work for flat cannon shots, like those extra shots that come in case anybody was wondering about that. But a Desolator now complete for the Lifestealer. That's a big fresh pickup.
YapzOr has his Blink Dagger too, so Secret actually have a form of initiation rather than just walking into fights.
Yeah.
So they can actually jump. Alliance still want to get the jump. If Secret starts the fight, things could be problematic. If Alliance starts the fight, it should be pretty Alliance favored. They still do have that heavy team fight. They just have to make sure to kill the heroes before they get healed. The sustain is going to start kicking in pretty hard from Secret.
You could see both of these teams, their philosophy is very similar, which is don't try and be efficient. Be ready to fight. Like, be ready to take this next 5-on-5, because this next 5-on-5 will determine the pace of the rest of the game. Whoever wins it. So it's not worth trying to farm that extra camp or something. We play together. Alliance's case, they play into the enemy triangle, trying to see if Alliance will run, or Secret will run into them, or they'll get a free pick. Secret now doing something similar here.
Yeah, they're actually just playing as 5. It's a really good point. They're literally just sticking together here as Secret, and even as Alliance. Handsken does TP back to start to get some push going, but very grouped up mentality from both sides.
So if the next team fight is like all important, who do we want to see that initiation on? So start with YapzOr. Like, who's his go-to?
If he can ever start on the supports, it's always just going to be getting onto them. It's also if he can just get a bad positioning. Like if he can toss LIMMP in and they just burst LIMMP right at the start of the fight, that might actually be the bet.
Yeah.
Because they can just Reaper Sight them after and have a toss combo, and just a little bit of extra damage from Firestone will kill him. So I think either Warlock or Mars if YapzOr can find it. And on Alliance side, I think, it's actually tough because they're so tanky.
Yeah. IO is probably one of them, right? It always feels good to start on an IO if possible, but
that would mean Puppey's completely out of position though. That's like that one's like should never happen. We'll see Nikobaby charging in. Still have this ward on the high ground, so they have great information.
Zai's gonna break that smoke, and they're just gonna take this. They're gonna try and go for Zai here, and he's gonna be very tanky, but maybe not tanky enough unless they'll relocate. It gets him out of there. Puppey, great reaction by him, and he kept him close too, so they can still take this fight potentially. S4 caught in the avalanche, but they didn't have any following stuns there. That is a bit of a problem. But if Zai's not there, they pretty much only have avalanche. They're gonna catch him inside of the pit. S4 will still cop a little bit of damage here. He's actually going to use. He'll be coming back into the pit. They're going to do a lot of damage to Reaper Sight. That's going to be enough to finish him.
Oh, and that's 70 seconds. No big bruiser, no big frontline, no big AoE stun. They still have the Warlock and Lina for the backup, but now they can just go start touching this Roche.
Uh-oh. They didn't stop the missile, but they're going to be into a clutch point. Nikobaby's right there in the front. Starts dishing out the damage. Zai gets a lot of heal, and FNG, he managed to get off the golem, but now he's dead. Nikobaby no longer having the rage. He's going to be caught inside the pit. Oh, dear. Alliance. They thought they can maybe take this in a 4 versus 5, but the death ball of Secret, they're grouped up. They're healing each other. The burst from Alliance just doesn't seem to be doing enough to get a kill.
Zai just picked up that Yules too. So the pit into Yules into pit ends up connecting. I think S4 thought he was safer because he held on to Stampede, thinking he could disengage. But nope, does get stopped. YapzOr finds the backline. The golem goes off, but there's no fatal bonds. They need every little thing coming in. That play from Alliance doesn't end up working. Now Secret Matu's got Aegis and a near BKB.
Yeah, and now it's really feeling like, how do we kill anybody? Because they don't have Like we've been having this talk, all of us basically, about the fact that big tanky boys are kind of the meta, and naturally the counterplay to that is percentage-based damage. That's something that Necrophos has that Alliance don't truly have that. They have Fatal Bonds. It's kind of like that, but it's not the same, right? It's not the same for being able to burst down one hero.
No, it's so scary of who you're gonna jump, right? Like as we said, Puppey, he was in position, so he just gets to save, and every little thing does come into play. Your hoods, your Van Brace for extra magic resist, etc. As you see Nikobaby attempt for a toggle, but you're playing versus that. Toggles, Heartstopper hits you instantly, you're just dead.
Yeah.
Secret finding massive footing in this game, 9K advantage, and starting to feel pretty grim now. Nikobaby had good timing on Deso and his armlet, but this gyrocopter is just starting to fully eclipse him.
Do you see a way for Alliance to be able to go late game?
No, not really, because LIMMP had to go for this blink and just going for BKB. He's not going to scale.
Yeah.
He's really not going to scale at all. S4 has, he's got his blink, his hood, his Vanguard, but he's not scaling either. It really feels like it's going to be Nikobaby versus the world, and they don't have anyone that's going to effectively use Fatal Bonds. Like, if Nikobaby's a hero that can dish out mass AoE damage and make that Fatal Bonds look great, maybe. He's a life.
Yeah. That is something that Alliance, it's hard because you don't want to be fighting into a fresh BKB and Aegis Gyrocopter, but at the same time, you don't feel confident about letting the game go late. But Secret is going to push the high ground here because they know Alliance is just trying to split push right now. So they're saying, okay, you want to split push, we're going to hit your tier 3. You have to come back to the base. And if they don't get caught in the process, it's okay. A toss back, LIMMP. He did get a good read up on the Ult Scepter. Nisha stops the immediate spear, still managed to catch Puppey though, and they take out Puppey, a big win. MATUMBAMAN is kind of in deep right now. The Reaper Scythe, oh, it barely got him towards the end. Mars does end up going down, but a 1-for-2 trade so far to the favor of Alliance. Now they're going to go for an Underlord Dark Rift out. They're hoping to be able to kill MATUMBAMAN or catch anybody, but they just don't have any repositioning tools. Ultimately, they got 2 supports, but the cores of Secret stay safe.
Secret just forcing them. They force them all the way back. They force the ultis. This is what Secret really wants. Even though they lose the 2 supports, Chorus just move them their way out, and they shut down LIMMP again. His item progression is just completely stopped. 0, 3, and 5 on the Mars this time around.
Yeah, he's not having a great time.
No, it snowballed so much too, and the Gyro's now alive this whole time while the poor Mars is dead too. The Gyro just continues to accelerate this much faster. Going straight dataless, just all about just sheer damage being pumped out. And it really is just so much heal. They have to focus Puppey because he's a little out of position, but even killing Puppey is starting to get hard. He's got mech, he's got medallion, dragon scale, very tanky.
And Secret, like, one notable thing is they Dark Rifted back, but they didn't go all the way back to base or anything, and they also hold the outpost. So it hasn't been much more than a minute, and Secret is right back to controlling the map. Alliance really didn't get a whole lot of farm out of that. As you can see, the net worth difference is still 9K.
Yeah, now it's going to force Nikobaby back to base, so he's not going to be able to get that farm that he'd like to get just out on the map. He's going to try stalling it as much as possible, or his team will, until he starts getting his item timing. They will be able to slow it decently.
All right, MATUMBAMAN getting quite low, no longer having flat cannon shots, but still having that Aegis for a bit longer. So Alliance, you've got to go. I mean, it's still a full minute. They're going to have to go for this anyway, trying to go for the spear on the Puppey. They're focusing down. They do manage to get him with the goal being dropped afterwards. MATUMBAMAN, his first life is gone, but he does have BKB on the second. A buyback coming in from Puppey as he relocates in. Reaper side, they're putting damage on the Nikobaby, but he managed to get defense. They're getting him out of there. They're going to save him. LIMMP. He's going to be the other target. The missile's coming in, but they're going to deal with that. Alliance, they can reset off of this one. In fact, they're going to go back in. And Zai knows it too. He needs to be able to Dark Rift him out of here. MATUMBAMAN being targeted. The spear away! And LIMMP gets him! He gets him out of the Dark Rift, and MATUMBAMAN will die as a result. And look at the tips coming in. They know LIMMP just pulled a clutch play for Alliance.
Oh my, that was so close. Nikobaby walks back into pit, nearly dies to the Reaper, but gets the Infest out to reset. Oh, that was such a sick fight from Alliance. They still have some hope in this game. That was everything coming in. Your Nikobaby finished his S and Y in the mid lane. Then that actually caused him to survive, just having that little bit of extra stats. That was huge.
Yeah, that was massive. And I have to say, like, a general philosophy, I think it's very impressive when players have a bad game and still manage to, like, still pull off the good plays. So LIMMP, even though he's being targeted and his game is not fun, Getting off that spear was so important for Alliances. Now, they're still down. It's still a hard game, as you were talking about. They don't necessarily scale the best, but they've got a chance.
Yeah, they've got some breathing room. Nikobaby can now go finish another item, perhaps. He's going to be able to... He just finished up S&Y before that fight, and he's already up to 2,000. So he's been enabled nicely. He's only 1,800 behind the gyro now, too. So some pretty good stuff for Nikobaby.
Look at this. Saving Private Nico.
So close.
They get him out, and then they go back in, and then the spear catches Matu. Oh, barely outside of the range.
No smile from Nisha this time.
No, not this time.
And now LIMMP, he's got BKB, so he's got easier ways to find these catches. Zai actually, in the initial start of the go, he actually did tank the spear for Puppey, but Puppey's still getting first. Puppey has to be a little more cautious with his positioning. He was right in the midst of everything with that Marzel. LIMMP, he did find the 4-man Marzel, so he did find a really clutch jump.
It kind of feels like he almost, he doesn't need to be tethered at the start of a fight, it seems like.
I don't think so either. I think he should be playing quite a bit further back. Because they're tanky enough at this point that they're going to live the initial go. Like, Matu's got BKB too, so Puppey doesn't need to rush these type of relocate saves for the most part.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I think he should be sitting a little bit further back. Alliance, they find themselves a window. Now they're going to get their ult. They get themselves outside the base, get themselves a tier 2, and they get time for their chaotic offering to come up. They shook Secret.
He certainly did. I'm seeing Zai, or excuse me, Nisha. He actually has the shard queued up, which I think is really good, no doubt. It's good for the Necrophos. I always find it curious, though, when you decide to buy a shard versus trying to bank on Roshan, you know?
Yeah, that's true. But I've actually never seen anyone use it defensively. I've never seen anyone Death Seeker their teammate, which I think could be some... that he could cause, you know, Nikobaby some troubles inside the fight.
Yeah. I mean, certainly with...
secondary form of Ethereal could be pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It helped the IO out quite a bit. You could heal him and make him ethereal so that Nikobaby can't, because like LIMMP does a lot of damage, but I feel like it's not enough to kill the IO by himself. He almost always needs that like +1.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, he's gotten fortunate to get an order to
relocate,
which I think actually really helps the team. Reload. They're looking for Handsken, but he's sneaky.
Yeah. Alliance do a good job getting in, getting back out. Part of it is that lane ward where they kind of knew where the safe area was going to be.
This is a big move, though, in these last 5 minutes, though, from Alliance. Like, look at the experience. It's pretty much evened out. With near 10,000 experience lead for Secret, too. And now just them getting out, they get the outpost even for like a minute or two, so they get some type of experience going their way. Now they're even going to take away the one top, so they're going to at least have possession of one every single time it does tick for these next few moments. So, yeah, really nice stuff from Alliance.
All right, so what are the big item pickups? I'm looking at like Vlad's for the Mars. That's not necessarily major. AC is pretty big for the Lifestealer.
Yes, that's going to be really huge. And he's got his level 20 talent. He actually took the Ghoul Frenzy. I just think I've seen a lot more people taking the Evasion most of the time, but you know, that's a new talent that people do really like, because it allows you to just stick on targets. Like, they just can't move pretty much because of that.
Yeah, and that is kind of a problem, right, with IO Gyrocopter. They're both so naturally fast. But it does mean he is potentially killing a lot of his survivability in fights.
Nisha opts away from the shard, by the way. He actually queues up a heart.
Okay.
So I think he's feeling that some damage issues might be coming into play on the side of Alliance. So if he's able to just tank the brunt of it, like these long duration fights, they're gonna go Secret's way. Yeah. Alliance is gonna have a hard time if those fights are longer than like 30 seconds or so, or 45 seconds.
Sure.
But there's the AC. So Nikobaby still very large, and they're gonna smoke with this timing. They're feeling pretty strong here. Solar Crest also finished up a bit ago on FNG, so they have great ways to amp him up. Look at this, 49 armor on Lifestealer.
Yeah, he's a big tanky boy, and Alliance may be able to, I was thinking, if they just ran straight into the triangle there, they wouldn't know it, but YapzOr was kind of alone. They could have taken that high ground and taken a pick off before Secret could get there, but now it's a lot different. Secret are the ones on the high ground. They see.
Zai knows this. They see
Zai. Okay.
I was just watching the way YapzOr was. Man, sometimes I really wish you could go player perspective when you're casting and stuff. But they were like just checking that creep. Is S4?
They're gonna try it for it. BKB going off the spear doesn't land. LIMMP. He's going to try and get out with the Stampede. He's already taken so much damage, but look. Uh-oh, Nikobaby, he's got to be careful. Somebody's got to be able to save him. It's going to be FNG. He's going to put his body on the line here to try and get Nikobaby out of here and healed up. Are they going to be able to turn around on this? The missile going out. Reaper's Sight still available. He's going to toss him back into the pit, but S4, he's going to go in. This may actually be an initiation onto the gyro to relocate away. Puppey's not going to be able to make it out, and he wasn't going anywhere anyway. He actually lands in the exact same spot, and Puppey goes down as well. Nikobaby's able to focus him. LIMMP is going to fall, but it doesn't really matter. Nikobaby's all the damage right now, and he is pumping it out. He's trying to bring down Zai. The Zero form came out for a second there, but it doesn't do enough. Now Nikobaby can start munching on Nisha. Nisha tries to save himself with the Reaper's Sight, but it doesn't do enough. Nikobaby, he's happy, he's healthy, and he's having a great lunch here in game 1 against Secret.
Holy moly, what a fight. Handsken playing just right on the outskirts, getting an unbelievable amount of spells off. 4 stuns, 6 Dragon Glaives, Yules. He's just kiting Nisha the entirety of the fight, and they do get the focus fire. They get on Matu. They blow him up. They use absolutely everything to kill this gyrocopter. And the relocate, a little bit weird. Puts it in place, but it was going to kill the gyrocopter anyway.
Well, Alliance, it was a small sacrifice, but we'll talk about that later. We see this initiation. The toss in, S4 reads it, and the toss works against them here. They toss him onto MATUMBAMAN, and S4's like, great, let's focus down Gyro.
And look at Handsken, like he gets this double stun on YapzOr and Nisha at the same time, so they're effectively cut out of the fight. They can't get into the arena at all, and everyone on the side of Alliance is hitting targets perfectly. Nikobaby's just going from target to target. He's at absolute freedom to just bring them down with all this minus armor and damage. That was very impressive as Nikobaby takes the top net worth in the game now.
And now he's got open wounds as well.
He does.
Because they took down Roshan. They picked up Aegis and Cheese. And Nikobaby actually took all the items for himself. And that makes total sense. I mean, he is the bedrock right now. They just need to give him as much amping up as possible.
Absolutely. This open wounds could be huge. Like just the heal percentage that you can get versus Necrophos could be massive. Secret, they're setting up a gank for him.
Tossing over. That's kind of a cool play, but this is an Aegis Alliance. They can certainly bail him out if needed. He's going to go ahead and infest inside. He's good for now.
Massive fights. Nikobaby, he's, like we said, he finished up AC like just before that fight. He's almost got a full Scotty soon. So reducing the effectiveness of the heals and playing versus ranged carries, it's going to be super effective when he gets that online. Matu does have a Satanic finish now, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to do that one shot. But they find Zai.
Yeah, Zai. He is not going to be relocated out in time. Puppey is now in some big time troubles. He doesn't have a tether to be able to get away. So Nikobaby, he can try and munch on him. Ghost Scepter, tether up in one more second, but the Stomp comes in first. Tether away. Oh, relocate back actually, and they don't have anybody around Yap, so you can see him cutting creep waves here. But the siege wagons are up, so Alliance could definitely still pressure base if they want.
And honestly, pointing out too is S4, he has a halberd after all these fights too, so that Satanic from the gyrocopter, it won't be as effective. Like he just waits for the proper moment, right? Like if you just get this halberd on him when he's starting to get low, you know, Satanic, it's a basic dispel, but nothing dispels halberd, so he'll just be screwed. He won't get any life steal back if he does get halberd at the right moment from S4.
Do you feel like the damage of Chrysalis? So the other choice would have been Yasha, right? And if you build Yasha, you naturally build into SNY, giving you status resistance. And it does feel like MATUMBAMAN, he could use just a little bit more tank and a lot more status resistance.
That is a very good point, Cap. Maybe regretting it, the choice to just go for that straight damage, as Alliance have just completely swung this game around.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they're going to keep the momentum going. They're going to go for Nisha here. Nisha, a tether's already up, so it's not like they have any way to bail him out. Nisha, he put himself out there.
And he bought a relic.
Yeah.
He didn't even go for the Reaver that he was going for the tankiness. He's going for more damage, but now he just means that he dies even easier versus this. And now there's an Aghanims on Handsken too, so extra damage, and it's pure damage versus PK.
Secret. They might just be crumbling a little bit here. They're going to have to hold without Nisha somehow to relocate back a little bit. FNG's going to drop the golem before he dies. YapzOr on the other side is going to be traded out as he did toss in FNG for that. Nikobaby sticking on to him, and meanwhile, the Lena's just dealing with the tier 3. Stomp coming in. Uh-oh. He's in trouble. Jarkov, they got to get him out of here. Impossible. They just don't have anything, though. He's got no buyback at Alliance. They could just potentially go straight for throne here.
This is so impressive here by Alliance. Again, Nikobaby just putting the team on his shoulders. 9-2 and 9. This Lifestealer, he's got Scotty. They can't fight. They might just be able to end it.
I think they will. 60 seconds. YapzOr is going to have to do some crazy toss plays. And even that, he's got a minute left with the Aegis. I am flabbergasted that Alliance made such a sick comeback in this game, because it just looked like they didn't have any place to run. They win one fight and they just momentum ran through Secret. Damn.
I mean, this has been Alliance in a nutshell. Honestly, this DPC this so far. They've just had so much perseverance in games. Even when it's looking like they're down and out, somehow they bring these games back. I've seen this now like 3 or 4 times from
over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a
Attack. You never.
Weep not for me. I join the children. Bottom is missing.
Don't put me in that box.
It's of no use to me.
Not this time.
Dire are scanning.
For my coffers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Silence. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Location.
The Foundling's life is all left.
I return you to
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Silence all. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Death's cold embrace.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scared. is under attack. Radiant's turret has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The lines of your fate come to an end.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Forms of my life fade from memory.
Haste! Silence! Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's show them.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lion's heart.
This cannot be.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gold for my fold. Double damage.
I'll take that.
Perfect location. Great will turns
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Set in
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Thank you, you precious weak thing.
Conceal yourselves.
Many a grave is
That's why I'm here. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks.
I think that's part of why Alliance has just been so dominant so far this season, is it feels like they're always the one making moves. If a fight breaks down, you know, it's a close one, but if Alliance eke out the lead, they get 3 exit kills, like we saw when they chased Puppey's Wisp all the way to the tier 2 tower, because they just have too many stunts.
Yeah.
They have so much chase potential, whereas Secret, it's like, well, please stay in the pit. Please.
Please don't run away from us.
Yeah,
Stay a while.
What are we going to do? Toss them back in? That only works once.
I guess that's a key thing to think about this axe is you have Grim Tiny. So if this is your support duo, there isn't going to be a save here, which makes the axe game even better because it just jumps when you kill.
Yeah.
I take feedback from the community at large.
Oh, yeah.
Go on. People saying every time Kyle's on broadcast and Limp has Tiny, he always says Limp's the best Tiny. Has he forgotten about Sumail and Thompson and maybe? No, I haven't. He's better than they are at Tiny. Facts. And it should be his hero.
Yeah, I like, surely if you have a Tiny, you have to put it on Limp. I feel like it's a waste if you don't.
I mean, I think we're generalizing this a little bit hard.
Nope.
So the whole idea of countering a draft and drafting construct and respect for your opponent is just...
All right. Yesterday,
he plays hero, go.
Yesterday, I had a drink, sat back, relaxed, put on some old television, specifically highlights of me, winning tournaments back in Heroes of Newerth 9 years ago.
Guess
How often do you do that, Kyle?
Night?
Limp.
It was pretty sure, yeah, it was.
It wasn't. What hero Limp was playing?
Tiny.
Tiny?
It's called Pebbles, but yeah, it's been a decade.
Sorry,
which also freaks me out because it's legit been more than 10 years of esport.
Yep.
Which very spooky.
Faces Void will be the final ban coming out from Alliance. And they will pick up the Tusk. Ooh.
So it is going to be the core Tiny.
Surprise!
Whoa-ho-ho!
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Now we have a new recording. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we have seen Handsken play Tusk, but not this patch. We've seen him play
aggressive.
Previous patch.
Yeah,
We have not seen that much Tusk regardless this patch other than from YapzOr.
That is a product of the bans coming out because Secret has put Alliance in the position of you can't pick your comfort so far. They are now having to pick new heroes to fall.
This is a great Phoenix pick though. It's so strong with an axe, just natural synergy. Both supports have trouble with it, and it's one of the better counters to Tiny as well. If you live through, you're a strength hero, so you're naturally going to scale with survivability to survive the burst.
Okay.
But attack speed slow is super effective on Tiny. He hits
What a
really
quick
hard.
draft.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the Morphling.
Beautiful. I love what Secret's got so far. This is very solid.
The key thing here is for Secret, they have really strong lanes with the idea of like the Axe Phoenix. Now it's kind of countered by the Jug. And like Carl mentioned in the game, both supports don't care about this core Tiny. It's very clearly a core Tiny. And they have this win condition with the Morphling. But I have to give props to Alliance. They are very much all-inning on this skirmishing pace type of lineup, where in the previous game, they kind of gave Secret a lot of map control. They're now flipping that script and changing the tempo coming into game 2. But Phoenix is literally broken this game.
It is, yeah, exactly. And you also have the best coverage for it. Typically, Jug is going to spin, maybe hit the egg. You have an egg hitter. But Axe, unlike the other offlaners we might see in this patch, he can taunt through that. You can drag him away. And if egg goes off in a team fight, Alliance are done for. They're 3, 4, 5 have way too much burst potential. Secret with the Morphling as well, it's a 1-to-1 counter to the Juggernaut. At a point 3, 4 items in, you're just way stronger. And I think Alliance are going to need a steroid here from Nikobaby to be able, or maybe just more pushing power. Can they end the game fast enough?
Luckily, Solar Crest is pretty broken in this patch, and Tusk naturally would just buy that for his Juggernaut. The question is, what is S4's hero now?
Yeah.
Like, what is the offlane that's going to piece this together? They often have S4 playing this tanky guy that has strong laning presence, running into these lanes. He has ultimate.
Team Secret's turn to ban.
Idea for sure. I think from it does mitigate the problems that they currently face. Like, he just sits back, he has the Uber taxi service to disengage from the egg, go again straight away. The other 4 of the heroes are very skirmishy, so having one hero with cooldowns is easy to play around.
Yeah,
I love the ban from Secret, the Doom, but just because it's going to be Morphling v the world, it feels, and it's a very strong offlaner.
They got rid of the 2 offlanes that really deal with the morph.
The question for Secret though is, are they going to go for a semi-carry, because like they're banning out heroes like Doom, therefore they're showing that it's going to be Morph is the primary win condition, or are they going to go super greed like, let's say, OG did, where they have this double carry matchup?
I got it. Offlane silencer.
Yeah, but the Axe is already off lane.
No, you mean for Alliance.
Mean for Alliance?
Yeah, you mean for Alliance. Well, let's see what Secret picks first.
It's kind of squish, but I wouldn't be too opposed to it, but it does mean that...
I think a Mantle and Morphling make this very sad.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the concern.
Oh no, Matu's happy.
Matu's smiling. He gets to pick his hero. Yeah. It's like, ooh, I see so many heroes that could work here.
We haven't seen a Matu Lone Druid in a while, but they just...
Is that not too greedy?
That wouldn't be bad either. They just want something that hits tower.
Dude, I actually really like Visage. Little Solar Crest.
Visage.
Some sort of creep hero, just peek in the mid game.
Visage or Brood, come on. Bring it out. Matu
they
specials.
could Brood, that would be gross.
He literally says it in the game. He has a voice line that says
British
Visage.
And we say things real dumb in our country.
I mean, yeah, but...
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's a fair point, but this is still a name. These are all names. Let's see what they go for, though. They go for the Lone Druid.
Oh, it was option number 3.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it.
No, but I meant, like, I want to see Visage, then Brood, and, like, Lone Druid was a strong third. But...
Nah, I think that the Bear is underrated. We saw the buffs from the last patch. I think that... I mean, I'm shocked it's not...
It's going to be unbearable to fight these guys in the mid-game.
Oh, Jesus. Alliance...
Which one is it? No, no.
Alliance needs something now that handles the Morphling, but also gives them the ability to pressure towers. This, I hate to say, but you might even not want Tiny Core anymore because you just can't burst any of these heroes. You need sustained damage, but I just don't see it. I don't know what you go here. You need your own kind of weird win condition. Maybe they Huskar
they could just
in
go
some way. Healing Ward.
Pangol, no.
Hey, Viper. Do you like it, Kyle? I see you with a little bit of a surprise face.
It's hardcore lane-centric draft from Alliance. They have the early matchups to apply pressure and to kind of snowball the game. And then, yeah, but I am worried about the...
No, I was not
I'm doing it myself.
You can't do it to your...
I did. But no, I'm worried that Alliance doesn't have the win condition and they don't have the late game.
Yeah.
So they're missing so much pressure.
They're missing the components that have gotten them to this place where they're undefeated. It's they don't have late game for Nikobaby. They don't really have great laning matchups. And they can't really hit towers very easily.
But if they win their lanes, they use Tusk to get that quick Aegis, and then they have a high pace of the game. The greediness potentially of Lone Druid Morphling But every time I say that on this panel, I feel like that greed never really is punished, and they just seem to outscale and eventually win the game.
However, previous game, we did see Team Secret take a lead, and then they make a couple of mistakes, and Alliance comes back. Is there a chance for them to do that? Because Alliance didn't make that many mistakes, and Team Secret did.
The mistakes in this game that Secret make is cushioned by the fact that the egg is near unkillable.
Yeah.
So you have to make like the biggest.
So there's a bigger margin of error for Team Secret this game around.
The Bulba coefficient, it's like 1 fight for Secret, whereas Alliance need 4 or 5.
I have no idea. That was me trying to do the global coefficient, but I didn't know how. Just go to the game.
Yes, let's go to the game. We got game 2 here of Team Secret versus Alliance with Cap and Fog.
I swear, those two, when it comes to Robson and Kyle, for whatever reason, you know, I have hype intro prepared or something, and for whatever to do, I just have to laugh at whatever they're doing, and it totally throws me off my game. All right, let's get into it. Game 2 of Alliance versus Secret. Fogged, I'm going to disagree with the panel on one thing right away. They said Alliance do not have some of the things that got them this far, and I'm going to say they have momentum. This is a lineup that is momentum based, and I feel like Alliance is really good at taking a bit of momentum and building that into more and more and more.
Yeah, this is a really fast-paced draft that they're going for here, right? Look, their longest cooldown is probably like the Jug ulti, right? They are pretty much just looking for a constant fast pace, while on the reverse, kind of like Alliance, how Alliance had the last game, Secret, they have the better team fight. They have the Axe, the Phoenix, the Snapfire. It's going to all synergize very nice. But Alliance, if they can get out of lanes quite effectively, quite ahead, they could definitely put some damage. LIMMP, you know, we have a lot of signature heroes coming into play. Nisha on his 70-something% plus win rate Morphling, and LIMMP on his 70+ per something win rate Tiny. So this is probably the funnest actual individual matchups that we do have.
You could see LIMMP there was trying to scout out exactly where the mid wards are, because that's what everyone's doing with their wards right now. They rush into the mid lane, they place them somewhere around their tower to give them information about the bounty runes and about the upcoming water runes and such. You didn't get any of that information. Let's see if Secret, they are just going to be splitting 2-2 here.
Okay. Very fun. And then we do have, let's look at these lane combos we have. We have Jug Grim, tried and tested, good damage. Axe kind of tanky overall, usually can survive the initial goes and able to reset decently. We have the Phoenix and the Axe combo with the Fire Spirits and the Battle Hunger. Very frustrating for supports to deal with. Top lane, I think this one's probably the most boring lane because it's into the Lone Druid, but maybe we'll see some bears die. I think that's the thing that I'm looking forward to. I think Viper and Tusk could definitely catch Matu off guard a little bit and maybe kill this El Doge some of the times.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest outcome, right? It's like, okay, maybe they get a Puppey kill, maybe they kill the bear, but unlikely they're going to kill MATUMBAMAN himself unless they manage to get something real crazy. You know, I actually agree with Kyle on, I thought we were going to see more of the Lone Druid, considering some of the changes that happened to him. He got slight buff in 729B, but also 729, they gave him the shard that allows you to be able to always essentially cast Savage Roar, because if you only have to cast it on one of them, you yourself, your hero can be stunned or silenced, but if you cast it on the bear, Savage Roar will still go off on your hero.
Yeah, it's really strong. Applies that. There's so many little shards also that just give dispels now. I feel like there's just a billion dispels in the game that we are seeing, so it does have that too. I think though that Lone Druid is a very player-specific hero. It's tough to just be like, oh, you play Jug a lot? Okay, we're picking you Lone Druid. You're just gonna be comfortable. You need to just have a Lone Druid player.
Yeah. This bottom lane is certainly going to be the fun one here because it's a kill combo. The spin into the Inkswell. It doesn't do quite enough damage to be able to kill Zai, though. A lot of harassment damage going back to the Grimstroke, who also gets low. Zai, okay. Zai, whoa! Quickly gets rid of the Battle Hunger. Fortunately, the Stroke of Fate is a little bit shallow there, and Zai will keep his healing salve intact.
Insane regen trading coming down bottom. That's why YapzOr, he starts with 2 sets of tangos and a salve and fairy fires. Alliance is actually quite limited on their regen. They're going to really need these couriers to get out here quick, as that first go from Secret does burn quite a lot of theirs. Mid, LIMMP. Look at this, man. LIMMP is just crushing this matchup right now. Nisha will be getting this humongous pull under his tower here, but he's actually missing a couple of the last hits.
Yeah, we'll see. Nisha get a little bit closer to LIMP's score, but it's certainly LIMP winning the trade-off so far and continuing to put pressure on Nisha, forcing him to constantly be morphing strength, making his attack damage worse, and therefore LIMP more likely to be able to get last hits.
I might actually just stay watching. I don't think I'm gonna look top very often. This is a boring lane. They're just like pulling and stuff like that instead. I'm just gonna look in mid and bottom because LIMP is looking for kills all the time too. He keeps forcing Nisha to just like even little taps.
Oh, did he get him? Did he get him? He got him. Oh, big kill. LIMP solo first blood to Nisha.
And he's the way he's doing it too, like I'm so glad I was actually staring at this. He's threatening all the time. He's like walking up to him, like making him look like he's gonna avalanche. So Nisha keeps having to burn mana down, and then he waits for the split second that Nisha messes up. He gets the toss into Ava. Dead. He can keep doing that too if Nisha isn't careful about how high or how low he does keep his HP.
He said this is going to be very lane-centric, and it does appear that Alliance is going to be making an early lead out of this, with LIMP dominating mid so hard, but the side lanes are going well for them as well. As FNG, okay, you're going to get burned out here. Battle Hunker, Fire Spirits does enough damage.
Yeah, Jug's still farming. I think the actual lane kind of changes where usually you want to go for kills as Jug Grimstroke, but when you're into these tanky like Axes, Centaurs and stuff, I think you just play to farm.
Yeah.
Every time you do use your spin aggressively, it feels like it does just get countered. He has to spin to remove hunger. He's limited on regen, but I'm sure FNG's got his back.
It does mean they're burning through a lot of regen, which means that the net worth difference may actually... Oh, no, it's not that too bad, actually.
It's okay. He still is a bit behind, though. That's for sure. They're having to use quite a lot of it versus this Axe, who he's got Ring of Health. He naturally builds toward Vanguard, so he won't have to spend all that money on consumables anymore. And Zai should be, for the most part, fine down here as long as he has YapzOr.
Good read by Nisha there, knowing that LIMP was going to try and snipe his courier with the tree toss. LIMP does take the bounty rune away from the secret side, so good read by him there, and maybe force him to another spin or just going to wait it out. Pop another healing salve. Man, he's really having to burn through that quite a lot. Poor FNG. All those salves, those are FNG salves, so...
And I think he's probably clicking on Nikobaby and being like, dude, you want stats? We need healing ward pretty bad in this lane, I think.
He spent 1,000 gold on consumables. I was going to say his net worth is lower than it is when you start the game.
Yeah, that's a little bit grim for sure.
Snowball rollback. Puppey is going to be able to hop into tower range, so he's totally fine.
They're slowing down the Lone Druid a tiny bit here with the Viper. Viper doing a good job of applying that pressure, and he is going to rush the urn. I actually like this quite a bit here on the Viper too. If he can go for Spirit Vessel early for the team, I think it would be great versus Lone Druid, versus Morphling, versus Phoenix.
I'll trust
really solid pickup if he's able to.
Trust JJ to let us know when a bear dies. I know we've got that stat usually prepared.
Yeah, we don't want to look at top lane anyway. Mid and bottom are the ones we want to be glancing at. They're the fun lanes.
Yeah. 6 minutes. Power runes and bounty runes. This is always like one of those big moments. Okay, the first power rune on the map. Who's going to get it? It is going to be top. Nisha gets an invis rune, which is good for him, but I feel like it's more important to deprive it from LIMP.
Yes. I think all of the runes for Morphling don't feel nearly as beneficial compared to if LIMP gets them. LIMP just opens up the map for him. Is almost level 7, so he's going to have max avalanche. So his kill threat on the map is going to be quite high. Zai still can die a little bit harder because obviously he has Vanguard, but he could even make moves onto this Axe lane with the Grimstroke.
Look at Zai being super efficient. Pulled, killed the easy camp, pulling again, now got to farm the medium camp, so he is getting free farm plus, as I like to call it. Snowball.
Gotta be efficient.
Dodges the roar. They manage to get the cookie back. MATUMBAMAN's going to be okay here. They still have the shard, but it doesn't quite grab MATUMBAMAN in it.
Oh, that was close. He's passing off the phase boots between himself and his hero quite a bit there so he can get the move speed to just get away from it.
The dive to the wrong side. If they had gone left, they might have been able to get a lot more damage onto Nikobaby, but as a result, healing ward's back up, spins back up. He's going to be okay.
It's going to be a big axe they're going to have to deal with, though. Zai is going to have one hell of a game now after this laning phase, and still continuing to just annoy Nikobaby. YapzOr will find the healing ward. He snipes it. He doesn't have to dive, though.
He doesn't have to. Okay, he's got him. He's got him. Nikobaby's going to keep up with him. Does manage to get that kill.
Well done.
YapzOr with a pretty big slip up. Just not expecting, I guess, that Nikobaby's just going to commit on him. But Nikobaby, this guy's all about the aggression.
Yeah, maybe would have been more worth it if like Nikobaby was low and yeah, maybe he gets a Phoenix kill, but Zai pushed them out of lane. But as it is, Nikobaby's healthy enough. He can stay in lane, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big mistake. That catches the jug fully back up. When he was having some trouble, he's actually 3,100 net worth compared to 3,200 of Axe. That's really solid for Nikobaby. It's mid.
Toss, but he got off the strength morph. He's gonna be okay. Pressure applied though.
He got the rune as well too.
Yeah.
Limp's got a DD now, so anywhere he could definitely set up for a kill as top.
Ooh.
It's just off the mark.
You can see MATUMBAMAN, he thought he was gonna get got there. Turns into his bear form. He's gonna have to leave his Eldoge behind. And there it is. First bear kill. Thank you.
No one in charge though, unfortunately. Too bad Spirit Bear doesn't give her. That would be lovely for S4.
That is true. It's always such a massive difference, like when Spectre goes like an early earn, or any of these cores that go early earn. If you get an early kill, like boom, your laning phase is set. But
this item is just so good. Like mana regen is hard to come by unless you build Bassi early. It feels like this is one of the other alternatives because I've seen Falcon Blade kind of just disappear from most people's purchases lately, so I think this is one of the other solutions to have it. And I mean, he's the offlane, so it fits really nicely. And since they got this resummon, they're really actively pressuring. FNG up here too. They can leave their jug alone, and LIMMP doing LIMMP things.
Yeah, makes the rotation on the bounty rune spawning. So if he doesn't get the bounty rune, he's gonna find a kill.
Oh,
Puppey
stacks.
They're going to be able to chase him down in the top lane. They turn around, get the Viper strike onto MATUMBAMAN's hero, but the Bear is doing a lot of damage to S4, especially with Puppey. Puppey didn't die.
They left him.
They didn't finish him off, and he turns around, gets a huge amount of damage onto the Viper, plus the minus armor, and that leads to him getting wiped out there. Oh, a little bit of an oversight there from Alliance. Ends up losing 2.
Handsken goes for the +1, but yeah, doesn't finish off Puppey, so he gets the whole shredder. However, LIMMP clears up a double stack, and now he finds a fairy trinket, the most fortunate pickup you can for the Tinies.
Was that the hard camp stack? Is that what that was?
Hard camp stack.
Okay.
Yeah, the one on the dire triangle right there where the camera is.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. And as a result, 4,800 net worth. He is top, whereas Axe, potentially could have farmed that. Is he in trouble? Oh, he is in trouble. Gets called up. Now he doesn't have spin any longer. He does have an Omni Slash and a healing ward he can drop, but it's going to be a fruitless attempt. No point in even trying.
He just got surrounded. He was trying to farm the hard camp, and they both just swung from both sides. As soon as he calls.
Nisha making a move here, but he's got to be careful. This Tusk, he's outputting a lot of damage with the tag team. He's trying to get himself out of here. He knocks him back. Does have launch charges here. Wait for him in a second, but it's not enough. They overwhelm him with all that damage. And I mean, that nether toxin damage was building up. He was just sitting in the swamp.
So much magic amp too. The poison attacks, he had 5 stacks on him. He just keeps beating on him and beating on him. And he's actually not going to rush the vessel. Okay, he's going to go for more of his own individual build so that he can keep growing. I actually like it. He's going to go Dragonlance. So I've seen Vipers in mid do this build. They do Dragonlance and BKB and stuff like that, but not from the off lane. This is a little bit of a different approach.
And there has been some talk about this Dragonlance because it got buffed. Right now it gives an extra 2 agility.
Yeah, got buffed up an extra 2. They went from 14 to 16.
Yeah, that is indeed what happened. So,
yeah, it's nice. And I mean, his effectiveness, I think this is one of the cool things about Viper is in the past, Viper was a pretty hard counter to the Lone Druid when we used to play, when I was playing ages ago, because you can just always focus fire the bear really effectively. So I think S4 is trying to go for something like that. He's looking at what his heroes are going to accomplish. Like LIMMP's going to be able to shut down the effectiveness of the Morph a lot of the times. And then Viper's going to be able to deal with that Lone Druid a lot. And Jug can do his own. So I actually quite like it. We'll see if it ends up paying off for S4. But yeah, he's having an excellent start to this game. All 3 cores, killing it.
Does it also mean that you can man fight the bear underneath Nether Toxin? Does that disable all of the bear's passive abilities?
Yes, it should.
Okay. So no Entangle to worry about. It means you can defend towers better because he won't have the Demolish. So yeah, there's a lot of interest. Despite some of the changes that have happened between both of these heroes, it remains a very credible counter.
Yeah, definitely. And And if he does go for Spirit Vessel, right, it's going to be able to prevent the link, the healing coming between the two of them too pretty nicely. So yeah, it's going to be very valuable if this build-up does work for S4. As the bottom tower should die with this pressure, and that's going to enable Zai to get his blink. I say that. Look at what Zai's got queued up. He's got the meme axe queued ready.
Yeah, I've been seeing this. You get the shard and you get the manta, and he's actually gonna do it, the madman.
No way. I was like, oh, he's gonna buy blink. He just he buys the Yasha.
Yeah, like you've got a Phoenix. Like a blink call is really important to make your team fight work. Man, this is...
I guess Zai wants to carry. You know, he's gonna go his manta shard build. He's like, all right,
yeah,
hop on.
I mean, this build is insane.
Interesting, but yeah, I don't know. That seems really weird when you have Phoenix. Absolutely. Like, he's gonna not be able to save a lot of the times those eggs versus Jug. Is LIMMP. They're on Matu.
Yeah, he got the Savage Roar off and will protect himself. Zai, meanwhile, takes over the top lane, so they're not going to be trading out side lane towers, at least not yet.
I wonder if they see it now, too. Like, he showed himself top. They probably like, dude, Axe has a Yasha.
Yeah. All right, so for those of you guys who haven't seen this build, basically, he goes Manta, his illusions can spin. He gets the shard as well, which allows them to proc on attacks. And then it also increases, you know, proc chance and stuff like that. And it basically means when he gets a call off and he pops Manta, the damage can be insane, especially if you're actually drawing aggro from any other creeps or any other heroes and stuff. Like, it just becomes a spinning ballerina dance that is constantly outputting damage.
And it's pure, so it's always a relevant damage source as the game does progress. Let's see if it ends up working out. I think it could end up hurting them maybe a little bit because of not being able to cover Phoenix, but they are playing the farm game. They are just kind of like splitting up right now. Everybody on Secret feeling the pressure from Alliance right now. They're just chilling out in the jungle.
Yeah.
So Alliance, LIMMP, he's going to start looking for these constant frags, him and FNG.
And another reason you go Manta if you want to go this build first is because you're able to use the illusions to, like, you can just run an illusion down the lane. And you can clear out lanes without having to actually put a hero in threat.
I'm going to be so surprised if this one does work.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, the first time we see an egg die, you know, it's going to be like, all right, Zai, that's on you.
Yeah, but they're literally all playing farm. Like, YapzOr is now just running into jungle. He's hitting jungle camps. He's stacking. Lone Druid's hitting jungle. Puppey's like stacking and running around, kind of sitting behind Nisha. They're just trying to play it out to farm. So maybe that's the plan. But
do you think that's bad for Alliance? Because on panel they were talking about the fact, like, okay, their early game, their momentum, Secret has the better late game.
I guess so, right? Like, I did feel like Nikobaby was gonna have trouble in the last game carrying though as Lifestealer, and he ended up just putting the team on his shoulders as so. I'm not sure.
Jump in, catching YapzOr, they blow him up. Was he trying to get some ward down in the triangle or something? That is a scary place to be.
I'm not sure. Maybe farming in a super aggressive place. I don't know. Because they're all just trying to farm. We'll find FNG bottom though. He's pushed out too far versus Matu.
Yeah, that Inkswell, it requires heroes to be in the AoE, and it looks like the hero bear doesn't count, so no stun.
I mean, it's actually kind of working, the farm. Just playing this farm style. They're starting to get net worth advantage slowly but surely. Zai, they did get the D ward on the high ground initially. We did see FNG get down, but another sneaky ward was placed. So it does watch S4 and LIMMP trying to set up on mid. So Nisha will be safe.
You see Zai spotted those two, and now he's using his invis to go into the triangle. I'm still
saw the stack.
His invis is going to run out. He's immediately going to be spotted here by Nikobaby. He's going to try and farm the stack that YapzOr scattered out earlier, and he's going to commit heavily. He's doing a lot of damage back into Nikobaby, but so many of Alliance are going to be able to close in on him. He takes some of the stack. I don't know how much.
I saw at least 2 creeps at the end. I saw the dark green gold come up. He got some of it though, but they swing over, they kill him, and they insta-smoke. I love that they insta-smoke too. Just look for the next kill. Don't let Secret play like this.
Yeah.
You have to start looking for it. The Secret's literally just splitting up. Everyone's showing in a different lane. So Alliance, they do have to start hunting these heroes because at the farm is working a little bit for Secret here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no counter initiation with no Blink Dagger Axe, so like theoretically, the heroes that you go on, it's not like there's going to be a massive play. Like the Phoenix Egg is maybe going to be out there, but you don't have the Axe necessarily to cover that, especially if you get the kill on YapzOr right away, which they do, thanks to the Inkswell, thanks to the throw of the tree. They catch YapzOr. They can keep this.
Yeah, keep these two going. I think LIMMP and FNG just handhold for the next, like, honestly, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Keep making space for Nikobaby. Maybe Handsken can join if he'd like to. Handsken can do kind of whatever he wants. But yeah, I want to see these two bruisers just sticking together. They can just keep getting these kills and they can just fully split up.
6,600 net worth. Wait, where's that? Oh, okay, we're back inside the game as the mid lane engagement. Zai is going to be quite low. Looks like he's going to be dying as Stroke runs him over. Nisha is trying to morph into strength. Handsken, he gets caught inside the river, but oh no, he DC'd. He's got no waveform. He does have wand charges, and I'm not sure how many more Omni-Slash hits we have going on, but he's got Earn on him. He's got 5 stacks of the poison attack on him as well, so he's taking a lot of magic damage right now.
Yeah, YapzOr's gonna have to about to egg 2 in a second, and that means the Nikobaby's gonna be able to get out of this with spin and focus fire the egg if it does come down. He has half duration left on Omni-Slash, so about 1.5 seconds left on it. I think, is that a Phantom flying out too? I can't even see inside of all this. I don't think there's a Phantom.
Yeah, it's cooldown 28 seconds, so yeah, it looks like it already died.
All right, let's see if the stick ends up saving Nisha. S4 is gonna be able to just keep popping on him.
Yeah, and he's got spin immediately afterwards. I think you said that. So it's, yeah, I mean, YapzOr feels like he's gonna have to get off the egg almost right away.
Yeah, and then he's probably gonna die. Let's see.
All right, it goes down. The Omni-Slash spin in turn goes on to Nisha. Now they're gonna be able to kill the egg as well. Oh dear. The bear going in on FNG, but the bear, he's got to run, keep running. It's got a haste rune. Okay, that's why he threw it in.
I was about to say, what the Matu just suicided his bear, but yeah, haste will keep it alive. But Alliance, they turn up with everything to bring the fight to Nisha. Bit of an unfortunate DC, but he was looking to be in a bit of a tough spot anyway.
Yeah, a great fight for Alliance. I mean, you said keep it going, and then they do.
They have Echo Saber now on LIMMP. Nikobaby after finishing Battle Fury. If you look, by the way, he's got. Does he have a lot of points saved up? Right? He's got 2 points in stats.
Dire's middle tower is under
Okay, no, he's at those points. I was trying to, I'm like, wait, is he missing something? He does have an excellent game for himself as he shows up to a fight with Battle Fury and gets himself some nice cleanup kills. So that's pretty huge for Alliance here. It's continuing this growth, and I mean, Secret, they're still just going for Manton X, so.
Maelstrom now complete for the Lone Trade. So with this whole Manta Axe thing, like in your mind, what is Secret's game plan here? How are they wanting to play this match out?
Wait till like 30 minutes, honestly. Just wait till everybody's got 1 or 2 items finished up so that they can actually fight. Like Nisha needs Manta. Matu, he can probably start fighting. YapzOr almost has his item. They probably just are waiting just for these 1 or 2 big items to be picked up. So close.
Oh, that would have been a massive kill. S4 TP's away with just frames to go before he would have been stopping that TP. That was crazy. 18 minutes. They're going to go in onto Nisha here. They have the combination of the Tiny. They also have the Inkswell. He's hopped over. Cookie saves him a little bit more, and it's enough to be able to morph strength from there. So Alliance do not continue their pursuit.
That was real close. That Cookie probably saving him actually from the positioning. Very, very close. As Handsken, like I said, he's got this is like the freest 4 game ever. You don't even have to play with your team. He's just farming. He's leveling up shards. He's got Falcon Blade, going for the Blink Dagger next. This is actually such a nice game for Tusk to just chill on the side.
So we're kind of expecting Secret to just be playing dodge mode in some ways. I mean, I think in some ways, Nisha is actually like, this is kind of according to plan, right? If they keep on going on him but never killing him, it means Zai is doing this. Oh, he's got to kill the creep. He's got to kill the creep. Oh, no, he doesn't kill it now. S4 is here. He's going to pop his Manta and try TP away. Oh, no, he doesn't know. Soulbind. Great play from FNG. He Soulbinds the illusion to get the extra catch over onto the hero of Zai, and that will stop the TP and punish Zai's aggression.
Oh, that's beautiful. And he's got salves from his shovel, so Handsken's a little bit of HP he's missing. He's going to heal him up. Bots already from S4 paying off massively.
Jumping forward. They tried to catch him with the cookie. What happened to the creep?
It died. I think the Battlefield Cleave killed it before it actually got into range of it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, neat.
Cheeky little move. They tried to catch Nikobaby unawares and put a little damage on him. Not quite enough, though.
So Nisha's got his item timing. He's got the Manta.
Yep.
YapzOr's near got Aeon Disc. So Secret's starting to hit these timings, but Alliance, I mean, they're very happy with the state of the game right now. This Jug, Battlefield Yasha, going for S and Y too. Literally like no pressure on Nikobaby after laning start. Still feeling pretty damn good.
Are you committing to the shard if you're Zai here? Because he's got shard and blink dagger queued up, and 20 minutes is about to hit. They're gonna jump on Nisha again. This time, did they got him? No, he's already morphed into strength, and he does have the Manta, so it's very easy for him to get rid of that Phantom and jump away.
Cap, he's committed for the Manta, so I'm assuming he's gonna come in. He's gotta come in with shard. Right? Like,
yeah.
Shard now then. He's not buying it though.
Okay, there it goes. All right.
Okay, so they've all got the one item that they do want on their cores at least.
LIMMP continues his rampage, but is he going to be caught here? Nisha turning into the tiny and tossing him back into Zai. Zai hits the call, pops the Manta, and there's your damage. LIMMP, he's been doing a good job, but that unfortunately gives a mega kill streak away to Secret. Fortunately goes to Puppey though.
And Secret's farm game, this time LIMMP, yeah, he does fall for it. 5-1-3, that one first death. Gonna slow him down a bit. 30 seconds now where Secret probably feels like there's not anything that Alliance can do on the map. So they're probably gonna look for some other play here with Zai and with Puppey. Handsken, he's waiting for that play though. He's got the blink, he's sitting in mid. He's probably waiting for a blink call, honestly, on Handsken at some point. And he's like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Blink to counteract Axe, but Axe doesn't have a blink. So
yeah, I was like, Zai gonna make some moves here? No, Zai's not gonna do that at all. Zai is focused on farming. Do you think this is a style that is specifically against Alliance, or do you think it's more about the draft? Or like, what do you think this is?
I think it's more so just about Secret's draft. I think they recognize how greedy they've gone with the Lone Druid Morphling as these two cores, and they just feel like they have to just do whatever they can to stall the game out for these two to get online. So I guess that's what Zai's mentality was, because he's now just cutting waves. Manta goes bottom, he actually misses half the wave. One Manta goes mid, he'll cut it. So it's just going to keep slowing down the attempts of aggression from Alliance, just from having these waves pushed in.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Illusion just goes ahead and cuts the wave. Nisha and Puppey, meanwhile, are backdooring the tower. It's going to force a move out of Alliance. If they catch Nisha, great. Nisha's going to go back in for it. Nisha, are you insane? More strength. It's not going to be enough. He's going to... No, Manta, wait for him away. TPing out. Oh, Soulbine's going to stop that one. They just need a little bit damage. Surely Nisha is now dead. The Soulbine actually hops over to Puppey for a second there. TP out is going to be denied. MATUMBAMAN's bear also dying. And, oh, double damage with a Roshan time?
Oh, that's fortunate with tag team as well. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Good timing here for Alliance. 30 seconds, no morph. Secret can't contest. Zai will continue just sitting in this jungle spot here, sending Mantis to cut the illusions though, so he'll have... He's Manta illusions to cut the waves. So he'll still get Blink at a good time, but Alliance hit back hard here.
They certainly do.
I can't believe Nisha showed. I'm still so shocked that he actually showed himself again in there.
Dude, hitting the tower once, that was a cheeky move. They're actually going to try and do something here. Puppey just dropping some bombs, the Force Staff. We'll get him away from LIMMP. Uh-oh. MATUMBAMAN catches him, but Matu in trouble with the Omni Slash on him. That wasn't worth the Grimstroke kill at all.
No, he was microing the bear. He actually stood still for like a second and a half on his hero, and that's when Nikobaby just charges at him. Phase boot S and Y, easy catch up. And I think he still had tail end of the DD too to finish him off, so. Oh boy. Now Secret, okay, they've got a way to make plays. So Zai has a Blink Dagger. So now maybe he can set some stuff up, because everything's just been Alliance so far, just making all these constant plays.
Smoke breaks there on Puppey. Makes the call, pops the Manta. Single hero, it is going to be enough. They chop him down and use that movement speed to reset. They actually pop the supernova here. They're tossing him back in. They're going to go for this one, but the call, it actually saves the egg and it explodes. And now Nikobaby, he's still got the Aegis, so it's not like Secret can really get on the offensive here. They've got to just reset.
That was such a risky egg still. I know he had Zai next to him, but even then, like the back hero is like, what if FNG hits it once or twice? Like that was very, very risky coming out from YapzOr.
Yeah.
Bounty.
Tower's still alive, so they do get the kill, but they can't turn it into an objective just yet for more information. But I mean, this Axe is so farmed. This Manta really is starting to enable him to be this really scary damage-dealing core.
You see, Handsken also is gonna go a shard. This one gives him the frozen sigil. Do you think that's more about the team fight? Do you think about that's more about information?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe not feeling like he can what other item he should go for to just buff up. Because they already have the soul crest.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, it's definitely interesting.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, because like I'm never I'm always kind of a fan of like getting both a solar and a medallion. He could go more damage on his tusk, so his burst feels a little bit better against Morphling. There's options there, but the shard is his choice.
I would just even getting some normal, just your normal items, your normal support items that you see, your glimmers, your force, etc.
Yeah.
We'll see. The movement speed slow is very high. That is one thing. It allows you to chase pretty crazy. 40% is ridiculous. And it's another thing that they will have to deal with in the fight, so hey, maybe it'll be then a little bit of X factor that helps the Juggernaut chase these extra targets, so.
Axe shows up the lane. Spin. And the creep wave's dead. Lions don't really care too much about that as they're currently hitting a tier 2 bottom lane. And they can actually trade off here. What's going on the other side of the map? Secret doing enough to be able to take that tier 2. They're going to mass TP back. I guess we'll have to see. They need a little bit more.
Fighting this.
Yeah, they're going to fight this. Nikobaby leading. He's just trying to get information. Goes out, throws a spin. Secret backing up now.
LIMMP still smoked on the sidelines.
Yeah, he can cut him off potentially. Oh, found a double damage too. Bottles that one. Saves it for a rainy day.
And Secret just go and avoid the fight, as they have been for the most part of this game. LIMP though.
Spot's eye.
Finds a big one.
A hero that is a bit hard to be able to one-shot, especially since Puppey's there with the extra assist in the 4-staff.
Nisha leaves behind some illusions top to keep pushing in the lane, so Nikobaby has to swing over and solve the problem of that lane really quickly. Secret? Maybe thinking about going for maybe some smoke play here. They don't have any big timing. Any other one? I think the E-Blade is done in a second on Nisha, so maybe wait for that as Puppey.
Oh, the last shot, the last 2 shots, one more, and it got him. Man, that was a long-range hit from Viper, that second one.
Dude, the Grove Bow plus Dragonlance, man.
Yeah, seriously. What's his attack range up to now?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's 915?
Yeah. Man, that's actually. I thought it was only 870. I didn't know it was an extra 45 on top. Oh wow. Okay. I was gonna say 870 right off the bat because I thought that was one of the ones that I had in my head, but nope. It's even further. And now LIMP he has BKB, so he's a lot more survivable. It's still very close. Like this net worth is just stayed constantly even. Alliances had an experience though, quite significantly because of this map control that they've had for the most part of the game.
So look at this sigil. It's slowing down the bear a lot. The call is actually going to be able to go off, and oh my god, Handsken, he just gets deleted almost immediately. The bear is still going to die. LIMP is forced to use his BKB here. The sigil still keeping a chase up. Nikobaby's going to be running down the 2 supports here. Puppey, he's going to be the first to go down. Zai's just being poked at by S4 right now. MATUMBAMAN, his bear coming back into play here. It's going to stall up S4, hoping to be able to keep his axe alive. Bouncing around is the Omni Slash. It sticks onto the illusions, unfortunately. Real one. Morphling on the run here, low on mana, doesn't have a way out of this one. He's just going to be slowly burned down unless MATUMBAMAN can somehow save him. Maybe YapzOr as well. He's got enough to be able to jump out with waveform. Call going in. Now with the egg on the side here. Oh dear, he actually gets the call and he runs away. He's still alive through all of this one. Nikobaby, he charges in with the egg swell, but that's just an AO disc on YapzOr. He's going to continue to slow down Nikobaby's side. He meets him around the corner, says, "Are you looking for me, punk?"
And that's all. Zai lives throughout the whole thing. He's the one who was getting gone on with the sigil at the start. I think YapzOr actually heals him up to full with the Sunray so that he can re-go with his team and join up. And Alliance just gets totally separated in this fight.
I mean, what a huge difference if S4 is able to finish off Zai in that fight.
Yep.
Then, you know, that culling blade that finishes off, like, there's so many things that don't happen in that engagement, but
Radiant's middle tower has
now
fallen.
Secret, they were talking about it, what did they call it, the Bulba coefficient or whatever? I mean, they said basically Secrets, they only need to win a certain number of fights to really swing this game heavily in their favor. And you could see just one fight like that, and all of a sudden it feels like Secret just, they took over the map. They were spread out everywhere.
Yeah, And now like I mean the axe build has really paid off. Like him being that much tankier because of like Mantha and stuff. It's all these little things that really add up to make him survive. So yeah, now these 3 cores extremely strong. Still a window for sure for Alliance. This Juggernaut is still unbelievably farmed. So that next Roche is probably going to be the next biggest thing. LIMMP has to be careful. This Tiny is going to be really important. Him and S4 have to watch their positioning in the next fight.
Yeah. I mean, the Alliance is definitely not in a worse spot than they were last game when they were 9,000 net worth down against Secret, right? Or do you feel like it's kind of close?
It's kind of close. Last game they did have the big team fight. That's the one thing. Like they had this humongous team fight with the Warlock and the Mars. This time they don't really have team fight. It's actually Secret who does have the team fight. So I'd say this one maybe feels a little bit worse.
Thank you, JJ, for the mean number.
What did he put up?
322 gold have been given away by Axe Illusions. Now, you want a real stat? I want to know how much gold those Illusions have farmed for Zai as he's been spreading them out all over the map.
Oh, now you're definitely gonna make his life miserable.
I know. I know that was something that there's no way he has access to, but you know, I gotta ask. 4-man smoke up from Team Secret. Well, Nisha is not in the smoke. The bear by itself is going to be pushing in the mid lane. Oh, they get to jump in. They're going to try and blow up Nikobaby. They get him. Oh, they didn't get him in the snowball fast enough. Handsken tried to get the save. Now they shard that Nisha threw out, blocked in S4, and he doesn't actually manage to kill him. S4 successfully TPs out, but Handsken, surely he's going to be run down. It's just a call and a culling blade at this point. Nikobaby plays the outskirts of the fight. He knows he can't just charge in on his second life. Alliance, they can't really do this right now. S4, did he TP to the side lane with his boots of travel? That was wild. Oh no. Oh no. Now he's still caught. It was a brilliant TP away by him, but he didn't TP home, so.
Oh, Nikobaby, he bought back because he died. He wanted to join back for the fight, but now it's, you know, one death from them just losing the game on him. As Nisha with the E-Blade and the Nether Shawl, of course, we didn't point that out way on go that he did get that one. They have enough burst just with the call and the extra little damage from spins. It's enough. And he does have a ceremonial robe, so even more magic Hampton did come out. It was enough. And that's top net worth Jug now slowly getting pierced down. Now Axe almost gonna surpass him.
All of a sudden, Secret looks like they're gonna take a lane of barracks because Alliance are having a hard enough time taking team fights right now. With the Viper still being dead, it seems like there is no way to win this engagement. So they're just gonna have to give up a lane of barracks, wait until a better opportunity presents itself. The bear actually does die to Swift Slash here, and maybe Axe is gonna be slowed down. They're gonna use a real Omni Slash. Zai's gonna tank through it, and they need a little bit more, but he's given the hook cookie, and they still have Force Staffs to get him out as well. Omni Slash used. Alliance still posturing very aggressively here, but
Nikobaby's still chasing forward.
Yeah.
Axe is low, so he does know that, so that he is a little bit more survivable because of this. But man, even the Omni Slash now again not being successful. The Axe too tanky. That's a long cooldown, 140 seconds.
Can they do this?
They need it. I feel like if they don't get the rush, they just lose the game. That's the scary thing.
Yeah.
But, okay,
Supernova is back up.
Axe BKB still cooldown.
Okay. MATUMBAMAN, he's going to use his bear to scout the high ground. They reveal that Alliance is up there. The cookie's going to be given to the bear, but the bear is tossed right back in. They know this is the second bear of the low druid. Oh no! LIMMP, he took so much magic damage there. Zai goes in with a big two-man call. FNG and Handsken, they're ripped through. S4, a BKB TP out. The call, the damage, the physical damage is enough. It's not the call. The culling blade of Zai that will stop that TP. 3 down on the side of Alliance, and they will have to give up on that Roche shot.
They had to. It was either get the successful fight or take the Roche, and they can't take the fight. They were trying to go for the bear because it was the only bear from Matu, but I think they all in too hard on that. Zai gets an opportunity where he sees both supports. They're able to just get a perfect fight again. And YapzOr's egg coming off cooldown.
The shard is going to be given over to YapzOr, so now that egg, which is already hard to deal with, becomes even more potent.
Sunray during egg. Yep.
Yeah.
Unbelievable shard as well. No longer having to wait for 20 talent. He does hit 20 anyway at the same time as it. So he would have had it at the old patches too, but Yeah, this shard is very powerful. I can't believe it actually slows too. I don't know why it has an extra component. But
Yeah.
a lot of them do have
crazy.
just extra components on top, it feels like. They're just like, this shard doesn't feel strong enough. Let's add an extra thing on top of the extra.
Yeah, no, I think Kyle is right. They need to, they keep on buffing all these shards. They need to increase the cost now of the shard, because feels like a lot of these things are almost too gold efficient.
And Secret, they just have such a good window now. Even the Phoenix surpassing the Viper, soon to surpass the Tiny. The farm game has really worked for them. Alliance with just 1 or 2 slip-ups this game, it's really snowballed out of control.
It certainly has.
They're kind of just trapped too now. Like Limpy's far outside, but the rest of them are just trapped inside the base. Nikobaby, still 3 minutes left on buyback, so he knows like if he goes outside, he gets picked, the game just ends.
Yeah, and look at the lanes being pushed in, being cut not by a hero, but by the illusions of Zai. So Secret's still able to maintain like this 4-man stance over the triangle while exerting pressure on the map.
I hope you guys enjoy no blink axes in your pubs. You're probably gonna get that now.
Yeah.
But you're gonna get well, you'll get blink eventually, but not till after 20-minute mark when the shard comes out. They're making it work. They really are. Like just like the creep cutting, the buying, the time. Exactly what they wanted this game state to get to.
Yeah. It's really cool that the stat buildup for this axe as well is made even better because he's got a Phoenix, right? Because then the Sunray comes in. The healing is more effective. He feels more effective because he's able to keep his HP up and continue his chase. It's a nice bit of synergy they put together for these drafts. That's kind of to be expected from the 2 top teams of the Western European DPC Season 2. And Season 1, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, this time, yeah, Greed really paying off. Matu, almost MKB. They're starting to get some pretty big luxury items on the side of Secret. Still have Aegis for 2.5 minutes. They're just keeping Alliance in their base. They're putting the chokehold on. Nikobaby knows. He queues up Rapier. He knows that's the only hope for them now to have a comeback in the game.
All right. Scotty, Rapier, for Alliance are going to be able to do something with that window. They got to hold out for like solid 5 to 8 minutes while Nikobaby is given all the farm that drifts in. Any of it, it's all Nikobaby's at this point because needs all of it to get as quick to that Divine Rapier as possible.
Yeah, and they can't even get out to farm their tier 4 neutral items as they're about to start dropping. Look at the ward coverage from Secret. There's wards and sentries blanketed on the outside, so FNG can't even get them much vision. Look at that one ward. They have that one ops ward, kind of looking at like nothing for Alliance. They can't get a different ward out because it's just blanketed.
Yeah, yep.
Did I see that right? Illusionist cape? Did they get one on the axe?
No, no.
I definitely saw someone get an illusionist cape.
Let's see, we're checking it out. Yep, that's Secret. It's sitting inside the shop right now, so Zai can...
He doesn't want it. He actually goes for Octarine and he takes a Stormcrafter.
Okay.
All right, well, look at the axe. Okay, now look at the call cooldown. So with the shard,
yeah,
and it actually is pretty crazy how low it is.
Yeah, 7.5 seconds. First bear does go down, but Zai is going to be able to get this nice call onto the Viper. S4 taking a lot of damage. The Omni Slash going back over to Zai. He used the Stormcraft to survive a little bit longer. The Cookie, it's not going to be able to save him. Nikobaby, he sees his opportunity for the shard. It's blocking him, and he's not able to chase after Puppey. Meanwhile, they're losing their top lane of Barracks. Alliance, they got to put a stop to this one, but the toss back, it missed. Morphling able to waveform away, and a creep is tossed back instead.
Radiant's bottom tower.
All right, well, it's 70 seconds.
Dude, his illusions are still going to take. They didn't stop this. The Lotus Orb stops the Switch Slasher going in. The range barracks is taken by the illusions in the top lane, but meanwhile, Nisha, he's getting in there right now. He's already killed FNG. He doesn't care about this life. His Aegis was just about to expire, so he says, thank you very much. Fresh life. Let's see if he survives, though. Toss up him instantly. The Inkswell is not going to be enough. Nisha pops his BKB, and he's going away while MATUMBAMAN continues the rat. The tier 3 is being ripped apart, but he's actually going to pull it back now. So a second lane of barracks down. Alliance take like an okay fight. They get a little bit out of it, but that's the last fight like that that can happen. Otherwise, they're going to be matched up against Megas.
Yeah, it's a forced fight. Like, they have to go for these type of chase plays. As soon as they kill Zai, who you know, buying out a full Octarine, maybe a bit greedy from him. Does spend his whole gold and just gets focused by the Omni. It does have to be a little more careful future scenarios. But yeah, Alliance, they have to chase out to try to find anything else, and they can only find really the Snapfire and that Aegis. Any neutral items they've gotten yet? They got a Ceremonial Robe now. Oh, they did get at least one of those tier 3s that they were missing, and they do find a Spell Prism now.
Well, if one Supernova is hard to deal with, a second one is going to be even worse. Handsken spotted by the illusions, and the real Nisha shows up to collect the kill with the double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Now he's got the
attack.
waveform charges thanks to his 25 talents.
Oh no! Oh no! Nikobaby.
Nikobaby.
He was in the glyph. They glyphed the creep wave, and Nikobaby's just left there trying to kill the creep because he knows if they complete this TP, then he can't get back home. And if he can't get back home, then they could be faced up against Megas. And Nikobaby, even worse, may just be dying out here as MATUMBAMAN TP'd over. They're going to use the Omni Slash. MATUMBAMAN's actually a little bit low. He does. Oh, he actually gets him. Nikobaby is now going to try and chase down Zai as well. If they hold down this bottom lane, this could be fantastic. But look at Zai. He's not going to let Nikobaby get back to base. Nisha, he's tearing apart these buildings. Zai, he's going to tank it all. He says, go team, go, get the Megas. Flicker, Swift Slash over Manta, and eventually Nikobaby gets the double kill, but the damage has been done. Megas has been achieved for Secret.
He's got the goal for the Rapier. They got 1,600 for killing Zai. So, all right, let's see if he can make some real miracles happen now.
Okay, Nikobaby. Hey, the door shuts.
With him.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Door shuts and the window opens. Nikobaby's got a different kind of opportunity now. The Megas may be up with a Divine Rapier in his hand with no buyback on Zai. Alliance can't just go for the win here, or something close to it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just it really is a straight down mid. If once the Megas hit your base versus Lone Druid and stuff, you know it's gonna happen. They're gonna be able to split push you. So
Aegis protecting him. They are gonna stop him from being able to jump away. Pots will refresh him, but he's silenced up right now. They're gonna make sure he goes down, and he's not gonna be able to Stormcrafter into the A. But the Aegis gonna get burst down so quickly. He quickly falls. Handsken, he almost gets taken apart, but the snowball over onto Puppey. Lotus Orb is gonna bounce it right back. He's gonna be chasing after Puppey, and if anything, Handsken might be in trouble here. But Nikobaby, he's going for Nisha right now. Nisha turns around. He pops the E-Blade. He turns into a Tiny as well just to try and keep this Juggernaut away from him. His damage is immense. He is something to be feared right now.
But the creeps are all gone.
The creeps are gone. Oh no.
There's a DD. And, oh, there's Roche is gonna spawn right away though. Actually, it's an instant spawn.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, blessing. This is the blessing for Alliance, so they can be with that cheap.
Gaben says you get one more shot, Alliance. You get one more shot.
They're waiting. They have to scan. They're a little scared of Zai still. Careful so he doesn't get any type of steal. But they have to commit. Like, this is your only win condition, your only win window.
They're actually, okay, I mean, a buyback has been used. They're going to go for the call, but they didn't actually do the road shot. They were waiting and waiting and waiting, and they take down Zai. As a result, he doesn't have a buyback. They're going to get Aegis, an Aghanim Scepter, a Cheese, Nikobaby. He is flush right now. He is full. Eating guards, and he's ready to go. They're ready to run at the base. They just got to get outside of their own base. That's the problem.
What a waste.
He actually, so he takes the blessing. So now his own Aghanims, he can just sell it, I guess. Or
yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do with it. It doesn't matter. But, oh my god. They actually might have a window here with this Rapier. They've swung it completely. He's queuing up the second Rapier too.
The backup Radiant. Okay. I mean, you sell that Aghanim Scepter. You could go ahead and maybe almost sell those boots or put it back into your backpack. Buy the second Divine Rapier. I mean, flat out damage when you've got the Swift Slash and the Aghanim Scepter. We'll see that again. Nikobaby wasn't hitting Roshan. He was baiting Zai into jumping into the pit.
I mean, I love it. Like Zai honestly purchasing the Octarine may have been a bit of a blunder if they do end up dropping this game somehow, because those back-to-back deaths, they're costing.
30 seconds. They've got to stall for 30 seconds for Zai to be able to come back up. The Sunrays burning. Oh, Handsken. He's taking way too much damage, and now he's going to be heading deep inside the base. Nikobaby tries to help him out where he can, but Handsken's dead, and he has no buyback. A 4 versus 4 is going to turn into a 4 versus 5, and Alliance is looking like they have to retreat now. Nisha poking at him, but a Soulbind is going to go on to him and the Bear. The Lotus Orb is protecting against the Swift Slash. It's going to be able to break the Soulbind, but Nikobaby is making his way into the back line there. But now Nisha's dishing out the damage. He's stuck inside the Supernova. He's dead. 1 life down. Puts the Aghanim Scepter into his backpack. He needs every bit of help he can get there. He's been feared up. He may be called as well. Zai's gonna make sure he doesn't go anywhere. The jump over the switch slides, but he's dead. Calling blade, Divine Rapier on the ground. Secret, they hold out against Alliance, and that is pretty much it. They may have buybacks, but they don't have Divine Rapiers. Secret, there was a moment there. There was a possibility, but they held true.
And we're still seeing, like, honestly, the perseverance from Alliance, even in this game when it just starts going absolutely crazy, they still end up taking some decent fights for themselves. In Secret, the greed does pay off, though.
over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
damage from the
This combo has been so good for so long. A lot of old school squads, you know, Wings,
10
Newbie,
seconds
the
remaining.
original DC, the ET Void. It is
5
late game.
seconds
Like, you
remaining.
actually can't win the game at a certain point because of the minus armor plus the massive team fight winner that is the Chronosphere. You have Earth Splitter as well. That's just that little bit quicker.
Which is interesting then, because like they're banning out Morphling in the second phase, but they still have Lina and ET in that draft. So they are showing so much respect right now to Nisha and what that type of pick for them can provide.
Cool.
And then so you can go for the Sven.
Yep, the old school ET counter. The War Cry.
So right now, I'd love to see the Wyvern go into the Sven lane and Snapfire play with Centaur, just so that when Sven wants to go to jungle, Wyvern can just stay in that lane, and then you have kill threat, because if you put Wyvern Centaur, not the maximum amount of pressure on the lane, but Snapfire brings that out of Centaur, and Wyvern brings stuff out of Sven.
Keep in mind as well, it could be an S4 Elder Titan, not necessarily FFG 0.
There's flexibility through the roof right now with Alliance's picks. Like DK, ET, and Lina all up in the air. Like Lina could actually play mid 4-5, DK could go offlane mid, and ET can go 5 to offlane. So yeah, there is a lot of flexibility here. And they have the ultimate last pick in the draft.
I think ET Lina would be like the reason we don't see Wyvern too often is because you're pretty garbage in the laning phase.
Yeah, you do like around 40 damage. You don't really move that quick. You don't really have good. Yeah,
it's harder to pull. You're super slow.
You only fly sometimes. Like you're not that great.
I just Lina ET just screams we're dumpstering you. Like,
Secret though.
Sven is their win condition on the side of Team Secret. If you shut him down, suddenly Alliance's draft looks real spooky. They have a lot of natural ways of pressing towers. The Sven needs ancient stacks to get online.
I love this ban from Secret, the Mars, another hero that if they are playing into this other lineup, just another containment hero. You have Chrono, then you have Arena as well. I'd love them to ban out Kunkka if you're Alliance. I feel like it's a bit too easy to pick this hero with confidence and just mitigate all this early pressure.
Concern then would be Secret. It's a very kind of clunky lineup.
The main reason
on ultimate
is because Alliance doesn't have a clean way to flood the map and pressure you. Outside of DK ultimate, there isn't that early damage. It's kind of just like poke and prod. So heroes that have a bit more kind of innate tankiness naturally will thrive in these types of games. But Alliance does have last pick, so they can maybe play around that and pick a high tempo hero.
I hope it's an S4 ET though, especially with Mars Tide banned. Just what's left in the pool.
Yeah, but that would mean that they would save the support for last.
You know
pick?
Yeah, but it's just a flex.
I guess so.
They have like 2 LIMP heroes right now for mid.
That's true.
This is 100% like when they get to last pick, they'll be looking at LIMP going, yo, Chief, what do you want to play? And he's like, nah, give me the DK. And it's like, all right, cool. We'll unpack the draft for you to get to this.
And you can see the read, like even with Void DK, they're still banning Storm. Because there just aren't many tools that change the state of this game for Secret. Like, so where Kunkka, it's not a bad pick, but it still feels like you're on a huge clock and you just have to outplay Alliance to win the game. Who, again, that's why I feel you just go for a pretty standard 5.
That's ooh, okay. Nice.
Is it nice? That's good.
Yeah, I like it for the idea of you now have this, in the words of Kyle, this mixed damage. You've got the Sven, big physical, Leshrac, big magical. It's hard to itemize to deal with both at that like 15 minute timing. It does give Secret a way to collapse the map. You waste Chrono, you now have Leshrac pressure. But for Alliance,
Nyx maybe. You could Pugna.
I'd like to see the Lina go mid into Lesh, have a decent, ranged battle, and then pick up a really strong 4 to play with this DK, and then you put the ET5.
It's an insane Pugna game. You force BKB on Leshrac, you have Decrep for the Sven damage and the Wyvern ult.
You got 3 seconds left.
Now go for the Underlord.
All right.
Okay.
They have such a tanky draft.
Right?
Yeah, it is. So the Leshrac, that's the perfect pick because they needed something that just spews damage and also provides the tower threat that they were lacking, buys space from a MATUMBAMAN on Sven to get into the game. I'm not sure I don't know how I feel about the Underlord.
Every time that we've spoke about like Alliance, when they're in the high pace drafts without like the tanky offlane, we doubt their ability to win early and survive to late. But when they have the win condition and that scaling point, they often do pretty well. So they do have ways to reset the fight and win condition. So I favor Alliance for just that and how they played the game. I prefer Secret's draft for the pace and the fun of it.
Yeah, Underlord Void's always been great because you have great team fight, you have the escape, and it's also a lot of added damage into the Chrono. You can get that 1 kill and keep rolling. It really, to me, comes down to Nisha on the Leshrac. It feels like the old Quap in the sense that his plus minus on deaths is 2.5. Like, You have a 1-death Lesh game, get a fast Bloodstone, fast Sanj Kaya, you might just take over, but you have to dominate. LIMMP on DK is going to have a tough challenge.
LIMMP on DK has a tough challenge?
Yeah.
When has he ever had a tough challenge? When he's playing DK, Kyle?
Sure.
He crushes it every time. Every third game of the series so far. This will be the 4th in a row. Will they also get the 4th victory in a row? We're going to find out together with Cat and Fogged.
Some of the beauty in drafting in Dota is that sometimes you can actually see certain drafts coming. And you can plan for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean you can beat it. And it seems like the Alliance Dragonite is just one of those things, Fogged.
Yeah, it's tried, it's tested, it's worked. So why not keep doing it? LIMP's so comfortable on it, and they've got this Nikobaby Void. Nice, well-rounded draft that can scale infinitely into that greater stages of the game, into later stages. Secret's actually drafted something I think I'd never see for Secret. Almost everyone has a stun. Usually it's like they actually have like maybe 1 stun or something, or like just a couple stuff. Almost everyone actually has a form of disable. It's very rare to see Secret go for this type of draft.
Secret is starting off with a 5-man smoke around.
Damn right, with like 4/5 stuns. Anybody behind will absolutely die. Alliance don't have the level 1 team fight with Void and DK. 2 kind of empty heroes at level 1.
Look at the drawing. FNG's saying, okay, make sure we cut all the way back around because you don't want to be running through the jungle. The Secret might be there. Nikobaby, he's not going to get caught here. Secret are going to use that early smoke and not get anything for their efforts.
Yeah, Nisha checks to if there's a ward in mid. Ooh, okay, so he checks to see if the ward's in mid. It wasn't placed just yet, and then it gets placed immediately after. Oh, nice little brain there from LIMP. Nice little waiting.
Hey, do you get the? Yeah, that's. You a fan of that?
To secure Ruin, is it worth it?
Yeah, it might be.
I don't. It might be. I'm not sure. Maybe. Decent amount of. Yeah, it's not.
It's hard because I played this matchup, the Snapfire versus Lina, and it does feel good when you have Little Shredder. You can actually fight the Lina, but if you don't have Little Shredder, then she just outranges you, then she's hitting you with LSA, right-clicking you even more. So, I don't know. We'll see. They actually early cookie stun, and then they followed up with a Stormhammer. Handsken is going to be chased away. He has a healing salve, but that was a weird bit of aggression. Very start. Meanwhile, 2-man stomp. That's a nice way.
That's one way to make the cookie work out. If your Sven comes over and constantly is throwing the stun to like get that harassment going, maybe they can win some regen fight. Because Lina overall is just a much stronger laner. This hero's phenomenal. All the buffs she's gotten. Matu might suffer a little bit down here.
FNG's getting in there. Nikobaby helping him out, and he just punches down YapzOr. The panel was talking about one of the downsides of Winter Wyvern is your poor laning phase, and we're seeing it in action here.
Yeah, you kind of don't do anything. You really don't. And ET is one of the better laners, period. As FNG, oh, you see this pull? FNG? Okay, that was actual. Sorry, I pulled attention from something else that was happening. But FNG gets a pull that way. Yeah. He pulls the range creep one through it like that. That's actually huge because he gets the half pull too. So that's going to put this Void's lane in a great position, and he's just going to be able to continue zoning YapzOr out. Spirit's coming back. YapzOr, the damage. Careful.
YapzOr, he's going to use his flight abilities in the best way possible, playing around those trees, so he gets a couple extra shots on the Elder Titan, but whenever that's down, he doesn't really have an answer to the ET whatsoever.
Yeah, that's very long cooldown. That's why we'll see these poor Wyverns.
Oh, double stun again. Little Shredders tearing apart Handsken. They need a couple more hits in. Handsken goes into the trees, but it's not good enough. The Fairy Fire will not save him. The kill score evened up.
Nice. I mean, nice that they're able to get the kill on the Lina. That's kind of unexpected with the Underlord lane. But they do end up persisting, and they do have cleave as a ward, though.
You see that YapzOr with Cold Embrace. He's like, all right.
I actually was about to say, I think this is the build now.
Yeah.
I think you actually get Cold Embrace in the lane now, because you feel so underwhelming if you don't. You just, your presence is super weak. You're just literally like a walking Splinter Best. I've been seeing more people doing this lately. I was talking with, I heard AUI talking about it too, and I was talking with him about it. He likes it. So.
Did Cold Embrace, hasn't been nerfed or buffed lately or anything like that?
It didn't always have a base heal, right? Was that a while ago that it was all percentage?
It was quite some time ago. I can actually check when it was exactly really quickly.
Okay, I've been pulling up a lot of old Dota stuff today. As I said, healing styles aren't dispellable. Goes all the way back to like the early 7.0 patches. Yeah. Tsunami messaged me that one. I was like, oh my god, I'm so old.
Yeah, there hasn't. No, it hasn't. It's been like that for quite some time. So.
Okay.
It was like 7.2 or something, 7.24 or something. It got changed. So, but yeah, I've been seeing more of this, especially with tanky offlaners. You can't zone them ever. Sure, you're not killing the enemy carry, but as Wyvern, when are you actually ever looking to kill? Right?
Yeah.
So,
okay.
The idea of it is actually pretty interesting.
Nice use of the horns. The hammer there, Storm Hammer, to catch the range creep.
Were you about to say Hormstammer?
Yeah, I was.
You just switch them up a little?
You know. I'm all over the place right now. YapzOr, once again, I mean, this is the best example of Cold Embrace being effective in lane, right? Because it's against a support that has a very clear timing that he wants to right-click you. FNG, nice play. Oh, Nikobaby barely gets out in time. His support was missing. He rotated over and took away the water rune away from Nisha.
And nice move. FNG definitely doing good stuff up here. He has Tranquil Boots so early too on this 5-position ET, so allows him to move around to check runes like that. Very nice. But Zai is gonna have a very early Vanguard. So he's gonna, his impact top, I think he's gonna be able to just stay up there by himself versus the Void and ET, and then it's gonna open up the map a bit for YapzOr to move around.
Yeah, and Winter Wyvern is actually not the worst hero at kind of ganking. It can definitely work for you. S4, he's gonna keep chasing. He's got boots. Puppey's definitely dead. He doesn't even need a second Firestorm.
Yeah, I think versus a lot of heroes, Wyvern can be kind of underwhelming to gank, but looking at the two other lanes that he can go to, DK and Underlord, that's exactly what you want to play versus those high HP cores. So he could definitely look for some rotations. Mid, I actually didn't get I didn't know if this matchup, how it was gonna go, but LIMMP is doing excellent in it. He was actually winning pretty hard until those last few from last track, and Nisha actually has to go back to base because his runes are all taken away, and the water rune, as you mentioned from top, was stolen.
So he's gonna go back, get a rain drop, and
LIMP's got 6, so he might maybe pop the ulti and hit the tower once or twice, perhaps.
Yeah. In which course, maybe we need YapzOr to be able to rotate. Just to be able to prevent the DK from harassing away at that tower. Top lane, Zai is going to be challenged once again. He's just going to go for a TP out. Nikobaby hopes for the bash. Doesn't quite get it. Bottom lane, they're going for the Handsken kill, but he managed. Oh, the last shot from Puppey. Barely gets the last hit. Meanwhile, there is the rotation from YapzOr, and it does kill the mid DK. LIMMP does die.
And it was actually before Nisha even hit 6. I was wondering if the move was going to work because he didn't have Pulse Nova yet, but even with just level 1 Edict, a little percent base damage from YapzOr, it works. And now Nisha gets a haste. So now he can look to make more aggressive moves, actually, as this Leshrac and his catapults hitting the tower and bottom. They get the kill on S4.
Yeah, I mean, this lane, this Snapfire plus Sven lane is working out really nicely for them. The physical damage amplified by a little Shredder, the little bit of a hop on the cookie helps this Sven just output so much more damage. There's a rotation coming in from Nisha, picking up a haste rune. FNG, he's certainly dead, and Nikobaby hides away into the trees. Now, he's still gonna stay here, but I don't think Nisha is going away until this tower's dead. We'll see.
It is only the level 1 Edict, though. He did put 2 points in stun and 2 points in lightning just for lane, so it will make that tower die quite a lot slower.
Oh yeah, they've got this combo. The Axe or Centaur plus Cold Embrace. You know, you can farm stacks, you can hit, towers and stuff and feel really good. FNG? Ooh.
I guess he's giving his life to try to pull the wave off?
I guess so, and he's actually using the movement speed effectively. Whoa, okay. Man, that was ballsy.
He successfully defended the tower. Look at this creep wave. He pulls it. I cannot believe he's alive. What the?
That was insane.
Tranquil Boot Windlace, the speed. He had plus what, 176, so he hit at least every single creep and every single hero with his spirit.
Yeah, and it's not like
Nikobaby. He's got this huge creep wave to farm.
Yeah, it's not like Nisha could stay up there because otherwise he'd lose his mid tower to the Dragonite. So he kind of had to go back. That was the window. Now he's got to go back and defend. And as you said, Nikobaby has that full wave to defend. That was sick.
That was a 300 IQ right there by FNG. I thought for sure he was dead, but nope. He survives and does the big play. Great stuff. And now bottom, Matu also getting pressured.
Big kill if they can get it stuck inside, but the cookie will get him out. He does have a healing sound that's going to be gifted over into him. You see him drop the bracer for just that added bit of efficiency.
I love efficiency. Zai.
Name of the game for Dota anyway. With a double damage, FNG, he hits decently hard and he can kind of get through that Vanguard. But of course, Zai does have his Stampede ready to go.
Yeah, I think that ward caught vision of YapzOr for a second, so they know they can't make any aggressive move and the Cold Embrace is available. How their levels looking? YapzOr is very high level, actually. From that rotation on mid, he's near 6 already on Wyvern.
Oh, yeah. It always feels good when a support can get level 6 before 10, so you don't have to have that awkward conversation about whose ultimate is more important, who needs the tome.
Yeah, you don't want to have that conversation with Puppey either.
No, YapzOr, you will give me the tome.
Radiant's middle
You will
tower
buy
is
it
under
for me,
attack.
too. And Puppey's actually very high level with all the kills they're getting bottom lane, too. In fact, he's been...
And now they're moving the Sven. So he just gets to chill down there alone and just get level 6 kind of for free. Maybe off the next creep wave, next 2 creeps, he will have it.
Do you ever think of this situation? Okay, both supports have their level 6. Do you want to give it to a core? You want to give it to, like, Nisha? See if you can get level 9, 10 a little bit faster?
Disgusting. Don't you ever say that again. Don't you ever. Those tomes are made for the supports.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if any hero wants all of his abilities maxed out, it's got to be Leshrac, right, Pugged?
I guess, I mean, it is. I guess it is possible. It is definitely a possibility because they do have these two such independent. These heroes and just go jungle and stuff. I mean, maybe.
Nikobaby still sticking close to this top lane. Is farming around, does have Chronosphere, but they just can't really fight through the Centaur. He's just like trying to kill the lane when he can, because otherwise he doesn't have a ton of places to be able to farm, especially with all the towers still being up. FNG gonna be run down by another haste rune. He's like, all right, this is getting a little old now. Oh, the stun actually misses there, so FNG survives. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they pop the Sven ultimate there to be able to get the kill on an S4. Still trying to run down with a Stampede. MATUMBAMAN might just be able to catch up. No, Handsken's too fast thanks to the Fiery Soul.
Cap, I think Zai's going to be a big problem for them. I'm seeing some kind of big damage issues coming out from Alliance versus Centaur. With Vanguard Hood and with YapzOr always behind him, I don't really know how they're going to be bringing him down unless they actually just all in everything when they have Splitter.
Oh, here it comes. They don't have Laguna Blade just yet on Handsken, and they do have Cold Embrace as well. The Underlord's going to be here, though, and Zai, he's going to be in a sticky situation. The tower is definitely going to die. Zai hits the stomp before the pit can grab him. It's still out there, though, and Zai still likely to die unless the Winter's Curse. A cookie hop up the cliff, but Handsken, he managed to get it from the low ground. Now the Chronosphere is going to be used. They managed to catch Nisha. A big, big kill. Dragon Knight stuck inside the Chronosphere, but it doesn't matter. They didn't need his damage anyway.
Huge move. They literally bring all 5 heroes to stop this Centaur pressure. The Firestorm absolutely needed. They needed that percent-based damage to bring him down. And they do get the second kill onto Nisha. Pretty huge. Slowing down Leshrac early game is always amazing. If you can stop this hero from building up that early lead, can sometimes feel quite frail on Lesh.
S4 charges back down to bottom lane. After that successful team fight, you could see Alliance putting a lot of priority and pushing out their side lanes as much as possible because they know, okay, now there's no Chronosphere, so the threat isn't the same anymore. S4, Nisha missing another stun here. The pit's going to go down, and S4's actually going to turn around and start laying some damage out. The cookie's going to be able to go out. The Laguna Blade is not enough to kill Nisha by itself, all because a stun from Puppey stopped S4 from getting that last swing, and an early Blink Dagger will manage to get the kill on MATUMBAMAN. The shots are going to be raining in. Mortimer's kisses. S4, a shot right on the mark. Bullseye for Puppey.
Damn, I was about to say, he actually survives like that.
Yeah, would have been crazy.
FNG, he's so farmed on this 5 Elder Titan too. He's got his medallion already finished up, so they're gonna have some extra elements quite early on in this game. And the Void overall in the game too, just because of little moves, like, honestly, because of FNG pulling the creep aggro off a top tower. Look at his farm. He's actually ahead of Sven and Leshrac, which is not what you would expect after the start that Secret did have in the lanes.
Yeah. I think it's always nice because of how important Solar Crest is right now. If your 3 or 4 position isn't going to get it, you kind of need your 5 to have a good game. Because it's just such a value item. Lena wants an Aether Lens, and Underlord's got a plethora of items he wants to go, not a Solar Crest. So it's really good for them that FNG has this farm.
Yeah, and YapzOr just missed an Ancient stack.
Oh.
They actually don't have any stacks here for the Sven. That is quite problematic for Matu. He doesn't have anywhere to amplify himself, and Void usually does not have the same net worth as a Sven. That's usually why you pick the Sven into this, because Sven just way over farms him, but that is not happening, and it's gonna be a very slow start for Matu after what looked like a good start in the lane.
Yeah, maybe we can get a look at how many camps were stacked in total by Secret, because it does feel like very small amount.
YapzOr missed like 1 or 2 that I saw, so that was painful. They do have the Yules on Nisha.
Chain stun, that's enough. Nikobaby. They showed so many heroes bottom lane that Secret were eager to make a move anywhere else, and they make a move both mid and top. Kill the 5 and 1.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, LIMMP takes bottom with Handsken, and he showed the Blink Dagger earlier. He's also level 11. These two can still look to make these great aggressive plays. Maybe they can actually smoke soon, because they do have a Laguna available. Nisha still being quite fragile, as we pointed out. 1000 HP. So he still can get popped pretty much from any of the spell combinations from the side of Alliance. Swinging down right away. They want to stop this pressure from the Lina.
She's going to throw out another Dragon Slave, and okay, good call by Handsken, man. I really thought he was like, all right, he's going to throw another round of nukes, and he's going to regret it. But thanks to that ward on the high ground, he doesn't take that bait. And he'll join the rest of his team for a smoke, it looks like.
They've got Chrono back up. They have Splitter online too. Level 3 Stomp, so he can set up the Splitter even if the Chrono doesn't catch all the heroes too. DK farm still down, but yeah, with Blink, they've got easy ways to invade, and they can just watch. There's still no Ancient stacks. Matu's probably going to try to stack one himself here, but they're swinging. They have Ward Vision. The scan does catch them though, but that does mean that Matu is forced away from Ancients, another situation where he doesn't get a stack, and Nikobaby's going to take him away. Might not lead into a kill, but it's a good aggressive move where they also get, I believe, a secondary deep ward. So they have the high ground one that probably gets dewarded soon, but then they have this one behind the tier 1 mid that FNG was able to place.
Yeah, I mean, between the wards being placed, the opportunity that may come of that, and then on top of that, just straight up like farming this hard camp and that Ancient, that's like 250 gold by itself. So you give that to yourself and take it away from Secret, then, you know, that's almost worth the cost of a smoke right there. We saw the camp stacked, as you were mentioning, Secret not getting that many. Only 1 apiece on 3 heroes.
They are able to get the tower bottoms. Zai, he does finish that one off, and he will be very close to Blink. He still is, so top of that net worth, still a absolute beast. But yes, but this Sven is just quite far behind. I think is that his Echo Saber done now? Yeah, he does have it done. But not as behind as I felt that he was.
Yeah, about a 500 network difference between him and the Faceless Void. But if he dies here, the Mortimer's Kiss is going to be raining some shots in. The Cold Embrace is going to help protect MATUMBAMAN, but he's going to be hit by an LSA. Laguna Blade, that's not quite enough by itself. They need a little bit more. S4 was looking for it, but he couldn't quite get close enough. Now MATUMBAMAN turns around, keeps S4's chain stun a little bit longer. Fortunately, S4 is tanky. He's got the Dark Rift. He's being run down. The Stomp gives him the space. Nisha could have run him down, but because of FNG, S4 will get away safely.
So close. My god, Matu living just barely because of the heals from that Cold Embrace.
Yeah, it feels even worse when it's not like the carry even has to go back to base. Between the Cold Embrace and the Mask of Madness heals, he's just going to keep farming. He's not slowed down one bit. Unless, maybe he should have gone back. Nikobaby going for the solo kill. The Cold Embrace is coming. Oh, the bash killed him.
The bash damage.
The bash magic damage ends up killing him. Nikobaby, they're going to try and burst him down. They get the stomp. It's barely in range, but they get him still. Zai, he gets the stomp in to get revenge, but still a massive kill for Nikobaby, no doubt.
It's a solo kill. Look how much he actually gets for it. Like the 531 gold, but also the experience he gets is absurd. He gets like over a full level for it. YapzOr did all he could. The Cold Embrace cast range further than that of Winter's Curse, so he tried. Just the bash came out.
Yeah.
Now they know there's vision in the area though, because he jumped up very confidently just right into that Sven, but well worth it for Nikobaby.
Man, I can't believe Winter's Curse is less range than Cold Embrace now.
Yeah. They ruined Winter's Curse. I don't know. That spell feels really tough to use in a lot of. You can't use it as a setup anymore, which really hurts the hero. I feel like a lot of times you can just curse and you tell like 2 people to TP in at time. You can't do that anymore. It's Matu again up top.
Is he gonna die here? The stomp. They need some help. Zai. Oh, nice blink from LIMMP and a good retreat as a whole from Alliance. They realized they didn't have the damage to kill MATUMBAMAN, and very likely reinforcements were on their way and still chasing after LIMMP, but he's got the movement speed to stay ahead of them.
Dire's top tower is under
His
attack.
DK form is still active, so Alliance probably looking to still try something up here, at least stall out as long as possible. Nikobaby doesn't have Chrono though, so it's just going to be mostly stalling and catching if someone's too far overextended. Zai.
Stampede, but he's stuck. He just can't get anywhere. No, it's not Stampede, but he's just kind of like stuck inside the pit. Then the stun off of the Dragon Knight. Yeah, there was too much there.
And the Firestorm and the Earth Splitter, they're the big difference makers. You know, that super tanky Centaur, these percent-based nukes are actually going to make him killable. I thought he'd be much more invulnerable, but yeah, percent damage working out excellent versus Zai, especially when you can keep him in it the whole time.
Oh, hey, look.
And they're swinging over, still chasing, and they scout out an Ancient stack.
Yeah, another Ancient stack.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're hoping that MATUMBAMAN would, you know, do a lazy kind of, all right, I'll circle my way back into the triangle, but he doesn't. So Alliance will still instead just take that Ancient stack for themselves.
And now with that kill top, and with Chrono used bottom earlier, Chrono's back up.
Oh, they're going to pincer him. They're going to sandwich these guys. S4, he's going to need to Dark Rift out of here, but it may not be enough as they're just going to, yeah, he's very, very dead. Maybe with the Stampede, they can catch more. Zai turns around. Nice hit by Handsken. A 2-man LSA stun that will make sure that the Zai Centaur can't catch up with them.
Love seeing the bloodlust from both sides, really. Just both playing around their cooldowns very nicely. Nikobaby, as we said, he still has Chrono when he does look to go up. And interesting to point out, too, if you see his skill build, he actually put the 1 point Chrono. So.
Oh, okay. So he's just focused more so on, yeah, he's just focused on farming, you know, just every once in a while he'll Chronosphere when he has to, but better just play for that late game and farm as efficiently as possible.
Still trying to keep spamming up this top lane. The 2 spammers, S4 and Handsken. I think Zai has to give a little more respect to the percent damage, especially with the Brooks and the Atos coming in. Nisha.
Winter's Curse. That's not going to be enough to bail him out. He's hit by the ET Stomp. Once again, Secret.
They're not giving respect to these the control.
Yeah.
Like this pit and these chain stuns coming up from Alliance. I feel like Secret's just either underestimated or just not giving respect at all to Alliance when they're going for these pushes. They get the tower inevitably, but these are costly. If they lose Zai once, they lose Nisha now the second time.
Do you think
anything big either? It's just like a splitter from the support.
Do you think that getting that tier 2 and unlocking the outpost, is that important in some way? Is it because they really want to do Roshan or something? Like, why are they so set on that objective and forcing it?
That actually is a good question. I mean, maybe they are looking to take down away soon when they do get these item timings for the Sven, and then they will inevitably go for the fight around Roshan. It will block the TP access, but yeah, I'm not sure. That's interesting.
Well, it's certainly Secret can do Roshan. They've certainly got the physical damage and a bit of minus armor thanks to Snapfire to be able to do so. But
no
of
Solar
course,
Crest though, and Puppey he's not even building toward it. So nobody gonna have that to amp up the Sven at all.
Oh, that's interesting. We started the cast talking about how big that item is right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Puppey was gonna get it for sure after he got Glimmer, but he hasn't queued it or anything. Maybe he still will because it's so valuable. But YapzOr, he's prioritized Blink. He knows his positioning is going to be everything to counteract Alliance's jumps. So
look at this. Smoke for smoke, but Alliance found a double damage route. Both teams are looking for a fight right now. This DD could be the difference maker here. Or it could be the difference that they don't have all 5 here inside. Puppey is going to be spotted. Glimmer Cape, he gets away. The Dragon Tail stun didn't actually connect.
They're still looking though. Nikobaby has S and Y Maelstrom DD, like he's super ready to fight. Matu, he's not really the most ready. Without BKB, sure he's got Blink, but if he gets jumped, he's still gonna just die if YapzOr's not there to bail him out.
They re-smoked in Secret. They're gonna find their YapzOr. That's exactly who Alliance wanted first. They're gonna be able to bring down this big team fighting support. Tries to get out the cold embrace. That's not good enough. On the other side though, MATUMBAMAN takes down FNG. So
The fight is going to be breaking apart here. So MATUMBAMAN wants to get out of here, but he's just not going to. LIMMP, there's the pit, there's the LSA, and Nikobaby's here with the double damage as well. Great movement by Alliance and great recognizing that opportunity that was available, doubling the smoke up just to make sure they find a fight.
I think they're really recognizing how much stronger they are. Like, Matu is so far behind in net worth. This is, like, your Sven, 1,000 gold. Even if he was even with the net worth on the Void, he's significantly behind on Sven because of that. So, yeah, seizing the opportunity with these double smokes, DD into Roche too. They're going to get this one.
Man, what a sick DD.
Yeah, really. He's also just, he's so farmed on Nikobaby, really. It's quite crazy to point out. Like, this Maelstrom, Master Madness SOI at this point in the game, it's usually not the point where your Void, who was in a tough lane, would be.
Yeah.
It's massive.
All right, a good 1,000 net worth over the Sven now.
Radiant's top
And as you
tower
said, the
is
Sven
under
is
attack.
supposed to be the one farming faster, so this is like 2,000 net worth lead for Alliance. It's a lot bigger than that, especially with the Aegis. Secret continuing to always play on Alliance's side of the map. Like even now, Nisha is poking away at this tier 2 tower. They're gonna smoke back.
Middle tower is under attack.
Are they gonna try and fight into the Aegis? I mean, Chronosphere's up.
Into the Aegis? They don't even have BKB on Matu yet. Like, Matu has to keep farming.
Radiant structures
This is a risky move if Secret does look to fight into this. They will just get annihilated by... This is a level 18 now, so now he does have max chrono.
It's funny because, like, I'm not sure Alliance would expect them to fight just because Alliance is so strong, but they're not making any mistakes in positioning, at least not yet anyway. They're going to jump for the back line to go for Dragon Knight first, see if they can kill him, and they do manage to do so. But S4 managed to get the pit onto 2 with the Laguna Blade taking out Nisha. Winter's Curse onto the Faceless Void, but it's not going to last for long. He's going to try and take down Puppey. He's going to get on top for a second there. MATUMBAMAN, meanwhile, did kill the Lina. His damage with God Strength is what is going to make Alliance retreat. They still have the Chronosphere. They're going to go back into it. Time dilation first onto MATUMBAMAN, threatening that Chronosphere, always threatening it bit by bit. The percentage-based damage is doing its job onto MATUMBAMAN. Now they just need a little bit more of the Chronosphere. They got YapzOr to make sure they can put the damage onto MATUMBAMAN. He didn't need to catch the Sven inside of that one. They managed to hit him with the hook stop though. Maybe he'll lose his Aegis, or maybe he won't. He won't. He time locks the damage off. He starts putting it onto Zai. Zai, Cookie, maybe they can take it down. Aegis is gone, but it's going to be a one fight for Alliances. Zai, he can't get away from the Firestorm. FNG runs down YapzOr to a man. Alliance beat out Secret.
And that's without LIMMP. LIMMP died before getting BKB up, before getting a single spell out. They 100-0'd him with the chain stun, and they're still able to take the fight on Alliance. Nikobaby, I love the hesitation, just the patience, waiting for YapzOr to step in just a bit too far to get that Chronosphere. He kept threatening it, like you were saying, and he was able to find the perfect grab.
Like, Nisha almost looked like he wanted to just run into the triangle.
I can't believe how bloodthirsty they are being into this when they are this big of a deficit into a Void.
Yeah.
Into such heavy team fight.
A Void when he's got Aegis and he's got Chronosphere. Like, they just did not give a damn about the quote-unquote advantage. Maybe they should have. They lost that fight, and maybe they can catch FNG. Fortunately, a good stomp, but he's going to be slowed down. Puppey. Dominating streak for Puppey, because he's just been getting kills thanks to Mortimer's kisses.
I still want to see, he's got Yule's queued up. I really want to see him build Solar Crest, I'll be honest with you, but because I do feel like Matu needs all the help he can get in this game, because he's so far behind, still no BKB just yet. He needs to be amped up a little more. So he's got Yule's, like we were saying, to be able to protect from the outside of these Chronos and stuff like that, but we'll see if it ends up working out.
All right, well, Secret, this is the kind of aggression you do expect. Chronosphere down, so Secret want to get what they can on the map, maybe even take a fight potentially, but it's only going to last until Chronosphere is back up, I presume, but we'll see.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, we presume. They might still battle anyway, even into Chronosphere. Who knows right now? Alliance, they will take the tier 2 bottom themselves. Outposts are still claimed from Secret. So they are denying a bit of XP or the way of Alliance.
They managed to find a DD room at the top lane, and they had a bottle. So MATUMBAMAN has that, so it may be a possibility here. It's Secret's chance to win some fights thanks to the rune opportunity, but we'll see.
definitely. He's got BKB and DD and level 18, so they might actually have a chance to be able to fight into this one with no Aegis up right now too. Yeah, they could. I think they could definitely look to go into this here.
What a big difference. Enchanted Quiver on one side, Orb of Destruction on the other. It's both items. Very big pickups for either side.
Yeah, Matu also found himself a Tunic, so a little bit of evasion kicking in,
nice.
movement speed so he doesn't get kited versus all these stuns and control. That'll be pretty big too. And YapzOr did find a headband, so further cast range for these cold embraces and curse, so he can sit further back now to protect. Because he's been getting caught even just by time dilation when he runs in. Just the AoE of it has been catching him. So smoke from Secret with this DD. So he gets the jump.
Yeah, it's only going to last in that bottle for a bit longer, so they want to find that fight now while they can. Alliance, they've got the Chronosphere, but they are being patient. Once again, Handsken, they have a scan on him. S4, or excuse me, Zai's acting like he didn't have the scan.
Look at Handsken though, he's cutting trees, he's moving in more. Nisha, spider legging through to find him though. He knows.
Yeah, smoke's gonna break eventually here, and no way.
Nope.
He was just outside of nighttime vision. Handsken kept it going that entire time and does TP out.
And now he's gonna join his team too, and they've got a smoke ready. So it's a lot of these fights up to initiation. It's gonna be if Nikobaby, can he catch or be aware of the positioning of that Wyvern as he picks up a full Eye of Scotty. He's unbelievably tanky now. Fun Matu to start it.
Matu without YapzOr being around. YapzOr does have his Blink Dagger. He's going to be TPing in here. Alliance.
Defensive Stampede.
Yeah.
Alliance re-smoking, just like they did earlier, knowing that this is a window for them to look for this big fight. They still have this ward top too. I don't know if it actually gave them any info just yet.
YapzOr, look at him. He's breaking smokes by cutting through the trees like that and then blinks out. Alliance, of course, they're like, our smoke broke. Like, where is he? But he was in a hard area to be able to find.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Secret just they're trying to buy some time here versus this Chrono. Zai trying to finish up this next big item here, going for his axe. He might get found.
No, Zai. Okay. They were actually scared of him. They thought the rest of Secret was up there, I think.
Yeah, Limp's DK form was ending, so I think someone must have made that executive call. Like, careful, quickly.
Yeah.
But Zai, he'll get time to buy Ags. So now they'll have more defensive abilities, at least to try to protect Matu, as he's really needed in this game. So inside that Chrono, he'll have Cold Embrace and that nice reduction. And the Stampede reduction, of course, did get buffed.
I would,
so is that 5.5 seconds when he has it finished.
Jesus, look at that damage dealt, man. The percentage-based damage is no joke from the Underlord. I would love for them to take that outpost, but...
Oh, look at this setup.
Yeah. Oh, they got him. Rod of Atos. And he will fight back as he can, but against 3, it's not a fair matchup. MATUMBAMAN's going to use his extra boost of movement speed to make sure he's not caught as well. Nice move from Alliance.
And FNG somehow has the 5 position EP, not only with Solar Crest Cap, but he's got Aghanims.
Wow.
It's not the biggest one because he isn't playing versus one of these Agi cores like your Morphling, Spectres, etc., where that's where ET really thrives because he can stand next to them and break.
You can see a bit of the effect of the ET in these fights as Sven actually just got his level 20 talent and went to plus armor rather than the movement speed because he's like, that bonus armor is really important.
Yeah, anytime that you can get plus armor for sure versus ET.
Radiant's middle tower
Definitely appropriate. I didn't even know that talent existed, I'll be totally honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's a new one.
Tier 2 claimed up, and oh, look at what's top rune.
Oh, another delicious blue rune.
It's like, all right, got my bottle ready. Here you go, Nikobaby. And Roche will be up in about 2 minutes, so they can hang on to the DD in that bottle until the Roche does come up. That's going to be pretty huge for Alliance for that next fight.
Man, they just last in bottles for so long.
They really do. And Nisha's game is just hard. Like, he has to itemize like this, but not having his own defensive item. I mean, he at least has the Bloodstone heal that will come into play, but man, he just can get popped so easily from this Alliance lineup.
See, these bottle power runes are so big because, like, Secret's going in under smoke, but they don't realize that there's going to be this double damage, and that's a huge factor.
Zai?
Nikobaby. Yeah, Zai misses out on that one. S4, he's breaking the smoke now. Into the back. MATUMBAMAN, he jumps forward almost immediately, going for FNG, and they will manage to kill him with a bit. First beat of the BKB. Handsken, he's going to jump forward. They're going to go for the kill onto Lesher, but they don't quite get it. But Nikobaby's finally here. He has his double damage ready to go. He's going to be used up for a second. Stun going out. He's actually being chained up a little bit here. But of course, nobody really wants to fight into him. Finally sees the opportunity for that Chronosphere. He's on him onto MATUMBAMAN. MATUMBAMAN's just being ripped apart by that double damage. Now it's Nisha's turn as well. The 2 cores dead from Nikobaby. He goes for a 3rd one as well. Zai, he hits a stomp, a winner's curse, but YapzOr couldn't get away. It ding dragon the Dragonite. Now Zai, he's surely dead. Nikobaby handles Secret.
And it looks like a decent jump for them. They get onto FNG, but the buybacks are ready. And Nikobaby, he pump fakes the 1 chrono, forces the blink back from YapzOr, and then LIMMP's like, don't worry, buddy, I got you. Jumps in, controls YapzOr for the chrono to catch onto Matu perfectly. Some great tag teaming teamwork from Alliance in that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they look like they planned that all together, right? Nikobaby, no way for him to get caught. Nikobaby also jumps in, but he doesn't pop the DD right away because he doesn't have a BKB to protect it. He gets used. He still has that DD in his bottle, and then he's able to pop it. Then he's able to hit that Chronosphere, and that double damage means it's not 1 core kill he gets, but 2.
Alliance really is looking like the best team fighting team right now in Europe. Like, when you get these type of fights, just the way that they set up and they just like tag team and work off of each other, you really start to see the beauty in it. And now into Roche right away. I saw Nikobaby, he had Shard queued up, and now he doesn't even have to purchase it. He can just get one for free off of that Roche. And now the game, very difficult for Secret to bring back.
Yeah, you can see, like, he jumps in after everyone's, like, the burst damage is already kind of there. MATUMBAMAN, he wanders back in. He's like, okay, I gotta help my team. That's when Nikobaby sees the opportunity. He's like, great, I can get the Chronosphere onto both cores, so Cold Embrace can only save one of them. YapzOr was being harassed by both S4 and LIMMP at that time, so he was playing for the Cold Embrace counter, but his allies also backed him up there. They also said, we're gonna make sure this Winter Wyvern isn't a problem for you.
Yeah, it was, I think LIMMP, honestly, just recognizing the fact that he can get the jump on him there is perfect. And yeah, like you said, 2-man chrono also. He probably could have only saved the one. Is LIMMP again?
Hopped into them, stuns Nikobaby, but now has put this Last Strike in an awkward position. The Cold Embrace is only going to do so much for you, especially as the magic damage is enough to kill him, even as the curse comes out. YapzOr, he dies, caught by the ET. LIMMP jumping forward, seeing his opportunity, seeing their opportunity to be able to beat Secret and place themselves, most likely, it's the first slot here in the Western European DPC. Puppey, very easy kill. The tips being given away. Alliance are feeling it right now. They've got this game.
He tipped Puppey. He tipped Puppey. Oh my god.
Nobody tips Puppey. Nobody.
Man, this is such an impressive game, really, from Alliance. Like, everybody just doing such a good job of understanding how they need to take the fights. That last one, even FNG just having some fun with it. The ET splitter with the Shard, too. He jumps into the back on top of FNG. Now they have so many ways to reach the back lines. 2 racks is claimed. Nikobaby not stopping.
Keeps that a-rolling. Megas soon to ensue here as he jumps forward, seeing if he can potentially catch the Winter Wyvern. Does, and the smoke breaks. MATUMBAMAN, he thought he had himself a sneaky position, but he's been caught. No chance to even get off the BKB. The damage just rains on in, and Nikobaby, he keeps on poking at him. He says, you want to get close to me? I'm ready to go. I've got the Shard. I can jump in, jump back out. The cookie goes in. They're going to buy back now, and MATUMBAMAN, they're going to go for this kill, but Nikobaby jumping back in and then back out with a Time Walk Shard. They're going to try and take down this Aegis and see if they have enough, but they don't quite get him.
They didn't even kill him the once.
They needed that kill. They needed to kill, take away that Aegis now, and then see if they can burst him down a second time. Another double damage.
Oh, well, of course, why not? On top of giving him also, I didn't point this out because I feel like I point it out every game, but Nether Shaw. You know, that magic resistance from Nikobaby has been pretty clutch most of this game, and even just extra amp up for his time locks. Limp's actually the one who's just going to take the DD. He's like, you know what, Nikobaby, you've had enough. I want my fun. I like playing with DD as well. It's my bottle after all.
Yeah, it's fair.
It
Man's
fair.
not wrong.
Black tracks.
I mean, they see Puppey out on the map. They're like, okay, we're just going to go back into the base. Another jump forward, another jump back. He just keeps it going. BKB activated by LIMP before the stomp comes in. They're just going to go for Megas here and then potentially get out as Nikobaby keeps on teasing Secret. Nisha going to be saved by the cold embrace. MATUMBAMAN's finally going to come in. He actually pops Scott straight. They're going to go for the kill now. And a Nikobaby about 3-man Chronosphere all lined up. A winner's curse going to be able to save them for a moment, but it's only a second or two before Nikobaby rains hell down on Secret. No buybacks from those two cores, and Puppey calls it GG. Alliance get another 2-1 victory. 4-0 now, the Western European DPC.
And they're guaranteed now, right? That's, well, it should be as long as they win the other matchups, because they've faced all the hard teams so far in Alliance. Man, they're looking so good in fights. I'm really loving. That's probably the biggest aspect of them that I'm loving. Between that and warding from FNG, they're looking so hot. The way they're just identifying which fights they can take and which ones they can't.
I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a sense, a feel of discontent.